years ago, like when I did my performance relaxing. Good. My family was supposed to come over the Sabbath and got stuck in Atlanta because of the snowstorm.
The weather.
They eventually got here for about 4 hours yesterday.
Oh, that's good. All right. I think there's two things, maybe three, that we need to address. I saw the email from overnight that said we didn't need to address the issue of Mr. Otto testifying today.
That is correct.
But then you had filed another motion.
Yeah. Would you like me to address that now?
Well, yeah, I mean, what was the...
I mean, we can deal with those issues either after
Tomorrow?
Either tonight or after court, or before court in the morning.
Yeah, that's why we let you know that he wasn't testifying today, so it's not an emergency.
All right, well, we'll deal with that one later.
And I'll just say the one thing to supplement the record on that is both media organizations that are taking photos or live streaming the proceedings here have consented to our motion.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll deal with that in a later break or after we let the jurors go later tonight. The other thing from our perspective, juror number 2, they called in sick this morning. So good thing is we have alternates, so we can keep proceeding, but she had called in. Right, yeah. Yeah. So.
She was the one that did not want to go after 5 o'clock too, wasn't she?
I can't remember. I think there were some of them that said not every day.
I think
That was across the board, I think.
that was all of them, but I got the impression she didn't want to stay after 5 any day.
Yeah, well, we can address that, I guess, as we go forward and see where we are later today. And at the end, have y'all talked any more about your schedule beyond what we talked about on Friday of just kind of the, when the witnesses, who we got lined up, and getting this done where we can get it to them for phase 1 by Thursday?
I don't know that we've talked about it, but cross parties, but we've talked about it internally. I think given the agreement to split time equally, we should be fine. Plans should be fine to meet the court schedule.
Okay.
So we spent a lot of time this weekend looking at things, and I don't know exactly what Your Honor means, but our goal, very solid goal, and I think we can meet, is to rest by the close of business on Wednesday.
Okay. Are we going to have to go after 5, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, or you think we're going to be okay?
I will have a better sense. So our last lengthy witness should be Mr. Mark Moore.
Yeah.
And so I will have a much better sense after the end of today.
Okay. All right. Do we want to shoot just to go to 5 today, or are we thinking we might need to go to 6? Just so I can talk to them.
I would know that at noon.
Yeah, I think
No.
I would know that, but my preference, given that I think it's going to be largely one witness today, which I think is more draining on a jury, my preference would be to end at 5 today, and then if we need more time, make it tomorrow. But I don't want to. Mondays are tough on everybody, so I would choose not to give them extra time on a Monday.
I mean, my only caveat would be if we can finish Mr. Marker today, then I'd like to finish him. So if we have to go a little longer, but if that's not in the cards, then I agree.
We definitely would prefer to finish.
I definitely would too. All right. Is there anything else?
Now for plan.
Just so I understand the record, Your Honor, so juror number 2 has been excused? You didn't say that, but that's my assumption based on what I said. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything to him other than, juror number 2 is out sick, but we can proceed forward with our trial. I'm not going to call any other attention, from their standpoint. I always get that, at the end of the trial when you go, oh, okay, juror 7, you're not going back to go deliberate, you're our alternate. And, I don't want them to have any feelings differently on how much attention they pay to the case or anything else. But y'all okay with me saying just something along those lines, that juror number 2 ended up being sick over the weekend and called in this morning, but we can proceed forward with the trial?
Except parties agreed to continue.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay. All right. Do we have them? We have the other 7?
Oh, Your Honor, I think there's stipulations on additional evidence. I said there was nothing more, but can I turn
Okay.
to Mr. Dellett?
Hey, yeah, Kristen, if you want to get them lined up, but before you bring them in. And just a reminder, everybody, if you do have a phone that is not completely off, just make sure it's silenced.
The parties have stipulated and agreed to admit into evidence Plaintiffs' Exhibit 32, Plaintiffs' Exhibit 83, Plaintiffs' Exhibit 110, Plaintiffs' Exhibit 154, Plaintiffs' Exhibit 164, Plaintiffs' Exhibit 175, Plaintiffs' Exhibit 207, and Plaintiffs' Exhibit 316.
Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. We also agreed the defense is going to read in some exhibits that we've stipulated to, that we expect to come up today.
All right. Well, without objection, those plaintiff's exhibits are admitted. What's the list you got, Mr. Bailey?
It's defense exhibits 2, 5, 9, 14, 15, 42, 45, 52, 53C, 53D, 54, 63, 73, 80, 88A, 90, 94, 95, 96, 99, 102, 103, 104, 105, 109, 110, 111, 112, 114, 115, 120, 123, 124, 134, 139, 155, 166, 181, 183, and 193.
Those agreed to, Mr. Bailey.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And without objection, those defense exhibits will be admitted. All right. Anything else before we get them in?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Everybody stands for Ms. Shulman. Yeah, we're good. Y'all can be seated when you get to your chairs. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hope everybody had a good weekend. Didn't get too wet this morning. While you guys are settling in, I just want to let you know, juror number 2 had called in sick, but we can proceed forward with the trial and talking with the parties. So we'll keep going, and I'll let you settle in, get your notepads out. And plaintiff, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Plaintiff's call Alexander Markart.
Mr. Markart, just come around the back. Yeah, you can come through there, but come around the back of the witness stand here. Turn to face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Please solemnly swear that the testimony shall be in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And just have a seat, and then position the microphone where it's facing towards your mouth so they'll pick you up. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Friedman.
Good morning, Mr. Markart.
Morning, Mr. Friedman.
Sir, you've heard CNN called fake news before, have you not?
I've heard that said.
Do you agree with that characterization?
No, I don't.
Is it a journalist's job to report the truth or to entertain?
Very much to tell the truth.
And do you consider yourself to be an entertainer?
No, I don't.
Is CNN in the business of theater?
No.
Do you believe parts of the segment are theater, sir?
No, I don't.
You have won an Emmy before, Mr. Markart, have you not?
I have, yes.
Several?
I have a couple.
But for journalism, not theater.
That's correct, for journalism.
So the story in this case, it was not about corporate evacuations, was it?
No, it was not. It was about regular people, many of whom were being hunted by the Taliban or their family members were being hunted by the Taliban. To use Mr. Young's words, many of them were on what might be called a kill list, and it was about their efforts to get out of the country, get out of very dangerous situations.
So it wasn't about companies hiring private contractors like Mr. Young to get their employees out of Afghanistan, right?
That's not what the story was, no.
And in fact, you didn't even want to know what Bloomberg and Audible were doing to get their corporate employees out, right?
The story was not about any corporations, including Bloomberg and Audible. It was about regular people. But given that we had heard that Mr. Young had supposedly worked with these companies, I did reach out to Bloomberg just to sort of get a fuller sense of what his activities had been.
But my question is slightly different. It's what you wanted. And is it a true statement that you did not want to know what Audible and Bloomberg were doing to get their corporate employees out?
The story was not about Bloomberg or Audible, correct?
So you didn't want to know what they were doing to get their corporate employees out?
I wouldn't say that because I did reach out to Bloomberg, in fact, to understand a bit better what they had been doing in terms of their relationship with Mr. Young. But the story was not about corporate evacuations. It was not about those two corporations. It was about regular people.
Mr. Markart, do you recall sitting for a deposition in this case in September of 2023?
I recall sitting for deposition. I believe you that date is correct.
Sat for a deposition.
I did.
And during that deposition, you swore to tell the truth?
I did.
I'm going to grab a copy of that for you. Your Honor, may I?
You may.
It's okay. We'll fix it.
Your Honor, I'm going to page 206. I'll find you the line because I've got. lines 12 through 14.
I think it's in the middle of an answer.
Why don't you read the question and the
Oh, I will.
entirety of the answer that goes to the 25?
Sure. Mr. Marquardt, at that deposition, do you recall I asked you the following questions? You gave the following answers. Question: after all the time you spent in war zones, Mr. Marquardt, you didn't see a legitimate reason why Bloomberg Audible and Mr. Young didn't want to disclose the details of their evacuation process. Answer: I not once asked for the details in the evacuation process. I didn't want to know what Audible and Bloomberg were doing to get their corporate employees out. What I was reporting on was the market for ordinary Afghans to try to get out of the country and what it would entail, which included your client telling some of them that it would cost $14,500, telling them it included that they would need to find sponsors, and when they told him that they didn't have sponsors on several occasions, he simply dropped them. Do you recall that question and answer, Mr. Marquardt?
Not precisely, but I see it there on the page.
So you didn't want to know what Audible and Bloomberg were doing to get their corporate employees out, right?
The story was not about Audible and Bloomberg, but what I wanted to know, and I reached out to two separate people within the Bloomberg ecosystem, if you will. As you know, it's both a media company and, when it comes to Mayor Bloomberg, a political organization, to try to get a sense of what they had been doing with Mr. Young, who claimed to have worked with these companies. But at no point was this story about corporate evacuations or about these corporations, which is what I'm saying here.
I understand, Mr. Marquardt, but I'm focusing on what you wanted to know, and I just want, are you changing your testimony from your deposition?
No, I'm not, sir.
So you didn't want to know what Bloomberg and Audible were doing to get their corporate employees out, correct?
I think we're talking past each other a little bit. I didn't want to know what they themselves were doing because my story was about normal people. And because Mr. Young had claimed to work with Bloomberg, I wanted to hear from Bloomberg whether Mr. Young had been successful at getting the people that they wanted out. That was the answer that I was trying to get to. So I wasn't able to answer that question. The people who I reached out to at Bloomberg were not able to answer anything about Mr. Young's activities. But again, this was not about those corporations. And so the reporting that I was doing, the research that I was doing into Mr. Young and others did not have to do with these corporations.
Yeah, it's just yes or no question. Did you want to know what Bloomberg and Audible were doing to get their corporate employees out?
I'm not sure it is a yes or no answer, sir.
Okay.
All I'm saying is they were not the part of the piece. The corporate evacuations aspect was not something that I was doing. And so my focus here was understanding the whole evacuations operation, and when it came to them, how Mr. Young was a part of that.
So your story was about ordinary Afghans, not corporate evacuations, fair?
That's correct.
And your story was about individuals, right?
Yes, it was.
Not corporations.
That's correct.
It's fair to say that your goal in reporting is to have your story broadcast as widely as possible?
Certainly, yes. Yes, it is.
You want it disseminated as widely as possible?
That's correct.
In fact, you'd hope this story would have gone on as many programs as possible.
Absolutely. It was a story that I thought was well reported, well researched, and that's always the hope, is that CNN will distribute it as widely as possible, both on television and online.
If you had your choice, sir, it would have run every single hour.
I would like it to be as disseminated as much as possible. It would be very flattering if the network thought that it was worth running every single hour. I wouldn't have opposed that, but I would have been very surprised if they did something like that.
Mr. Marquardt, do you recall sitting for deposition in this case?
Yes, twice.
And in September of 2023, take my word for it,
I do take your word for it.
at that deposition you swore to tell the truth?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to page 111, lines 2 through 16, and specifically lines 11 through 12.
Sorry, which page again?
Page 111, sir.
Okay.
I don't think it's inconsistent. What he just testified.
Yeah. I mean, is it inconsistent?
I think so. Here he said if I had my choice, would have run every
Hang on,
single
hang
out. Sorry. Your Honor, I don't think he gave the answer he gave in his deposition testimony right now.
Ask another one before.
Okay. Sir, if you had your choice, would it have run every single hour?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. You wanted the story to be seen by as many viewers and readers as possible, didn't you?
As we all do with every story we do, yes.
It's fair to say, sir, that you wanted this to be a big story.
Yes.
People love hearing about a good scandal in the news, don't they?
Sure, some do.
And isn't it true that you were chasing scandal in this story, so it went big?
No, that's not true.
Jill Kornetsky initially pitched you this story. Is that fair?
Jill Kornetsky was the first person to bring Mr. Young to my attention. She didn't pitch me the story.
So, Corey, can we put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 78, Your Honor? It's in evidence. And let's go to page 4, bottom of page 4, top of page 5. This is your first message. This is the message from Ms. Kornetsky that brought the story to your attention, your words, right?
Yes.
And in it, she tells you about an American mercenary charging people $13,000 to $18,000 and just dumping them in Islamabad, right?
That's correct.
And your response to her message to you is, that sounds extremely interesting, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Corey. Sir, you thought it would be good journalism to expose the scams of evacuation from Afghanistan, correct?
We didn't do a story about scams from Afghanistan. The story that we did was about people who were being hunted by the Taliban, who were, in some cases, cowering in fear in their homes, the Taliban breaking through their doors. One man who we spoke with in the piece wasn't able to take his children to school because he had worked with the Americans and the Taliban was coming after him. And
We are on objection, narrative, responsive, not responsive.
Overruled. I'll let him finish. You can finish your answer.
all this to say that in the weeks following the collapse of the American-supported government, there was a lot of chaos, and there were a lot of stories that I was doing about evacuations from Afghanistan. This was the latest in a series. This was, I believe, the sixth in a series of stories that I did about people getting out of Afghanistan, people who had worked with American forces, American diplomats, American companies. And so the focus was very much on these Afghans who had connections to the U.S. I cover American foreign policy, who were desperately trying to save their lives and save their families' lives and try to get out of the country. That was the story that I was doing in this case.
Yeah, but it's not the question I asked, which was, you also thought it would be good journalism to expose the scams of evacuations from Afghanistan, correct?
If there were scams going on, which I never discovered, that could be a story that could be done at some point. That's not the story that we did. What we did was a story about the very high prices that these regular people who were being hunted, whose families were being hunted, what they were facing to get out of Afghanistan. That was the story that we were focusing on. That was the story that we wanted to highlight in this reporting.
So when you began the news gathering process, it's fair to say you desired on October 29th, you wanted to expose the scams of evacuations from Afghanistan. Is that fair?
I was allowing for the possibility, given the very high prices that I had seen in all the correspondence between Mr. Young and others and the many people I'd spoken to, these extraordinarily high prices, I was allowing for the possibility that some of these were scams. And that was something that I was going to explore as I spoke to people to figure out whether they were handing over money or being asked to pay money and not actually getting out of the country. That's not the story that we ended up doing. And this is often what happens in the reporting process is you start with an idea, something you think that might be happening, and then you don't find the evidence for that, and that's not the story that you end up doing, and that's not what we did. But early on in the reporting process, I was allowing for the possibility that that maybe there were scams out there. But at the end of the reporting, the pieces that you see at the end, the TV piece, the article, we don't talk about scams. We just talk about the very, very high prices that these people were facing to try to save their lives.
Sir, do you remember sitting for a deposition in this case?
I beg your pardon?
You remember sitting for a deposition in this case?
Yes, I do.
This time in January of 2024?
Again, I'll take your word for it.
At that deposition, you swore to tell the truth?
I did.
And, Your Honor, I'm going to page 57, lines 12 through 20.
through 20.
Yeah. It'll be the second volume.
Again, I don't think it's inconsistent with what you just testified.
To the extent you're overruling, I'll overrule the objection.
Sir, at that deposition, I asked you the following questions. You gave the following answer. Question. So when you began the news gathering process, it's fair to say you desired on 10/29 on
I
October
apologize, Mr. Friedman. I was looking at page 57. Which page are you referring to?
57. You might, when you go to the second deposition,
My apologies.
let me know when you get there.
I'm here.
All right. So I asked you this question. So when you began the news gathering process, it's fair to say you desired on October 29th of 2021, you wanted to expose the scams of evacuations from Afghanistan. Is that fair? Answer, I think it would be good journalism to expose that kind of thing. That was something that I was looking for. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Sir, you were trying to expose scammers and deceptions, were you not?
I was looking into the possibility that was happening. That was certainly something that I explored. In fact, I got a lot of documents from a source of mine that indicated that there were scams going on. And in fact, I spoke with my editors about doing a piece later on after we published this piece about actual scams, people who would hand over money and actually not get out of the country. But this was not something that we did in this story. But at the beginning of a process, when you pitch a story idea, you are basically putting out there what you think you might discover or what might actually end up being reported on. And that wasn't what we did. And this is a very common thing where you start with an idea, and then as you do your research and as you talk to people, you realize what you can and cannot report. And at the end of the day, we didn't do a story about scams.
So at that point in time, you were trying to expose the scammers, right?
At that point in time, that was one thing that I planned on looking into, yes.
And you were certainly looking to expose and highlight scams. Is that fair?
If you look at the original pitch to my editors, I very clearly talk about the very high prices that these desperate Afghans were facing to get out of the country. That was always the main thrust, the main thing that I was going to be looking into in this story was how people who certainly cannot afford $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 were being asked to either pay that money or come up with that money themselves somehow. That was always the main story from October 29th when I pitched it through till November 11th when it was actually published.
So it's unclear to me if we agree that you were looking for scams and deception.
I was looking for the possibility that was out there, but we didn't end up using that in the piece. And that's very common. It's a general evolution of how pieces come together. You start with an idea. Maybe it ends up differently than how you started. It was something I was looking into.
So you're looking for scams and deception?
Among other things. But again, the main gist of the story was always going to be these regular people who were desperately trying to get out, and what they were being told by people like Mr. Young that it would cost them to get out of the country.
The gist of the story was bad actors preying on desperate Afghans, right?
No, the gist of the story was the very, very high prices that these people were facing to get out of the country. I didn't know whether people like Mr. Young could actually deliver on their promises. We quote an activist, an expert in the story, who says that there are no guarantees. This is something we made clear. It's obviously a very, very dangerous place that was a war zone for 20 years. There were Taliban checkpoints all over the place, people being pulled from those checkpoints, arrested, possibly executed. This was a very, very dangerous time and area, and so what we were doing was speaking with people who were trying to get out of those situations, and we asked Mr. Young repeatedly whether there were examples that he could point us to of people who he had gotten out of the country, and that's why I reached out to Bloomberg, to your earlier point.
We'll get to who you reached out for Bloomberg in a minute, Mr. Markart, but I want to stay for the moment on what you were looking for, okay?
Okay.
So we've agreed on scams and deceptions. I'd like to see what else, okay?
Sure.
A few days later, you reached back out to Jill Kornetsky. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did have an ongoing conversation with her.
Corey, can we put up Exhibit 78 at page 7, please? And now you tell Ms. Kornetsky that you'd spoken with a number of people who confirm this exploitation market is growing. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
So we've got scams, deception, and exploitation, right?
Where are you getting deception?
Oh, you just a moment ago agreed that you were looking for scams and deception, and now you're looking at exploitation, right?
I was looking into all these different things, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Corey. You can take that down. And then you had a discussion with Ms. Kornetsky about this alleged black market in Afghanistan, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got exploitation, scams, deception, and black markets, right?
Sorry, where are you getting black market?
You just said that you had a call with Ms. Kornetsky about black markets, right?
I don't believe we talked about black markets with Ms. Kornetsky.
Maybe I could refresh your recollection then. Do you have your deposition in front of you?
I do.
Why don't you go to page 3? Do you think it would help refresh your recollection if you looked at your sworn testimony?
Probably.
So why don't you turn to page 351, lines 6 through 18. Let me know if that helps.
This is the first one.
Volume 1.
What's the line?
Lines 6 through 18. Thank you.
Okay.
Refresh. Yeah. Recollection refreshed? You talked to her about a black market, right?
Yes, I see that. Yeah.
Okay. So scams, deception, black market, and exploitation, right?
These are all themes. These are all things that I was looking into. Yeah.
Corey, could you put up Exhibit 81? Let's go to page 1. Now, around that same time, you sent a formal and an informal pitch to your bosses at CNN, right?
Yes.
And this is one of those emails, and you entitled it Afghanistan Evacuation Price Gouging, right?
Yes.
And you asked your folks, is anybody digging into this thing? It seems worth chasing, right?
Yes.
So price gouging can be a crime, Mr. Markart, can it
not? In this country, it can, yes.
So we've got exploitation, scams, deception, black market, and price gouging, right?
These were all things that I was allowing could happen and was looking into.
Corey, can you put up Exhibit 88? And 2 days later, you submit a formal pitch to the bosses at CNN. This is October 28th. And now you entitle it Extortion of Desperate Afghans, right?
Correct.
Extortion can be a crime also, Mr. Markart, can it not?
I'll take your word for it as a lawyer.
Oh, don't take my word for it. I'm going to your deposition. Do you recall sitting for deposition in this case?
I do.
And at that deposition, did you swear to tell the truth?
I do.
And I'm going to volume 2, page 136, lines 3 through 4.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, it's volume 2,
Yes.
page 136, lines 3 through 4. Let me know when you're there.
Volume 2, page 36, lines 3 through 4.
136.
136. Apologies.
Your Honor, may I proceed? At that deposition, I asked you the following.
You there? I'm on the page, yes, sir.
At that deposition, I asked you the following questions. You gave the following answers. Question, is extortion a crime? Answer, it can be. Let's take your word for it, Mr. Marquardt, okay?
I see that.
So exploitation, scams, deceptions, black market, price gouging, and now extortion, Mr. Marquardt, correct? Sir?
Could I have one moment?
Oh, sure.
These were all things, as you can see in the earlier testimony, that I stand by, that we were allowing for the possibility of. At the beginning of a reporting process, you're looking into all kinds of things.
No question pending, sir.
I beg your pardon?
There's no question pending, sir.
Okay.
Now, at the end of that pitch,
Yes.
you say that you're going to be looking to examine to what extent this is extortion versus fraud. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Fraud is a crime, sir, is it not?
Yes, it is.
So you're looking for exploitation, scams, deception, black market, price gouging, extortion, and fraud. Got that right?
What you're describing, sir, is
I get that right?
reporting. That's correct, yes.
Is that scandalous enough for you, Mr. Marquardt?
These are things that I was possibly looking into, and was allowing could happen. When at the beginning of a reporting process, at the beginning of my research, I don't know what is actually happening. All I know at this time, having spoken to Ms. Kornetsky and other people, is that there were regular people who were desperate to get out of the country, who were facing extraordinary amounts of money. So I didn't know extraordinary costs to get out of the country. I didn't know whether that was a scam. I didn't know whether these people were being deceived. I didn't know whether there was fraud or extortion. I was allowing for all of these things. And at the end of the day, we didn't do a piece on television. We didn't write an article that said anything about anything illegal. Nowhere in any of the reporting did it talk about Mr. Young profiting off of these desperate Afghans, though we now know he did. So the reporting process is a process, and it started on October 29th, essentially. It started before that with my conversations. The formal pitch goes in October 29th. About 2 weeks later, after I've put together everything that I've gathered, the article, the TV piece were put together, and nowhere in there did we talk about Mr. Young doing anything illegal. Nowhere in there did we talk about him illegally profiting. We didn't talk about a scam. We didn't talk about a fraud. We didn't talk about extortion. These were all things that I was looking into. I didn't find them, and then I didn't report them. I reported the facts. I reported what I found. Everything in there was factual, accurate, and I believe fair.
You understand this jury is being asked to determine what your reporting said, right, Mr. Marquardt?
I do.
Sir, every good scandal needs a bad guy, does it not?
I don't work in scandals, sir. I don't understand the question.
Take my word for that one?
Sure.
Okay. You knew early on that part of the story was going to be to try to expose the activities of Mr. Young, did you not?
The story was always about regular Afghans trying to get out of the country who couldn't because they couldn't find ways, because the Taliban was coming after them, because they couldn't afford these prices that Mr. Young and others were demanding of them. That was always what the story was from the very beginning. In fact, the message that you just showed from Ms. Kornetsky, even though she was the one who revealed to me what Mr. Young was doing, you can see in my response to her that I talk about the market. And that was always the story. If there's one consistent through line from the very beginning to the very end, it was not all those words that you've been mentioning, but it was this market and the fact that we were always talking about what the regular people were facing and their desperation.
I'm going to try to get this right. Is it a true statement that you knew early on that part of it was going to be to try to expose the activities of Mr. Young?
Early on, I thought there was a good chance that Mr. Young would be part of this story.
So yes.
And highlighting what he was doing. Part of it. I got into this story because I was made aware of what Mr. Young was doing, so I thought there was a good possibility that he would be part of the story.
So you began asking people about him, did you not?
I did.
Corey, can you go up to Exhibit 63, which is in evidence, please? Now, this is a conversation between yourself and a contact named Sahar. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And on October 26 at 14:21, you reach out and say, have you heard the name Zachary Young, right?
Yes.
Now, a moment ago, you told me the reporting started on October 29th. This is 26, right?
Well, it was October 17th when Joe Kornetsky talked about Mr. Young for the first time. So I did some preliminary reporting, and then when I got to what I thought was enough to make the pitch to my bosses, when I collected enough information to make that very early pitch, that's when the pitch went in. I think it was a day or two later, we have to check when it was actually officially greenlit, and then
November
finish the
1st.
process over the next 11 or so days, let's say.
So you asked Sahar, have you heard of Zachary Young, right?
Yes,
And he says no.
correct.
Strike one, right?
No, what do you mean?
Oh, you were searching for information on Zachary Young, right?
Yes.
And Sahar told you he had no information on Zachary Young, right?
This person did not, that's correct.
So strike one. You missed him.
I wasn't going after him. I never was going after him. And I don't know if in the reporting process, this was the first person I reached out to. This person, among many others, had not had contact with Mr. Young. And that's okay, because the story was about the market that we were doing, about what these people were facing. It was not about Mr. Young.
The next day, sir, you started a conversation with Mr. Callahan. Do you recall that? A Slack conversation.
Yes,
And he is your manager, right?
he is, yes.
Corey, can you put up Exhibit 82? In this Slack conversation with Mr. Callahan on October 27th, you tell him that you are continuing to dig on the pitch I sent last night, right?
Yes,
And he responds to you, it's a good one, right?
yes,
And then later that evening, he instructs you, can you find more info on this young guy first? Do you see that?
yes,
So you continue to try to find information on Young per the instruction of your manager, right?
I was always going to be digging into what Mr. Young was doing, and Mr. Callahan was suggesting I do that, yeah.
Thank you, Corey. You eventually contacted somebody called Hazami Barmada. Do you recall that name?
I do, yeah.
And she's an outspoken activist, fair?
She's someone who was working on Afghan evacuations at the time. I would call her an expert activist type, yes.
And you had a conversation with her about evacuations from Afghanistan, correct?
I did, yeah.
You asked her about Mr. Young, correct?
I don't recall if I asked her directly about Mr. Young. I may have, but I was asking her generally about what was going on, since I knew she knew the story very well, and she confirmed what I had been understanding, that this market of essentially people taking advantage of these desperate Afghans was indeed growing. That was one of the first things she confirmed.
And you recorded that call with her, did you not?
I did.
I'm going to play some of the audio from that recording, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Very good.
That audio file is already in evidence, Mr. Marquardt, as Exhibit 272. So, Corey, I'm going to ask you to play from 8:34 to 9:35.
So who are the biggest offenders of this exploitation?
You're trying to get me in trouble. Alex.
You can honest, and you can answer off the record, because I'm just trying to come up with examples, of course.
I haven't been as involved. I have heard of Raven numerous times, and I say this off the record. I've heard of Raven come up numerous times by folks that have reached out to me to ask me about them, and they, from what I have heard, it's around the $20,000 price point.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And have you heard of this guy, Zachary Young?
Raven was also involved in Operation Flyaway, where there was no guarantee that they could actually get their flights out, yet they were charging folks to get them out indirectly.
Right. Have you heard of this guy, Zachary Young?
I have not heard of Zachary Young directly. I've also tried to not be as involved. I know that, like, for example, Dunkirk and several of these other operations were also doing kind of a pay-to-play model,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't, I have not been following that as closely, to be very frank with you.
She had never heard of Zachary Young, correct?
She had not.
But she had told you about Raven
Yes.
and Dunkirk.
Yes, she mentioned Dunkirk, yeah.
Strike two, sir, right?
That's not how I was looking at it at all. I wouldn't agree with that characterization.
So Jill Kornecki connects you with some other folks to talk to, doesn't she?
Yes, she did.
And one of them ended up being evacuated by an NGO. I think his name is Mustafa Kuzemi. Do you recall that?
That rings a bell.
And you reached out to Mustafa, right?
I did.
Corey, can you put Exhibit 85 on the screen, please? Now, your conversation with Mustafa, it starts on October 28th at 21:12.
Yes.
And then just 9 minutes into the conversation, you follow up on Mr. Callahan's instructions and ask this Afghan if he'd heard of Zachary Young, right?
I wouldn't say I was following up on Mr. Callahan's instructions. I had already been told about what Mr. Young was doing. I was looking into his activities, and I think you can see at exactly the moment that you were that you mentioned at 21:12, I say the reason I reached out was because I'm doing stories on how people are getting out of Afghanistan, and in many of these conversations that hopefully you'll highlight today, you will see that from the get-go, I was asking about the market and about what people were facing. And Mr. Young was very much a player in this. And the reason that I knew that he was involved in this was not only because of what I had been told, but a colleague of mine had completely separately arrived at hearing about him as well. And so we knew that he was involved. But if you zoom out and you look at the beginnings of these conversations, you can see that very much the story that I was doing is on how people are getting out of Afghanistan.
Have you heard of Zachary Young, right?
Yes.
Answer, no, I have not.
Yes.
Strike three.
Again, that's not how I see it.
Ms. Kornecki introduced you to other contacts too, did she not?
She did.
Corey, I need a limited production of this one that's not in evidence. So let's display Exhibit 83 to just the witness and counsel, please. Sir, we are looking at a LinkedIn message between yourself, Ms. Kornecki, and a contact. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it relates to Mr. Young?
Yes, Jill says so in the introduction.
Honor, plaintiffs offer Exhibit 83 in evidence.
No objection.
I say 3 is admitted.
Mr. Hagan, can we now publish the jury? So here we have Ms. Kornecki. Alex is the journalist I told you about. He is interested in talking to you about your conversation with Zachary Young, correct?
Yes.
Not the broader market, right?
No, not the broader market.
You say, thanks, Jill, and then that's the contact's name. It's been redacted to protect your privacy. Please let us know if there's a number I can reach you on, correct?
Correct.
She says, or he says, sure, provides you a number, says my WhatsApp number, right?
That's right.
Corey, can you put up Exhibit 86, which is the WhatsApp conversation? You reach out to her.
86, huh?
Is in, Your Honor, yes. Apologies. You reach out to her the next morning, October 29th, and she sends you a screenshot of a private message she had with Mr. Young. Corey, can we bring up page 2? There we go, side by side. So this is the second page of that exhibit, and she sends you this, right?
Yes.
And you see that Mr. Young says hi, and then the source's name is redacted and her message is redacted, right?
Yes, this source redacted themselves.
So we don't know what is under the introductory message, do we not? You've never seen under that blue redaction, right?
I have not, no.
Meaning you received it this way, right?
Correct.
You have no idea what she said to him, correct?
Well, I can see the bottom part is what she said to him.
I understand, sir. I'm focusing on the 4:08 a.m. message. You have no idea what it says there, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Young responds, nice to meet you, right?
Yes, he does.
And then the redacted contact says, well, I saw your recent post on your page about evacuation. Nice to talk to you. It's possible to help. My apologies for being so fast and direct. And Mr. Young's first response to her is, do you have a sponsor able to provide funding? Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Can we scroll down to the next page, Corey? These screenshots came from this contact as well, right?
I believe so, yes.
And she indicates in that second message, it's a little unclear, but essentially no, right? No specific address to provide fund, all right?
Can you just give me a moment to read this?
Absolutely.
Yes, I believe she's saying with address that she does not have a sponsor.
And so Mr. Young tells her, listen, we can help, but I think it's supposed to be but, there are costs associated. I'm sorry for that. What we do is very difficult. And then the contact responds a couple of times, but there's no response from Mr. Young. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's consistent with what we saw between Mr. Young and others, that as soon as he found out that these people wouldn't be able to come up with the money, he simply stopped responding to them. He just dropped the conversation when he realized that he wouldn't be doing business with them.
Because he was doing corporate evacuations?
No, he was reaching out to regular Afghans. He was advertising his services on LinkedIn to a very, very broad community that was well beyond just corporate sponsors. In fact, most of the conversations, all of the conversations that I saw between Mr. Young and others, none of them mentioned corporate sponsors.
That's because you never reached out to Audible, sir, did you?
I didn't. I reached out to Bloomberg.
You didn't reach out to Audible, sir, did you?
I didn't reach out to Audible. It didn't make sense to me why Audible was operating in Afghanistan. Audible, as far as I know, is, that's where I listen to books on tape. Bloomberg is a company that works in media and politics, and I thought that I might be able to learn something from them. But I would just state again that the story was about regular Afghans, some of whom had dealings with Mr. Young, some of whom didn't. The people who we spoke to in the story.
Your Honor, I'm going to re-raise my objection of a narrative and non-responsive answer. I'd like to get us out of here.
I think the original question was you didn't reach out to Audible. I not sustain the objection, so try to respond to the question, especially if it's a specific directed question, not asking for a narrative.
Yes, Your Honor. I did not reach out to Audible.
Or can you take down the pictures that this contact sent, and let's focus on the left side. So you reviewed these pictures, and she then said, you then say to her, what was his response after that, right? You keep going. Correct?
Yes.
And she responds to you, he did not reply more, right?
Correct.
So you learned from this interaction that Mr. Young stopped answering after she said she didn't have a sponsor, correct?
To her and to several others, he would simply end the conversation. He wouldn't try any further to help these people try to get out. It became clear in how terse he was in these conversations that he was ready to drop them as soon as he realized that he couldn't do business with them.
Strike forward.
Again, I disagree with the characterization of strikes. That's not how I was thinking about it. This was part of ongoing research. I was learning more about the market in general. I was learning more about these people and their plights and their suffering, their desperation. I was learning more about Mr. Young in the process. I was not looking at it as balls and strikes.
Thank you, Corey. You also looked at responses to Mr. Young's public posts, did you not?
I did.
Corey, can you put up Exhibit 90, which is in evidence? And here you are reaching out to a contact, and you say, I see that you tried to contact Zachary Young about evacuating from Afghanistan. Did he respond to you? I hear he's charging a lot of money. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
But the source responds to you, this contact responds to you, he says, no, at the top. No, unfortunately, he didn't answer my message. You see that?
Yes.
And you say, even though he said right on the top that Young didn't answer my message, you keep pushing. I am trying to find out what Zachary Young told you. Do you see that?
Yes, I'm not sure why I said that, because he said that he didn't answer my message, so that doesn't really make sense to me.
I think we're all wondering that, Mr. Marquardt. So if you go to page 3, Corey. So he responds. He says, he, meaning Zachary Young, didn't want to answer me. I can't message to him, didn't add me. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you respond at 10:37, it seems very corrupt. Do you see that?
I do.
You take that down, Corey?
But the previous line, you can see, do you know anyone who has paid a lot to get out? You can see that the question was about the general market. And this was early enough on in the reporting process when I'm doing the research that I'm allowing for the possibility that this was indeed a scam and this was corruption. At the end of the day, that's not what we found. We didn't accuse Mr. Young of corruption or of scamming. And I think that really does highlight quite well that I was looking at the broader subject and not just about Mr. Young.
You were still chasing that scandal.
I was not.
Well, then you take the conversation with the source to WhatsApp. I will represent to you your counsel stipulated during the course of discovery it's the same person. Mr. Axelrod, if you'd like to check me on that, you can look at volume 2.
Objection. If this isn't evidence, we can just move on.
Okay, great. Corey, can you put up Exhibit 92? It is,
No
right?
idea what Mr. Rubin's talking about.
All right, well, if you want to have a sidebar, you can call for it. I'm not going to.
I guess, were you saying that
Miss
let's say chap is the same person who was on those last?
Correct, and Ms. Schulman stipulated it during the course of discovery to make things easier. I was just trying to help the witness out, Your Honor, that's it. It's in the deposition transcript.
Your Honor, as part of the pretrial process, we could have agreed to stipulations.
Okay.
I don't know what Mr. Friedman is doing right now, but I don't think it's that important. I think we can just move on.
All right, why don't you ask Ms. Marquardt a question
Okay.
pertaining to this chat?
Margaret, do you recognize this WhatsApp as the continuation of the LinkedIn conversation we were just seeing?
I'll take your word for it. It's hard for me to tell with the name blocked out.
Okay, so Your Honor, this is what I was trying to avoid, and so I can, Your Honor, in Volume 2, page 51, lines 9 through 14, during the course of Mr. Marquardt's deposition, to avoid this issue.
Objection.
Hang on.
I'm not going to describe it.
Page 52.
Yeah,
In volume 1 or 2.
Volume 2, sir. What was it, 51? 51, sorry. Volume 2, page 51, lines 9 through 14. Corey, for the court, can you put up the dates of the previous exhibit? From side by side.
Do you want to
We can continue.
agree of what's on the record in the depot? And
It's fine. It's not that important. We can move forward.
No, I find it important. I'd like the stipulation either through your order or...
can I read what was stipulated here?
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right. Just for the jury's benefit, the individual that's in PX 90, starting at page CNN 000773, whose name is redacted, it was stipulated that that is the same source as the individual in PX 092, which is bait stamp CNN 000776. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Can you take the LinkedIn conversation? Let's go back to WhatsApp. So, sir, this is the same person. You saw?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you follow up, let's see, page 1 at 10:43 a.m. And you say, he says to you, or this contact says to you, if you can please help me to evacuate from Afghanistan, help. You see that?
Yes.
And you respond, there is nothing I can do myself except to tell your story and show the world how important it is. Do you see that?
Yes, and this is something that continues to this day. People in Afghanistan reaching out to me, asking if I can get them out of the country. You know, they look at me as a...
Your Honor, objection, non-response, narrative response. I said, do you see
I'll overrule the objection. You can finish your answer.
Thank you, sir. This really speaks to a lot of the conversations that I had back then and continue to have to this day. To this day, there are people in Afghanistan reaching out to me, begging me to help them get out of the country. And you can see this person describing this as Afghanistan hell because they are being hunted, and there's nothing that I can do personally as a journalist except tell their story. And that's what we were setting out to do from the very beginning, was to tell the stories like that of this gentleman and to highlight their plight. I do see this.
So you were still chasing that worldwide story, sir?
I was reporting on the story, yes.
Now, this gentleman has twice told you he didn't talk to Mr. Young, but you ask again, sir. Can we go to 11:15 a.m., Corey? You say you only spoke with Zachary Young. You said he didn't answer you. And he responds, yes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Take that. Oh, no. Let's go to, so you confirmed it again. Let's go to 11:19, please. Now, you say, there's evidence I can see of this. Is there evidence I can see of this big business? I'm gathering evidence of this business, of these scams. I want to expose them. Do you see that?
I do.
So still looking for scams to expose on international TV, correct?
You can see very clearly here that what I'm reporting on is the big business. And this was indeed a big business. And people were charging incredible amounts of money that these people could not afford. And I was allowing for the possibility that there were scams involved in that. And I still think that there were scams that took place, but that's not what we reported on. We just talked about the high prices that these people were facing.
So you got to these questions after you 3 times asked him about Zachary Young, correct?
I'll take your word for it.
All right. Can you take that down, please, Corey? So he had no information on Mr. Young, correct?
He confirmed that there was a big business, and that was very important to my reporting process, to my understanding of what was going on. Even if people didn't have contact with Mr. Young, I knew that the story was not about Mr. Young. It was about, as this person called it, the big business. So this was yet another conversation that helped in my reporting, that even if he hadn't had contact with Mr. Young, he confirmed that there was a market and that there was business going on here.
No information on Mr. Young, correct?
Not specifically, no, just on a market that he was participating in.
Strike 5.
Not how I was looking at it, sir.
You reached out to more people about Mr. Young, did you not?
I did, quite a few.
Corey, can you put up Exhibit 91? Here's another LinkedIn message. Here you say, I see you tried to contact Zachary Young about evacuating from Afghanistan. Did he respond to you? I hear he's charging a lot of money. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Now, Corey, you then give him your WhatsApp number, and you say, he says to you, at 2:11 p.m., I have messaged you in WhatsApp, right?
Yes.
Corey, leave that on the left side, please, and can you bring up Exhibit 96, which is also an evidence on the right side. Now, I don't have the names because they're all been redacted, sir, but if you take a look, the very first message from him, good day, sir, is exactly 1 minute after the LinkedIn conversation. It's 14:12, which is 2:12. So he tells you, I've messaged you in WhatsApp on 2:11, and at 2:12 you receive this message. So I'm assuming it's the same person. Can you confirm that for me?
Yes.
Great. Corey, can you put it down on the left side? Let's focus on the WhatsApp. He says at 2:15, Corey, let's jump to 2:15. He says, yes, I contacted Mr. Zachary Young. He didn't respond to my messages, correct?
Yes.
So strike 6.
No. I was not looking at it as balls and strikes.
You swung and missed 6 times.
That's not correct. And you can see in the continuation of that conversation, there are people outside asking for money, and they will make the paperwork. There are people outside asking for money, and that's the story that I was working on. And I ended up using this gentleman in the story, despite the fact that he hadn't had contact with Mr. Young. The reason I found him was because he had reached out to Mr. Young. But this really does speak to the fact that this was a much broader story about the people asking for money from this father who had 2 children and who was, because he was working with Americans, was being hunted by the Taliban. That was the story that I was working on.
Corey, can you highlight people outside asking for money that will make like paperwork, like recommendation letters and HR records? Sir.
Yes.
Your story did not include reporting on people making fake paperwork and HR letters, did it?
No, I thought about doing a story later on. I saw from sources what looked like fake paperwork and that kind of thing, but this story was not about scams. It was just about the very high prices that people were facing to get out of the country.
Your story did include Zachary Young, did it not?
It did.
Corey, can you put up Exhibit 89? Sir, you reached out to more people about Zachary Young, did you not?
I did.
So here, you write to another contact who commented on one of Mr. Young's posts.
and you say, I am working on a story. I saw your comment on Zachary Young's thread about it costing $14,500. I would be eager to discuss. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then at 10:25, you follow up, you say, I am eager to find out what Young told you. Do you see that?
Yes.
So eager you said it twice.
I said it twice.
And the source responds to you at 10:29. He says, yeah, I reached out to him. That's exactly what Zachary told me. I reached out to him and told him that I am an Afghan, worked with U.S. forces. He told me I should have someone to sponsor me. I told him I don't have that kind of person. Can't I pay the fee of evacuation? He told me the fee per person is $14,500. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And then you respond. And when you said you couldn't pay, what did he say? And the source told you that Zach said nothing, right?
That's correct. This is part of a pattern of Mr. Young. When he realized that the people couldn't pay, he simply dropped them. And this speaks to the fact that even though he claims that everyone had to have a sponsor, he knew that people couldn't pay that. And when this person said, can't I pay it myself, he didn't respond because he likely knew that that person could not pay it themselves.
Hold that thought. We're going to keep going, okay, Mr. Marker?
Sounds good.
At the bottom of page 7, the contact tells you, and now that I checked my conversation with Young, it seems like he blocked me. I can't send him any messages. You see that?
I do, yes.
You asked for screenshots of his conversation with Zachary Young. Did you not?
Yes, I was gathering all kinds of information. I thought it would be valuable. It could be valuable for the report.
And then at 11:42, Corey, he says, sir, I've sent you the pics, right?
Yes.
So let's look at the screenshots he emailed you. Corey, can you put on the side Exhibit 94, page 2? It's an evidence room. So this is the email from him. Now, sir, this jury has already seen this correspondence, so I'm not going to go through the long opening message. We've seen it in Mr. Young's testimony, but there's a long opening message from the Afghan, right?
Very long. It's truly heartbreaking to read it. I mean, this really speaks to what these people were going through. He talks about the Taliban coming to his door to try to find him and his father, because of what he was doing. So this speaks exactly to the kind of people that I wanted to highlight in my reporting, how desperate they were to get out of the country. And he says very clearly in the beginning of the message, my family and I are in great
Objection,
danger.
non-responsive, narrative response. Let's go to page 2, please. So after the long message from the Afghan, Mr. Young says, do you have a sponsor able to pay for evacuation costs, correct?
Yeah, nothing about, I'm so sorry for your situation.
Correct,
His
sir.
immediate response was, do you have a sponsor? Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Afghan replies, not really, but can't I pay them myself, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Young replies, $14,500 per person, and on the bottom of the screen, what he's telling you, LinkedIn member unable to receive messages, he blocks them, correct?
I don't know when he blocked them, but he's saying $14,500 per person. He doesn't, his answer to that question is not, no, you cannot pay it yourself. You must have a sponsor. He is entertaining the possibility that this person might have the money and therefore could pay himself. And I think this is a good example of Mr. Young entertaining the possibility of taking money from people who in fact did not have sponsors. And then when he realized that the person likely did not have a sponsor or that money, he blocked them. And this is a continuation of a pattern that we saw that once Mr. Young realized that people were not really of use to him, he would cut off communication.
Kind of like when you find out that they have no information on Young, you drop them too, right?
No, that's not true. I used what they told me to inform the rest of my reporting. It confirmed that this market was going on.
Sir, you do not know when that block was enacted, right?
No, I don't. But I do know.
think the Afghan
I
might
can
have
see
told
here
you.
that the conversation ended.
Let's keep going, sir, and maybe we'll find out. Let's go back to the LinkedIn conversation on the left side. You keep pushing, sir. You say, after he gave you the price, that was the end? You see that?
I do.
And the source responds to you at 11:46. Yes. He did not say anything. And after he told me about the price, I was no longer able to message him. You can see it in the end of the picture. You see that?
Yes, it looks like the conversation.
So, sir, the Afghan told you that the block occurred right after he was told about the price, correct?
Okay, I take your word for it, yeah, and his.
Take it down, sir. Thank you. So this source's interaction with Zach, with Mr. Young, is being asked if he had a sponsor. The source saying no, but asking if he can pay for himself. Zach telling him a price he could never afford to pay. You agree with that, right?
I do, and by Mr. Young's own admission, these people couldn't afford that.
And then being blocked, right?
Right.
Strike 7.
Again, that's not how I was looking at it. And what we would later hear from Mr. Young was that his efforts were to align corporate sponsors with people, align sponsors, essentially find the sponsors for these people. But what we're learning here, and what is very clear, is that Mr. Young was putting the pressure on those people who, keep in mind, were running for their lives, who were being hunted by the Taliban, who were being targeted by the Taliban. He was telling them, you need to go out and find that money in order for me to help you. He was not finding the sponsors for those people.
He was just working for corporations.
That's not true. You can see right there he was engaging with a regular person.
7 people contacted we just looked at, correct?
I'll take your word for it.
I said strike 7. Did I miscount?
I don't look at it as balls and strikes.
Regardless, it was 7 people, correct?
I will take your word for it. I wasn't counting.
5 had no interaction from Zach.
I'll take your word for it.
2 had been told they needed sponsors and then were blocked or ignored, correct?
Yes.
No evidence of Zach engaging in a scam, correct?
No evidence he engaged in a scam, and that's not at all what we reported in the end. We just reported that he was charging high prices.
No evidence of Mr. Young engaging in deception, correct?
No.
No evidence of him engaging in fraud, correct?
No.
But you kept watching him anyway, isn't that true?
I kept doing my research, and none of those words that you used were ever anywhere in the reporting that we did. These were things that I was considering, and when I found that he was not doing them, I did not say that he did them.
You kept watching him anyway, sir, correct?
What do you mean by watching, sir?
Okay, you tell us. Corey, can you put Exhibit 102 on the screen? This is an evidence, Judge. Let's go to page 1. This is an email from you, Mr. Marquardt, on November 1st to Mr. Phillips, Mr. Callahan, Katie Bo-Lillis, and your opening sentence, I think this is the same guy I've been watching, Zachary Young. Do you see that?
Yes. What I mean here is that I'm looking into, that I'm researching.
And, sir, you looked at Zachary Young's LinkedIn profile 1,000,000 times, did you not?
I wasn't able to. He never accepted my request.
Corey, can you put up Exhibit 112 on, 112 on the screen? It's an evidence, Judge. Let's go to page 3. These are text messages between yourself and Katie Bo-Lillis. She says, or he has premium. This is LinkedIn premium, right?
Yeah.
And you can see who is looking at his profile. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you respond, right, probably that. I've looked 1,000,000 times. Do you see that, sir?
I've looked for him 1,000,000 times. I don't recall ever seeing his actual profile.
I see. So you were trying to figure out how it just fortuitously happened that Mr. Young connected with Katie Bo-Lillis on LinkedIn. Isn't that right?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Yeah, you were here discussing with Katie Bo-Lillis, who was Williams at the time. She's since married, correct?
Correct.
And so you were talking with Katie Bo-Lillis, and you were trying to figure out how it was that Mr. Young reached out to Katie Bo-Lillis for a connection. And she says he has premium and is maybe looking at to see who is looking at his profile.
I'm not sure if that's what we were discussing there.
All right. So by this point, Corey, think you can take that down. You had zeroed in on Zachary Young. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Young was the way that I learned about the story. Mr. Young, I learned quite early on, and thanks to Ms. Lillis, I confirmed was very much a part of this market that we were looking into. And so I think everything that you've been showing for the past few minutes is just evidence of all the research that I was doing into this market and into Mr. Young's role in this market. And I think it demonstrates how thorough we were being in trying to understand everything that was going on.
You had zeroed in on Mr. Young, correct?
Mr. Young, we certainly thought was going to be part of this story, but we were allowing for the possibility that he wouldn't be. But I only learned about this market and what was going on because I had learned about Mr. Young. So I was doing some research, quite a bit of research about Mr. Young.
Corey, can we get a limited production? This is not yet an evidence of Exhibit 99. And so this is a conversation between you and another contact, correct?
Yes.
And it relates to the Afghanistan story and Mr. Young, correct?
I don't see Mr. Young referenced in here. At the very top, you can see that I'm talking about the exploitation of people getting out of Afghanistan. This was a conversation about that story.
Your Honor, plaintiffs offer Exhibit 99 to evidence.
No objection.
Plaintiffs, 99,
Yes, sir.
will be admitted.
Mr. Hagan, can we publish that to the jury now, please? Corey, can you take us to page 3? And I'm looking at 15:30 and 55 seconds. Sir, a message from you. Well, there's always room for more good material. We have zeroed in on an American offering outrageous prices. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
You had zeroed in on this American, had you not?
Yeah, we had learned about him, and we were focused on him.
Are you unwilling to own your own words, Mr. Marquardt? You had zeroed in on an American offering outrageous prices, correct?
I think it's been very clear from everything you've shown that Mr. Young was certainly a person of great interest to me, and I was trying to figure this out. And this is, mind you, 9 days before the eventual publication of the piece. And so that far out, we don't know what the piece is actually going to look like. Is it going to be a profile of Mr. Young? Is it going to be entirely about him? Is it going to be about the broader subject? But you know from the very beginning of my process that I was looking at the entire process, the entire market of which Mr. Young was a part, and I had identified him as a player in that market, and I was focusing on him.
In that speech, you not once admitted to using the words zeroed in on an American. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Friedman, I do admit that I use those words.
Thank you, sir. Corey, can you please take that down? Can we agree, sir, that you investigated Zachary Young?
I certainly did, yes.
And despite that investigation, you found no evidence that he had committed a crime, correct?
That's correct. We never, ever reported him doing anything illegal.
And in fact, the court has found, as an established fact, that Zachary Young did not commit a crime or do anything illegal, correct?
We agree on that. He did not do anything illegal as far as we know.
During all of your research and reporting on this case, you never came across a single Afghan that Mr. Young took money from. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. We asked Mr. Young if he would provide that, and he did not. But we only found people who had been in contact with him, but not who had paid him because they likely couldn't afford it.
To be clear, there was no evidence that Mr. Young ever accepted money from an Afghan, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, the court has found as an established fact that Mr. Young did not take any money from an Afghan, correct?
Well, by his own admission, they couldn't afford it.
Correct, sir. The court has found as an established fact that Mr. Young did not take any money from an Afghan?
As far as I know, and we never reported that he took money from an Afghan.
And, sir, you have no evidence that Mr. Young took advantage of an Afghan, correct?
I believe he was taking advantage of the general situation and doing business because of the desperation of those Afghans.
You have no evidence that Mr. Young took advantage of an Afghan, correct?
I have no evidence that he took money from an Afghan, and we did not report that. We just said that he was presenting these prices and asking for that amount of money.
Not took money, sir. You have no evidence that Mr. Young took advantage of an Afghan, correct?
I have no evidence that he took money from an Afghan.
Sir, do you recall sitting for a deposition in this case?
I do.
And at that deposition, you swore to tell the truth.
I did.
Please open your deposition, volume 2, to page 139, lines 3 through 6.
Which volume, sir?
Volume 2.
What's the page?
Page 139. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Be there.
Yeah, yes, sir.
What was the line?
Lines 3 through 6.
Correct. Sorry, yes, I see that.
Yep. You may.
Sir, at that deposition, I asked you the following questions. You gave me the following answers. Question, meaning you have no evidence that Mr. Young took advantage of an Afghan. Answer, no. And I never reported that he did.
That's exactly what I will say today. I don't have evidence that he took advantage of an Afghan.
So that is not what you said today. Maybe you want to say it now, and let me ask you again. You have no evidence that Mr. Young took advantage of an Afghan, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. You also do not have any evidence that Mr. Young actually exploited an Afghan, correct?
He was exploiting the situation, but not, I don't have evidence that he exploited an Afghan in particular.
To the contrary, sir, you knew that Zach's MO, Mr. Young's MO, was primarily that if you have a sponsor, good, and if you don't have a sponsor, I'm not engaging further, correct?
I knew that he was putting the responsibility on the Afghans to come up with the money however they could, whether it was with a sponsor, and most of the time he asked for a sponsor, and that's what we included in our piece. The quote that we have from Mr. Young in the piece is, "You must have a sponsor." But as we've just seen, he was allowing for the possibility that if someone did not have a sponsor, that they could pay themselves.
Sir, you sat for a deposition in this case?
I did.
And one of them was in January, volume 2 in your book, correct?
Yes.
At that deposition, you swore to tell the truth, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to page 209 of volume 2, lines 7 through 11. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
That was the testimony you just gave.
I don't know what his answer was exactly. Why don't you re-ask the question before using the depot?
So you knew that Mr. Young's MO was if you have a sponsor, good. If you don't have a sponsor, I'm dropping you, correct?
Primarily, that's how he was operating in general. There were exceptions.
Would you agree with me that if someone is not asking Afghans to pay, they're not exploiting them?
I think I would disagree with that.
Sir, do you recall sitting for a deposition in this case?
Yes, sir.
And at that deposition, you swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
Can you turn to page 15, lines 21 through 16, line 4?
Same volume?
If you're in volume 2, same volume, sir.
15.
Yep. Lines 21 through 16, line 4.
What's the one?
1521 through 1604.
Sorry, you're saying page 15, line 21?
Yep.
Okay.
You there?
And then 16
Lines 4.
up to line 4.
So we have a clear record, sir. I'm going to ask you the question again. Would you agree with me that if somebody is not asking an Afghan to pay, they are not exploiting them?
I believe that even if someone is asking someone to find a sponsor, that the responsibility then gets put on that person to find the money. So whether you're saying, pay me the money or find someone else to pay me the money, you're still putting the responsibility on that person who, again, is going through one of the most difficult times of their lives, and they're being told, hey, you've got to come up with that money. So I think he was exploiting the general situation, and that's what created this market that he was operating in.
Your Honor, may I read the question and answer?
I don't think the question's on point. I don't think it's proper impeachment. It's a different question.
I was asking what his answer. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Sir, at that sworn deposition, I asked you the following questions. You gave me the following answers. Question, would you have considered that amount of money to be exploitive? Answer, I don't think they're not asking the Afghans to pay, so they're not exploiting them. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Are you changing your testimony today?
I believe he was exploiting a situation and not the individuals in particular.
It eventually became clear to you, sir, that Mr. Young's conduct wasn't necessarily about getting people out of Afghanistan, but really about the business he was involved in. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair. The big business, as one of the Afghans said.
You still included Zach. CNN still included Mr. Young in its reporting, correct?
Yes, we did. He was very much a player in that market.
About black markets
Yes.
and about exploiting desperate Afghans.
Yes.
Sir, a hit piece is a euphemism for a piece that, for lack of a better description, is looking to take someone down.
That's accurate.
Reputable journalists don't do hit pieces, sir, correct?
No, that's correct.
You did one anyway?
No, I didn't.
Did you not take down the person that Jill Kornetsky brought to your attention?
No, I did not.
Did you not take down the person that you pitched CNN internally about?
The story was not about Mr. Young. It was not a hit piece. I don't do hit pieces, as you say. Good reporters shouldn't. I like to think of myself as that, and I didn't do a hit piece.
Did you not take down the person CNN approved the story about?
I don't know what you mean by that. I wasn't looking to take anyone down. I don't believe I took anyone down, and I don't believe the story was about Mr. Young.
Sir, you took down the person you hated, did you not?
That's not true.
Let's drill down into these a little bit, okay, sir?
Sounds good.
Excuse me. Ms. Kornetsky's reach out is what put in motion the reporting that eventually led to the video and the article, correct?
That's correct.
You knew she was an activist, correct?
Yes.
You knew activists have agendas, correct?
Yes.
Corey, can you put up Exhibit 78, lines 4 through 5? This is her opening message to you. She pitched you about an American mercenary dumping people in Islamabad, correct?
That's correct.
On October 26th, you then ask her if she can talk about Mr. Young today. Do you see that?
Yes.
She connected you to people who might have information on Mr. Young, correct?
That's correct.
Corey, can you go to page 10? On November 2nd, you said, just letting you know we're full steam ahead on this story. Fair to say, sir, you kept her updated on your progress.
Yes, I did.
And then the next line, you said, talking to Afghans and we'll try to approach Young, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say you told her you were still on Young's trail, correct?
No. In an earlier message that you showed, I told her that from the people I spoke with, that I had confirmed that this market that Mr. Young participated in existed. She's obviously using words and terms and information that I did not. I didn't call him a mercenary. I didn't say he was dumping people in Pakistan. But I did let her know that I had confirmed the bigger story, and here I'm telling her that the pitch has been approved by my bosses and that we are full steam ahead.
After the story, Corey, can you put up page 11? Sir, after the story ran, you sent her a link to it, correct?
Yes.
And then you sort of apologized to her, saying, likely not as harsh about Young as you hoped, but that's where we ended up, correct?
That's not an apology. And what I'm doing here is kind of closing the loop. She had put the idea in my head. This is what I do with a lot of stories. People I spoke with, people who helped me on a story, I'll send them the finished product and let them know what the final story looked like. And here I'm acknowledging the fact that she is an activist. She has an agenda. She certainly had some very harsh thoughts about Mr. Young. You saw that from the beginning, calling him a mercenary, saying he dumps people. But that's not what we do. I did all my research. I spoke to a lot of people. We tried to engage with Mr. Young. We had some engagement with Mr. Young. I'm acknowledging here that she certainly would have liked the story to go farther, but that's not a concern of mine. This is, as I say, this is where we ended up.
Corey, can you display the bottom of page 11 and the top of page 12 for us? After she receives that message from you, she tells you that parasites can be hard to exterminate. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you respond back, yeah.
I see that.
Corey, can you take that down? Ms. Kornetsky wasn't the only person who wanted you to take down Mr. Young. Isn't that correct?
I'm trying to think of others. I don't recall others who had issues with Mr. Young.
Let's see if we can get you there. Corey, can you put up Exhibit 298, please?
Yes.
James Daniels, right?
Yes.
Now, sir, this jury has already seen these posts, and I'd like to try to get us through here, so let's go through it quick, okay?
Sounds good.
All right. Beware of a con artist. One Zachary Young, masquerading as a Navy vet. Special ring of hell for people reserved to exploit. Excuse me. Can you scroll down? Ms. Kornetsky, everyone should watch CNN today, devil face. Scroll down. And sir, you saw these posts before you ran your story, did you not?
I don't recall seeing these Jill posts.
Okay, well, let's go to the top first. We'll start there. You saw the top post before you ran your story, correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, so we go down again, please, Corey. We've seen Jill Kornetsky. Everyone should watch it. Daniels, I'm wondering when it was going to happen. Go down a little bit, please, Corey. Oh, Navy vet, he's a skis ball, and you are tagged on the post, Alexander Marquardt. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Let's keep going, please. Keep going, Corey. Let's run through it quick. This is a repetition. We've seen this one. Keep going. That's the tag. All right, more people talking about him. Thank you for posting this. My network, be aware. Keep going down, Corey, please. Keep going. Profiteering, can't even get it done. This is sadly common. An assistant attorney general with a mad face. Let's keep going down, Corey. Expose them. Let's keep going down. Keep going, Corey. This is the first post. I'll personally dance on the Zachary Young scumbag's face when he's finally taken down. Zachary Y is a scammer. Okay? Sir. Corey, can you put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 110, which was just admitted into evidence this morning? You reach out to Mr. Daniels, sir, do you not?
Yes.
And you say to him, James, I saw your post about Zachary Young and would be eager to know more about your interactions with him, correct?
Yes.
Eager again, sir, aren't you?
Yes, this is consistent with all the research I was doing on Mr. Young.
I agree. Can we scroll down? He says here, Alex, thanks for the conversation earlier. I just asked that you not use my name if this goes any further. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you respond at the bottom of the page, don't worry, nothing going in the report. Do you see that?
Yes.
Sir Zach made that request too, did he not?
Not he made that request. I don't recall what Mr. Daniels told me. It might not have been relevant.
Sir, you did not give Mr. Young the option because you already decided that you were going to nail him. Isn't that correct?
No, I didn't know what was going to go into the piece until the last hours and days beforehand.
Corey, can you put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 117, which is in evidence? Let's go to page 4. So this is a conversation between you and Katie Bolos, correct?
Yes.
She's talking to you about Zachary Young, correct?
Yes, she had just made.
She says, LOL, he is trying to pull, I want you to promise you won't name me in any article as a condition for talking. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
She says, sorry, my dude, correct?
Yes.
And your response at the bottom is, ha, that's really funny, isn't it?
Yes, that's my response.
Not, don't worry, it's not going in the report, correct?
No.
Thought it was funny when Mr. Young asked for the same courtesy?
Apparently at the time.
Corey, can we scroll up to page 3 for a minute? It's because, Mr. Marquardt, at 3:14 that same day, you had already told Katie Bolos, okay, eventually we will need to hit him hard with it and let him know that we have many texts that he sent to people with all his outrageous prices, and we plan to report both his name and what he said to people, including calling one American activist a spiteful bitch, so he's gonna be on CNN. You see that?
I do.
And that's why you didn't give him the same courtesy, correct?
These are obviously selective parts of the broader conversation. My colleague Katie Bolos had just made contact with Mr. Young, and we were trying to figure out how to best approach him so we could learn as much as we possibly could about what he was doing. And at this point, I'm telling Ms. Lillis that we are planning to report his name and what he said. And I would just note that when he did say this thing, spiteful B, about this woman who's an activist who works in Afghanistan and works with women and girls, just calls her a swear word, we did not include that in our reports.
It's November 3rd, sir.
Correct. Correct.
You didn't publish your story till November 11th.
8 days, so a lot changes between then and publication.
We'll see, right? Sir, you were on a mission, were you not?
To tell a good story, to tell everything factually, and to tell as comprehensive a story as possible. That is a mission with every story that I do.
To expose and humiliate Zachary Young.
That is incorrect.
Let's jump back to your conversation with James Daniels. Corey, after that LinkedIn conversation completes, we need a limited production here of 108. After that LinkedIn conversation continues, you guys move to text messages. Do you recall that?
Sorry, between myself and?
Mr. Daniels, James Daniels.
Yes.
And Corey, can we have a limited production of PX 108? And these are your text messages with him that follow on that LinkedIn conversation, correct?
Yes.
You talk about Zachary Young in those LinkedIn messages, do you not?
Yes.
Your Honor, plaintiffs offer Exhibit 108 into evidence.
No objection.
Claims 108 submitted.
Mr. Hagan, can we please publish to the jury? Hey, Jim. Thank you, Corey. Who met with him in Vienna? Alex, I'll have to find the message. Let's scroll down a little bit. Keep going. Keep me in the loop on this, Alex. I'm definitely more prone to believe your take on the story. That is him being a real person and engaged in some shady business is highly plausible. Let's go up a little bit. Original post I put up is getting reshared. Let's go down. You say, oh, and he offers to put you in touch with anybody that talks to him about Zachary Young, correct?
Yes.
You say, okay, excellent. You ask him about a virus. He tells you, well, some attachment I need to click on. Let's go down. Keep going. Got a message from another person. Keep going. Bradstreet, Vienna. You say, good find. I'd seen the Florida address, a couple numbers. 719 goes to Colorado number. Let's keep going. I think he's still active. May have just blocked me. Speak to this Figueroa guy. And then he tells you, I'd love to see this guy taken down, Alex. I appreciate you taking an interest in it. Apparently he's been active as recently as 3 hours ago. You see that?
I do.
Keep going, please, for me, Corey. He's still at it. I saw that one from a little while ago. We've been in touch with him, you say. He makes no apologies. Right?
Yes.
He deserved what was coming to him, right?
No.
I agree. Wow, you actually found the guy, he tells you. Scroll down. Yeah, we did. Got his phone number, texted a bunch, didn't take my call. Do you think you'll have enough sooner than later to file a story? That's the plan next week. Great. I really want to see this guy get taken down. If I get anything new, I'll let you know, but it really seems like you've gotten to the heart of the matter. Nicely done. I really respect and appreciate what you're doing, right?
Yes, Mr. Friedman.
Keep going. On November 11th, he says, story coming out today, heard a rumor. You say, looking that way. Young's account appears to have disappeared. And he says to you, he's got to be feeling the heat. Well done, right?
Yes.
Keep scrolling, please, Corey. You've seen these messages. Something's redacted. You then send him the piece after it comes out, right?
Yes.
And he says, bravo, thank you, Alex, right?
Yes, he does.
So Ms. Kornetsky wasn't the only one you talked to who wanted to see Mr. Young get taken down, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Corey. You can take that down. Sir, you pitched a story about Mr. Young internally to CNN too, didn't you?
As I do with all my stories, yes.
You sent two pitch emails around, an informal one and a formal one. We've looked at them briefly, right?
Yes.
Let's look at them a little bit closer. Corey, can you put up Exhibit 81, please? And let's zoom into the pitch email. So the pitch is called Afghanistan Evacuation Price Gouge. In the opening paragraph, you say, an American activist showed me messages from a guy named Zachary Young who's charging $75,000 to get one vehicle from Kabul to Pakistan. And then, in the next paragraph, you included a separate paragraph where you said Young claims to be former CIA, but that you haven't been able to verify it yet, correct?
I say that they don't know who he is. I eventually verified something.
from the official spokesperson from the CIA, correct?
Yes.
She confirmed for you off the record that Zachary Young was former CIA, correct?
Had some kind of affiliation, had some kind of connection to the CIA, that's correct.
And that's common for the CIA to do. They call it a steer, right?
Yes.
You say at the end, is anyone digging into this kind of thing seems worth chasing, right?
Yes, I would just highlight, this is not a pitch. This is an email to a colleague of mine, a fellow reporter who covers the FBI and other issues, and I'd heard that he might be working on something similar, so here I am basically telling him what I'm working on.
I think it's just a miss. Corey, can you zoom out, please? So actually, if you, Corey, you took the top email, which is a follow-up, but actually your original email goes to Mr. Levine, Miss Mosley, and Mike Callahan, correct? I'm sorry, you put up the wrong email there for you. That's our fault.
That's an email from Adam Levine, correct?
Right, and your original email is going to him, and it says pitch, Afghan evacuation price gouging, correct?
Correct, and I think that speaks to how broad the story was, and as you can see, it starts off by talking about regular people and not Mr. Young.
So this pitch email here, it names only Young as a potential bad actor, correct?
It names Mr. Young as an actor in this market. Yes.
Only Young, correct?
That's correct. Well, I have the two other people who I'm not naming for their security reasons. I couldn't reveal their identities because they're being chased by the Taliban. If we had felt comfortable in a normal situation where people are not being hunted, I would have put their names in there as well. And I think, in the pitch process, what you're trying to do is help your editors imagine what the eventual story is going to look like. And by putting a name in there, you're essentially, giving an example and illustrating the bigger story that you're working on. So that's why his name is in there.
And he's the only name in there, correct?
Again, because of security reasons, I couldn't name the other two people.
But it's just a simple yes or no. He's the only name in there, correct?
Correct.
Just like you're reporting? He's the only name there too?
I'd have to double check, but we couldn't reveal other people's names. I think you'd understand that it's very, very dangerous if we revealed that they spoke with us.
Thank you, Corey. You can take that down. 2 days later, you submit what I've been referring to as the formal pitch. Corey, let's put up Exhibit 88. This formal pitch is entitled Extortion of Desperate Afghans, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And like the informal pitch, the only operator you mentioned here is Young, correct?
Yes, he's the only one who's named here.
You tell your superiors that your plan would include talking to people who engaged with Young and contact him ourselves, correct?
Yes, who, again, we cannot name for security reasons.
So not only is Young those are the evacuees, right? The Afghans that you're not naming, correct?
The would-be evacuees who aren't able to get out. I mean, one man was in the United States, but he was trying to get his family out. But I didn't want to report their names because I didn't want to put a target on their backs.
Yeah, I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the bad actors you're featuring, like Zachary Young. He's the only bad actor you're featuring, correct?
Well, I didn't describe him as a bad actor. He's the example that we're giving for the people who are participating in this market.
He's the only operator you mentioned in the piece, correct?
That's correct.
And not only is the only operator you mentioned, he's the only operator you named for further investigation, correct?
Yes.
October 28th, correct?
Yes. So exactly
Thank you,
2 weeks
Corey.
before the story was published.
Pitch was well received by CNN, right?
It was approved.
Who is Adam Levine?
He is my boss. He's in charge of the Washington Bureau.
Is he sitting here with us today?
He is sitting with us today.
Can you put up Exhibit 81? What is his title?
I believe it is Senior Vice President for Washington Editorial.
Top brass.
Yes.
Top brass. Okay. So Mr. Levine responds to your pitch email. He says, it's a good story if you have these examples. Do you see that?
Yes.
So you needed Young as an example, did you not?
He was a good example of what we were talking about.
You needed him, right?
Yes.
The next day, you wrote Mr. Callahan. He's your boss, right?
He's my direct manager, yes.
Corey, can you put up Exhibit 82, please? And you tell him at 12:07 that you are continuing to dig on the pitch I sent last night, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Mr. Callahan responds to you, he says, it's a good one. I will remind Adam, that's Mr. Levine, to bring it up with Virginia Mosley, more top brass at CNN,
Correct.
in their meetings, right?
Yes.
And then later that evening, he says to you, can we find more info on this young guy first, right?
Yes.
So you've now been told by 2 senior CNN employees that you should continue to pursue Zachary Young, correct?
Well, I think what Mr. Levine was saying was find examples of all of these things, which is what I did. I think you could say that in the piece there are 3 examples, and that's what Mr. Levine, I believe, was saying, and that's what we did. And Mr. Callahan here is saying that we need more information on Mr. Young, and that's what I was doing. I was digging into to try to find whatever I could.
Following the instructions of the superiors, right?
Yes, but this is just good reporting. It's good research. That's the normal course of things.
Corey, can you put up Exhibit 88? After you submit your formal pitch, Mr. Levine responds. He says, let's get these into the pitch pool. Both are good. There was another pitch in the picture, in the email, right?
There was, yeah.
You respond to Mr. Levine's email just 9 minutes later. You say, terrific, right?
Yes.
And then you provide him with an update on your pursuit of Zachary Young, do you not?
Yes, it shows that my reporting is ongoing.
You say, just talking to another woman in Kabul was in touch with the young guy who just stopped answering her when she didn't have a sponsor to pay the bills, correct?
Yes, more evidence of this pattern.
Right. Then on November 1st, you're told that CNN has approved your pitch.
On which day?
November 1st.
Okay.
That's not a memory test. Exhibit 101 form, please. It's a message, text conversation on Slack between you and your direct manager, Mr. Callahan. He opens, he says, Bass. Bass is Michael Bass, right?
Yes.
Michael Bass was the most senior person through whom all the TV pitches went, right?
Correct.
And so he tells you Bass greenlit Afghan money, right?
Yes. Yeah,
So your pitch has been approved, correct?
it has.
You respond with excellent, right?
Yes.
With an exclamation point, correct?
Yes.
You were eager to tell the story, weren't you?
I was glad that my pitch had been approved.
Excuse me. Do you remember sitting for deposition in this case, sir?
Yes, I do.
And at that deposition, you swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
And can you please go to page 176 of volume 2? And let's go to lines 7 through 11.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
I have no objection.
At that deposition, I asked you the following questions. You gave the following answers. And you respond back with an excellent and an exclamation point. Sir, you were eager to tell this story, right? Answer, I was. The reporting, as you know, was already underway for several days.
That's all true.
Eager again.
If I'm pitching a story, I'm eager to tell that story.
You then provide Mr. Callahan with some updates on Mr. Young, correct? First, that's Tammy Thorpe, the official spokesperson for the CIA, right?
Yes.
Just basically told me that dude was former CIA, correct?
That's correct.
And then you say, at 6:32, I have 2 main characters I want to get on tape. Then I want to try to find this Young character, right?
Yes, and that speaks to the fact that this was a broader story that was not about Mr. Young in particular.
That's because you needed a bad guy for your scandal story, Mr. Marquardt. Isn't that true?
No, that's not true.
You hated him, did you not?
No, that's not true.
Sir, you never actually spoke on the phone to Zachary Young, correct?
We attempted to. We wanted to. We asked him repeatedly to get on the phone.
But you never did, and you went to press anyways, right?
Absolutely, yes. We tried to get him on the phone, but we weren't able to.
You received 3, you, Mr. Marquardt, received 3 text messages from Zachary Young, correct?
I don't know the exact number.
We'll go through them. For now, accept my representation.
Fair.
And that was the only direct communication you had with him, correct?
That's correct, because he didn't pick up my phone call.
Now, the first text message you got from Zachary Young was on November 11th, right?
That's correct.
The day the story ran, right?
Yes.
Corey, can you put up Exhibit 103, please? Now, we're looking at your Slack messages between yourself and an individual at CNN called Matthew Phillips, right?
That's right.
He's a digital editor.
He is.
This is November 1st.
Right, so early in the process, about 10 days, exactly 10 days from publication.
At this whole point, no one at CNN had communicated with Mr. Young directly, correct?
I believe that's correct. I believe he started engaging with Katie Bowen III. So that's right. At this point, I had seen his communication with Jill Kornetsky and others.
It's 7:30 p.m. It's UTC time, so it's wrong, but it's
Exactly.
showing, it's -5, I think it is, but 7:30 is the time.
During the workday, yeah, in the afternoon.
Can you put a side-by-side, I'm sorry, Corey, of the previous exhibit we were looking at? That would be Exhibit 101. So these are both in UTC time, so we don't have to do the mathematics of converting them, okay? So, and Corey, can you bring up Bass Greenlit, Afghan Money? That's at 6:32, right?
Yes.
All right, and then can you bring up the same time period, an hour later at 7:30 in Mr. Markberg's messages with Mr. Callahan, Mr. Phillips? So just 1 hour after you find out that CNN has greenlit your Afghan Money post, you tell Phillips, we gonna nail this Zachary Young motherfucker. Don't you?
I see that, yes.
And he responds with, gonna hold you to that one, cowboy. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Scroll down for me a little bit, please. You say, or maybe not, maybe it just slips away. We shall see. Let's keep going, please, Corey. He says, we shall. But he has faith in you. You're going to nail him, right?
I think Mr. Phillips generally has faith that I'm going to do a good job with this story.
It's going to be good, right?
It's going to be a good story.
You say, I hope. You hope to nail him, don't you?
No, I hope to tell the story, absolutely. And as you can see, it's about the Afghan money. What I was talking about with Mr. Phillips, he was helping me with some research, and I was trying to find out where Mr. Young was based. And that exchange is about getting in touch with our in-house researchers who could help me with that.
So let me get this straight, sir. No one from CNN had communicated with Zachary Young, correct? As of this date.
As of November 1st, no, but I had seen other communications.
You had not communicated with Zachary Young as of this date.
Not until 10 days later.
You nonetheless decided he was a motherfucker.
From what I had seen in his communications with a lot of people, including Ms. Kornetsky, I could tell that there were some unsavory traits, shall we say. He was telling a woman he didn't know that she was a spiteful bee. He told her to F off. He told someone else that, had a person they were trying to get out of the country to run for the border and see how far they get. I knew he had a shifting story on his actual role with the CIA. I saw that he was cutting people off as soon as he found out that they couldn't afford to pay the money. So I was certainly questioning his behavior, and that's what that comment was in reference to.
And you decided you were going to nail him.
That's shorthand for highlighting, exposing what he was doing, his activities, and what others like him were doing.
Have you heard the expression, nail him to the cross?
Yes, I have.
You were going to nail him to the cross?
No, I didn't say that.
In fact, you did nail him, didn't you?
No, I did not. At the end of the day, our report said nothing about him doing anything illegal. It didn't say anything beyond what we had learned about him and what he himself had told us. Eventually, we did talk to him, and we used his own words in our report. Everything that was in the report was completely factual.
Your Honor, I see it's 10:15, so this is a good time for us to take our morning break, if it's okay with the court.
Yep. All right, go ahead and take your notepad, little folders. And we're going to take our morning recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with the trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of any of the rules at all, please notify court personnel. If you do use your phones or electronic devices, make sure they're turned off before we come back in the courtroom. We'll get you gathered back up in the jury lounge at 10:25 in 10 minutes. All right. All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. Anything we need to address?
Nothing for plaintiffs, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, see you back in 10. Y'all proceed. And again, I'll just remind everybody, if you turn your phones on, make sure they're silenced. I want to go get our jurors assembled. You ready? All right. Anything we need to address before we get the jurors back in?
Not for plan. No, Your Honor.
You know, I'm always nervous asking that question.
I think we've been better the last couple of days.
It's definitely cut down on issues we need to address. All right, y'all can be seated. Give me a moment to settle in. Do our chair adjustments. Y'all ready? All right, Mr. Friedman.
Sir, you prepared for your trial testimony today, did you not?
I did,
Did you meet with CNN's lawyers to prepare for it?
among others.
About how long?
A couple hours yesterday.
That was the first time?
No, we've met a couple times in the past few months.
You speak to them today?
Yeah, well, I came with them today. Yes, I have spoken with them today.
Just now?
No.
I want to take you back into your news gathering efforts, okay?
Yes.
Corey, I need a limited production of Exhibit 146, please. Sir, as we're waiting for that, you'll recall that I was exploring whether or not you hated Mr. Young, okay?
Okay.
These are your text messages or Slack messages between yourself and Michael Conte.
Yes,
He was the producer assigned to this video,
that's correct.
and you're talking about Mr. Young in these messages, are you not?
Yes, we are.
Your Honor, plaintiffs offer Exhibit 146 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, Plaintiffs 146 is admitted.
Mr. Hagan, can we please publish? So here we are on November 11th. This is the day the piece was aired, right, sir?
Yes.
And these are your messages, as I said a moment ago, with Michael Conte, the producer, assigned to the piece, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at 12:51 DC time, but it's 5:51 UTC time, Mr. Conte asks you if you have Mr. Young's picture saved, and you tell him where to find it, right?
Yes.
And then Mr. Conte responds at 5:53, "What a punchable face." Do you see that?
Yes,
And you respond back, "Right?" Do you see that?
I do.
So you agreed that Mr. Young has a punchable face.
I was acknowledging what he said and moving on. You can see I didn't laugh or anything like that. I just acknowledged it and then said, okay, Kitty Bo doesn't have it.
Sir, you could have started your sentence with "okay," could you have not? if you were just acknowledging what he was saying?
I was responding to it.
You were responding with agreement. That's what right means, correct?
No, I was just being agreeable. I was clearly not dwelling on this. I was trying to get the piece done.
But you did not think he had a punchable face.
No.
But you nailed him anyway?
No, we didn't. And I just...
Sir, there's no question pending. Let's take a look at the next exhibit, Plaintiff's Exhibit 117. Sir, you'll have an opportunity. Your lawyer will put you on. You can
That's
say
fine.
whatever
Thank you, Mr. Friedman.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 117 is up. These are messages between yourself and Katie Bolilis.
Yes,
She worked on the story with you, correct?
she did.
And in these messages, you're talking about Mr. Young, correct?
Yes.
Our friend in Austria, right?
Yes.
Excuse me. On page 2, Katie Bolilis tells you that she has seen him shut people down immediately if they don't have sponsors for money, right?
I told her that.
You're right. My apologies. You told her that you've seen him shut people down immediately if they don't have sponsors for money, correct?
Correct.
So you knew that, right?
Yes.
And she responds back to you, what a shitbag, right?
That's what she wrote, yes.
On page 17, you send Katie Bolilis a screenshot of Mr. Young's interaction with an American called David Lerner, correct?
Yes.
And on page 18, Lillis responds with, wow, this guy is an a-hole. You see that?
I do.
And a little later, she speculates to you, can we go to 626? That she's wondering if Zach is just kind of making it all up, right?
Yes.
And your response is, it's your funeral, bucko.
Yes.
Essentially, sir, you believe that because Zachary Young was not engaging with you, you could publish whatever you wanted, right?
No, we can never publish whatever we want.
And ask you again, you hated Mr. Young?
I did not.
Everyone at CNN hated Mr. Young.
That's incorrect. There was no personal animus towards him.
Katie Bolilis cursed about him.
She cursed.
Was Hogan cursed about him?
You haven't shown me that.
Okay. Can we put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 186, please? Page 1. It's an evidence. Right there on the bottom of the screen, can we bring that up in big? 2:19 a.m. Yeah, he's an escort. You see that?
I do.
So your testimony today that this is the first time you're seeing this message?
No, now it's jogging my memory, so I remember seeing it.
So, okay, so Buzz Hogan also cursed about him, didn't he?
Yes.
Mr. Conte thought he had a punchable face.
That's what he wrote.
You agreed with it.
I was being agreeable, but I wasn't
Being
focused.
agreeable, I'm sorry. You cursed about him too. You called him a mother effer, right?
I did.
You promised to nail him, didn't you?
And then allowed for the possibility that he wouldn't even be part of the piece after that.
And Mr. Phillips encouraged you to do it, cowboy, right?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Markert, so you know where I'm going. I want to explore all the leads that you ignored so that you could feature this man in your post, okay?
Very well.
Now, you interviewed two people in the video segmented issue in this case, didn't you?
I interviewed, as you've highlighted, many, many people, did a lot of research on this, and I used two examples in the story, one young man in California, the other in Afghanistan.
Let me phrase it better for you. Your final video included two interviews of Afghans or those seeking to get Afghans out, correct?
Correct.
One was located in Kabul.
Yes.
I'm going to call him Mr. Kabul. You know who I'm talking about, okay? And one was located in California, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to call him Mr. California, okay? Let's take a look at your correspondence with Mr. Kabul. Corey, can you put up Exhibit 96, please? And let's go to page 3, turning to 4. And here, Mr. Kabul tells you that he had a meeting with someone who offered him an evacuation for $50,000, right?
Yes, that's correct.
He says, you ask him, did you have your meeting today? And he says, yes, sir. You say, how did it go? And he says, very expensive, $50,000, right?
Yeah.
You say, oh my, can I call you, right?
Yeah.
You didn't even try to find that person who offered him a $50,000 evacuation, did you?
I didn't.
And that's because you had what you needed to tell the story that you were telling, correct?
He confirmed the story that we were telling, which was about this market where people were asking for huge amounts of money, $50,000. That man told me he could not afford it. And he was the one who was in hiding while his kids got walked to school because he was getting hunted by the Taliban. So he confirmed that the story that we were looking at was true. He confirmed that there were...
Your Honor, objection, narrative response, non-responsive.
It is responsive. It's very responsive to the question. The question was, that's because you had what you needed to confirm the story correct, and he's responding to it.
It's yes or no?
I'll overrule the objection. You can finish your answer.
Thank you, sir. He confirmed that there were people doing what Mr. Young was doing. And so the elements that we put into this piece told a bigger story.
Sir, do you recall sitting for deposition in this case?
Yes, sir.
And at that deposition, you swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
And I am going to page 298 of your first deposition of the case, lines 7 through 13. And actually, you can start at 9.
Okay, I'm there.
Again, Your Honor, I think this is completely consistent with what Mr. Marquardt just testified.
His answer was longer, but this is inconsistent.
Well,
Or why don't you ask another question?
sure. Was that because you did not try because you had what you needed in Young, correct?
Partially. The other part of it was that my assumption was that he was dealing with an Afghan, and there would be language issues and logistical issues to try to engage with that person. Mr. Young was a strong example of what was going on here, which this gentleman confirmed, that there were these people out there asking for a lot of money.
Your Honor, may I now?
Yeah.
Sir, at that deposition, I asked you the following questions. You gave the following answers. You did not try. We didn't answer. We did not question. Was that because you had what you needed in Young? Answer. We felt we had the reporting that we needed to tell the story that we were, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Sir, you knew Mr. Young had claimed to evacuate people for Audible, correct?
I knew he claimed that, yes.
You didn't try to contact Audible. We established that before, right?
Yes.
You also knew that Mr. Young had claimed to evacuate people for Bloomberg, right?
Yes.
Now, you texted 2 people, political aides for Michael Bloomberg, correct?
I can't recall exactly what their roles were in the structure, but certainly I was trying to get to someone close to Mr. Bloomberg and within the organization that would have been trying to get people out.
You understand Mr. Bloomberg has a political career, and he also has a massive multi-billion-dollar news organization, correct?
That's right.
Did you ever contact Bloomberg beyond the 2 people, the 2 Bloomberg aides you reached out to?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so, or you did not?
I don't recall contacting other people associated with Bloomberg.
Okay, sir, do you recall sitting for a deposition today? I mean, no, not today in this case.
It was quite some time ago.
Why don't we see if we can refresh your recollection? Why don't you pull up your deposition, volume 2?
Yes.
I think it might help you to refresh your recollection to see your prior sworn testimony?
I think so.
All right, so go to page 165, lines 3 through 7.
Excuse me. 163?
165, lines 3 through 7.
Okay.
Have you read that?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I believe that's...
So,
That's my
I'm going to
memory.
ask you again. Did you ever contact Bloomberg beyond the 2 people, the 2 Bloomberg aides you reached out to?
No, I didn't.
We previously talked about the activist, Ms. Hazami Barmada. Do you recall that?
Yes.
We listened to her speak on the recorded phone call, right?
We did.
She hadn't heard of Zachary Young, right?
Correct.
She told you about 2 other evacuators who were the biggest offenders of exploitation, correct?
Yes.
Raven and Dunkirk, right?
She was alleging they were also what I believe she called pay for play.
Now, Mr. Young was charging $14,500 a person, right?
sometimes more. He was saying 4,000 more for a visa and refugee status. I think it went up to close to 20,000, an extra 1,000 if you needed a passport. So in some cases, it was closer to 20,000.
But Ms. Barmada told you that Raven was charging $20,000 per person. Do you recall that, listening to her a moment ago?
Yeah, which is in line with what I just said.
But your story didn't include Raven, did it?
No, it didn't.
It didn't include Dunkirk, did it?
No.
Now, Katie Belil sent you some screenshots that Mr. Young had sent her, right?
Yes.
Corey, can you put Exhibit 117 on the screen? Let's go to 5:47 UTC time. She told you, he just gave me the name of someone he's been trying to help, right?
Yes, I see that.
And then at 5:51, can we jump, Corey? She tells you, I just texted you some screen grabs he just sent. Might be worth reaching out to that person, right?
Yes.
And then at 6:23, can we jump there, Corey? She says he also sent some screen grabs from an engagement with someone named Ken McCoy. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you recall that screen grab?
I don't.
He was trying to help an Afghan called Ahmad Zubair Nouri. Do you recall that?
I remember him sending screen grabs to her.
You didn't mention Nouri in your final report, did you?
No, we didn't.
You didn't mention McCoy in your final report, did you?
No.
You didn't mention that Zach was trying, or at least claiming, to try to help people in your final report, did you?
What we used in the
sir?
final report was him saying that he needed sponsors. We used his words from the interaction with Ms. Lillis.
So the answer to my question is no. You did not report that Mr. Young was claiming to be trying to help people too, correct?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? Do you not recall your reporting that's the subject of this lawsuit? Did you or did you not, in that video, report that Mr. Young was claiming to try to help people?
No, we didn't.
Let's go back to your conversation with Jill Kornetsky. Corey, can you put up Exhibit 78, please? And at page 8, she connects you with a friend from Kabul who definitely paid to get out, right?
Yes.
You say, will he admit to being paid to get out, right?
Yes.
She says, I imagine so, right?
Yes.
Now, you reached out to this individual. His name is Mustafa Kuzemi. Do you recall that?
I do.
And he told you, eventually, that an NGO paid to get him out, right?
Correct.
And the next day, you tell Ms. Kornetsky he claims the NGO paid for him and that he doesn't know Young, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Kornetsky responds to you and she says, well, if he's playing it close to the vest, then there is more to the story, right?
Correct.
You said, perhaps. But his story right now doesn't align with mine, unfortunately, right?
Yes.
Let's step back. Mr. Kuzemi didn't know Young, correct?
That's right.
You didn't pursue Mr. Kuzemi any further, correct?
No.
And by his story didn't align with mine, you meant that it wasn't the story you were working on, correct?
That's right, because he had gotten
Answer
out.
the question. That's because CNN's story was about the market where Afghans were being asked to pay exorbitant amounts of money to get out, correct?
That's correct, and this person had gotten out for free because an organization had donated the money themselves.
This Afghan wasn't asked to pay anything because the NGO paid for it, correct?
Correct.
Sir, NGOs and corporations paid for Mr. Young's evacuations too, didn't they?
I don't know. I was never able to confirm that.
He didn't take a dime from an Afghan. You know that, right?
We didn't find evidence of
The
that.
court has told you that, Mr. Marquardt, right?
That he didn't take any
He
money?
didn't take any money from an Afghan.
When-
You found no evidence of it,
Correct.
and the court has found it, correct?
Correct. Just that he was asking for it.
So his story didn't align with yours, unfortunately, either, correct?
The story we were doing was about the high prices that people were being asked to pay, and this person had gotten out for free.
So did everyone Mr. Young evacuated, sir. Correct?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You know the Afghans didn't pay, correct?
Not at the time. The story was about the high prices that they were facing being asked to pay. That is completely accurate, and that's what went into the story.
Sir, you said the reason you didn't run a story about Kuzemi is because his story didn't align with yours because an NGO paid for him to get out, correct?
Yes.
Have you heard of Civil Fleet?
No.
Have you heard of Hero?
No.
Both NGOs that paid Mr. Young to take Afghans out of Afghanistan, correct?
I don't know.
I'm going to ask you one more time, sir. His story didn't align with yours, unfortunately, either, correct?
No, his story aligned perfectly with what we were doing, which
Nailing
was,
him.
No,
Trying to take him down.
this market where people were being asked to pay thousands and thousands of dollars, either out of their own pocket or having to go find it themselves. We weren't doing stories on organizations that were getting people out for free. In fact, because so many people were getting out for free and not having to find the money themselves, this highlighted what a dire issue this story was. There were plenty of people doing this out of the goodness of their hearts, not putting the pressure on people to find the money to save their own lives and to save the lives of their children. But Mr. Young was doing that. Mr. Kazemi got out because an organization helped him to get out. So that was not the story that we were telling.
Sir, you testified earlier today that his MO was, if you have a sponsor, good. If not, I'll drop you, correct?
Also that he was...
Correct, sir?
No.
You
Also,
did not testify to that earlier today?
he was also allowing...
Did you testify to that earlier today?
You rephrase the question?
Did you testify that his MO was, if you had a sponsor, good, and if you didn't, he dropped you?
I believe I said primarily or largely.
Okay. Oh, because we saw that he quoted somebody 14,500 and then immediately blocked them, right?
There was also a post on LinkedIn that went out to the general public in which he said anybody looking for evacuations, in which there was no mention of a sponsor. He was clearly advertising his services to as broad an audience as possible. He was looking for anybody who would use his services.
So you grabbed the single post that didn't specifically say sponsor. Well, let me ask you, let me take that back. You saw many posts from Mr. Young that said you needed a sponsor with funding. You put some of them in your story, right?
Exactly, we used them in our
You
story.
grabbed a single post from one LinkedIn post from Mr. Young, or two, that didn't specifically limit it to sponsor, and you ran with it, correct?
We didn't even use as
Ran
far...
with it, correct?
No, we used...
Maybe it'd be easier for Madam Court Reporter if Mr. Friedman waits for Mr. Rappaport to finish his answer before coming back with another question.
Well, I think the concern is he's asking a yes or no kind of question, and he's not. So if there's an issue with his response, raise an objection, but otherwise let's not talk over each other.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead and ask another question, Mr. Friedman.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember where I was at, Your Honor. That was... Sir, you saw some public posts from Mr. Young, correct?
Yes.
But you saw 7 instances that we've just reviewed today where he shut people down or stopped talking to them after he found out they didn't have a sponsor, correct?
Correct.
And you ran with your story anyways, even though it didn't align with yours, correct?
Including his own words
Correct.
about needing
Your
a
Honor,
sponsor.
Not objection, non-responsive.
And re-ask the question.
Including you know what? Your Honor, it's fine. I think the point is made. Mr. Marquardt, you ignored every other lead so that you could nail this man. Isn't that right?
No, that's incorrect.
Sir, you did it because you wanted to paint him as a exploiter of desperate Afghans, right?
No.
Corey, can you bring up in a limited production of PX 99 might have been added today in evidence? I'm not sure. Is it? It's in evidence. All right. Can we get a published version of Exhibit 99, please? Let's go to page 3. Sir, this is a correspondence between you and a contact.
What exhibit is this?
99.
Oh, 99. Thank you.
99, Your Honor. Can you take it down, sir? Your Honor, Corey, take it down until the court confirms it's up.
It's fine.
Okay. Put it back up, please. Thank you. So this is correspondence between you and another contact, correct?
Yes.
And you say, do I believe charging people $15,000 a head to get out is a scam? 100%. But I can't say that per se, right?
But I can't say that. I can't prove it.
Sir, you didn't say I can't say that. You said I can't say that per se, right?
That's correct.
I mean, you couldn't say it expressly.
Correct.
You had to imply it.
Your Honor, objection. based on your order about what the articles say.
I'll overrule the objection. I understand what the ruling on that was, but this different question.
Sir, you didn't expressly say that he was engaging in a scam, correct?
We didn't use the word scam. That's correct.
You didn't use the word scam, right?
No.
Because you couldn't say that per se, right?
Because that's not what we found, Mr. Friedman.
Oh. Sir, you believe charging people $15,000 a head is a scam.
Perhaps at the time.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overrule.
Sir, you believe charging people $15,000 a head is a scam, correct?
I was allowing for that possibility. From day one, it was in my pitch that I was looking into the possibilities of scams, and certainly
Your Honor, not responsive objection.
$15,000 a head sounded like a lot of money.
Re-ask the question, answer the question, just the question being asked.
Sir, you believe charging people $15,000 a head to get out is a scam, correct?
Possibly.
You wrote 100%. What do you mean possibly?
There was an evolution in what we understood.
Sir, you felt comfortable ignoring leads and targeting Mr. Young because you felt that charging anyone $15,000 to get out is a scam. Isn't that true?
That's not true.
Now, you couldn't say it was a scam per se, sir, so you orchestrated theater to say it.
That's not true.
Corey, can we go back to Mr. Marquardt's conversation with Joe Kornetsky? This is the activist that started it all, Mr. Marquardt, correct?
Yes.
Page 78, let's go to page 8, please. You tell Ms. Kornetsky on page 8, on 10/28, this is October 28th, that you're gathering stories for what I think will make for a powerful piece. Can you bring down just a little bit the magnification? I think Mr. Marquardt corrected the typo. I've done that many. There you go. I'm gathering stories for what I think will make for a powerful piece, correct?
Yes.
A powerful piece that would pull on our heartstrings, correct?
That would have an impact. Yes.
That would pull on our heartstrings?
Not necessarily, but would have an impact, I would say.
Sir, do you recall sitting for deposition in this case?
Yes.
And in that deposition, you swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to volume 1, page 353 of your deposition, lines 20 through 354, line 2.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
It's fine.
Sir, at that deposition, I asked you the following questions. You gave the following sworn answers. Question, and powerful in that it would pull on our heartstrings. Answer, impactful pieces generally do, yeah. Conjure up emotion, yes. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
You were trying to conjure up emotion, weren't you?
Impactful pieces generally do,
And
yes.
you were trying to do it here, weren't you?
Yes.
Let's see it in action, sir. Corey, can you put up Exhibit 98? First email on the page. You're emailing Mr. Levine and Callahan. Mr. Levine is top brass, Mr. Callahan's your direct manager, right?
Yes.
And you say to them, this is about the pitch that eventually becomes the video at issue in this case, isn't it?
Yes.
It's October 29th. That's the day after you just told Ms. Kornetsky that you were gathering stories for a powerful piece, correct?
Correct. Multiple stories.
Okay, and it's fair to say that here you're updating Mr. Levine and Mr. Callahan on where things are holding, right?
That's right.
And you tell them that you've talked to a new guy in Kabul tonight, right?
Yes.
He's been told it's $25,000 for the family to get out, right?
Correct.
That he's ready to sell his house at half price to get his family out, right?
They were so desperate. Yes, they were ready to do that.
But he hadn't heard of any scams, right?
Correct.
Just that it was a booming business, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell Mr. Callahan and Mr. Levine, such a nice guy, so desperate, good English, and ready to do an interview, right?
That's correct.
These are the qualities you need to pull on heartstrings, Mr. Marquardt, aren't they?
That certainly makes for a strong interview that will have some emotion and pull on heartstrings, yeah.
A desperate, nice guy who can speak English and who's willing to do an interview, right?
And from the beginning, that was the story we wanted to tell, the story of these desperate Afghans.
And so you tell Mr. Callahan, Mr. Levine, that good elements are lining up. And you ask for a producer so you can get some of it on tape, don't you?
That's right.
The cinematic elements were lining up, correct?
Well, the visual elements for a visual story.
Potato, potato?
No, I don't work in cinema.
Yeah. I thought so, Mr. Marquardt. You needed a producer to make theater, didn't you?
Every television piece I do has a producer attached to it. A producer is in charge of assembling the pieces of the visual story. So at this point, I was asking for a producer to help me put it together.
So one of the first steps of writing good theater is identifying your main characters, aren't they? Thank you, Corey.
I don't know. I've never written theater.
Well, 3 days later, you do just that in an email to your manager, Callahan. You don't recall?
Writing theater?
Oh, yeah. Identifying your main characters.
Yeah, characters in a video story. Yeah.
Oh.
We call them characters.
I think you do. Mr. Corey, can you put up Exhibit 101? This is November 1st. This is the day Bass greenlit Afghan money, right?
Yes.
And here in this message, you find out the top brass is giving you the green light, right?
That's correct.
It's also the same day you told Mr. Phillips that you were going to nail this Zachary Young mother effer. Isn't that true?
I'll take your word for that.
You want me to show it to you again?
No, that's fine.
And you tell Mr. Callahan that you have two main characters, right in the beginning of that sentence. I have two main characters I want to get up on tape, and then I'm going to try to find this Young character, right?
That's correct.
So you've zeroed in on your cast of characters for theater, correct?
No, this is the lingo that we use in television news. The people who appear in stories are called characters. That's just what we call them. And certainly I was not engaging in theater.
The next day is November 2nd, right?
Yes.
Corey, can you put up Exhibit 99? We've looked at this message before, but let's just put it in time frame for us. This is when, the next day, you say you've zeroed in on that American, right?
Yes.
And now it's November 3rd, the next day after, right? After November 2nd is November 3rd?
Yes.
A lot of things happen on November 3rd in this story, Mr. Markar, correct?
Yes, that was the first day that we actually were able to speak with Mr. Young directly.
You filmed the Afghan from California, Mr. California, right?
Yes.
You filmed Mr. Kabul, right?
I believe so.
And you film your attempt to call Mr. Young, right?
Correct.
Let's walk through November 3rd in detail, okay? After the Mr. Kabul interview is over, you text Katie Bolillis. Do you recall that?
I believe it happened. I don't remember the timing of it.
That's fair. Corey, can you put up Exhibit 117? Let's go to page 19. 6:24 p.m. UTC. This is 2:24 p.m. DC time, okay?
Yes.
You tell Katie Bolillis, the Kabul interview I just did was heartbreaking. Nothing to do with this guy, though. That's this guy? Mr. Young?
Yes.
Just the business, right?
Correct.
One character on tape, correct?
That's right.
This character makes it into the final video segment, right?
Yeah, it was a particularly sad story.
There's nothing to do with Mr. Young, right?
He had seen Mr. Young's post, but they hadn't had any contact.
Nothing to do with this guy, though, right?
Correct. They didn't have any interaction.
Now, it's just 2 minutes after you tell Katie Bolillis that the interview with Mr. Kabul was heartbreaking at 6:24, which is 2:24, and unrelated to Zach, that you also tell her it's going to be Zach's funeral, bucko, right?
I wrote that, yes.
2 minutes after. You just told her the video was heartbreaking, but nothing to do with him, right?
Well, you need to put it in context of what Katie Bowe and I were talking about.
I mean, are you denying it was 2 minutes later?
No, I'm not denying your timeline.
Okay. Now, 30 minutes later, you interview the second Afghan character, correct?
Mr. California?
Yes, Mr. California.
Yes.
Now, you had a CNN employee go to Mr. California to film him, correct?
Cameraman, yeah.
And you had a CNN employee cameraman film you, correct?
Yes.
So we have a video of your side of the interview, right?
Yep.
And we have a video of his side of the interview, right?
Yes, that's often how we do things.
And parts of the interview make it into the final video that CNN published on November 11th, right?
The very beginning.
They made it in, right?
Yes, yeah. It was at the beginning of the piece.
Now, I'm going to play you a segment of the video, and then I want to ask you some questions about it. But Exhibit 274 is not yet in evidence. So can I get a limited publication of Exhibit 274 to just the witness?
Is it a video?
It is a video. Well, we're not going to play it. We're going to put it up there. Can you mute the sound? Is that you, Mr. Marquardt?
It is.
And you're sitting there.
Yes, yes.
This is why don't you let it ride, but without any sound? This is you filming Mr. California's interview, correct?
I don't know what stage of the conversation this was, but this appears to be the day that we were doing that. I mean, without the sound, I can't tell what I'm doing.
I understand. Your Honor, plaintiff's offer exhibit 274 in evidence.
The entire video?
Yep.
Okay, no objection.
All right, item 274 is admitted.
Now, Corey, can you stop that video? Let's go to the timestamp, 25 minutes, 36 seconds. And let's turn the sound on, please, Corey. And let's play till 26 minutes and 4 seconds.
I'm going to ask Jim to take a couple more shots so that we have so that we're able to edit this, if you don't mind. We'll probably just what I'm going to ask him to do is probably he's going to turn on the light, but we're just going to sort of shoot your hands, when you're talking, and then how would you feel if he went when you leave, if he goes outside with you and just shoots you from the head down out on the street?
So you tell Mr. California that you're going to ask CNN's cameraman to take a couple more shots so that you're able to edit the video, right?
That's right.
And that these shots are going to be of his hands when he's talking, right?
Yes.
And another shot from the head down while he's walking, right?
Correct. That was the first shot in the piece.
And CNN ended up filming both those shots, didn't they?
We did.
So I need a limited production, please, of 275, so we can take it down from the publication, Mr. Hagan. And let's put up without sound exhibit 275. And let's let that play for the witness without any sound. Sir, you recognize this as the shots you were just describing, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, plaintiff's offer exhibit 275 in evidence.
It's fine, Your Honor.
Item 275 is admitted.
Corey, can you bring it back and let's play the first 10 seconds or so once it's published with some sound.
Yes, to the evacuation, or if I heard anything back from these people that they are trying to evacuate them. So I talked to him for like about 10 minutes.
Now, you were monitoring this shot as it was going down, right?
I was listening. Yes, I could see yes, I could see a feedback. Yeah.
And Corey, can we jump to minute 117? And let's just play a few seconds, like 5 seconds, until 123.
But that didn't happen yet.
That's
No. No.
Jim, can you lower the shot a little bit? Have they been in...
So you ask the cameraman, his name is Jim?
I believe so.
You say, can you just lower the shot a little bit, right?
Yes.
And then, Corey, can we jump to minute 213? And let's just play a few moments till like 222 or so. This is the walking shot you were referenced earlier, right?
Yes. Although I think we used the one from the back.
We'll get there. Corey, can we jump to 237? This is another angle of the walking shot, right?
Yes.
Corey, can we jump to 251? And this is another angle of the walking shot, correct?
That's correct.
All right, Corey, can you take down the shots? But let's go back to the messages with Katie Bolilis on November 3rd. Now, the last time we had looked at these messages, Mr. Marker, you had just told Katie Bolilis it was going to be Zach's funeral, right?
That was one of the things I wrote to her.
It was a minute before, right?
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
So let's pick up right back there. The next minute, 6:27, the funeral bucko comment was at 6:26, right?
I can't see it, but
Corey, let's show it to Mr. Markard.
yes, I see it there. Yes.
Okay, so the next minute, let's go back to those other messages. You say to Katie Bolilis, think I should try to call him, question mark?
Yes.
Wouldn't pick up, right?
I was certainly allowing for the possibility that he wouldn't pick up, yeah.
You were pretty sure he wasn't going to pick up, right?
I was asking her because she had talked to him. I hadn't talked to him.
You didn't say, is he going to pick up? You said he wouldn't pick up, right?
I didn't know. I mean, you could hear I'm asking.
It's kind of like I'm asking you questions, right? The answer is embedded in the question, Mr. Markart, right?
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, it's called cross-examination. It's called a leading question. You asked Miss Lillis a leading question. You say, he wouldn't pick up, right?
There was a very good, this is what I'm saying here, is there is a very good chance that he was not going to pick up the phone.
Okay. So now, Katie Bolillis responds, and she offers to prep Zach for that call. She says, do you want to try it cold? At 6:28, Corey, can we just highlight that? Do you want to try it cold? Or do you want me to prep it? You see that?
Yes.
You tell her no. You want it cold, right?
I don't know. I can't see my answer.
Let's go down to the answer, Corey. I think cold first, and then we ask again, right?
Yes, I see that.
You knew there was a pretty good chance he wasn't going to pick up. Katie Bolillis was at that moment talking to him, right? She was texting with him.
She'd been talking to him that day.
And she offers to make an introduction so that he'll know you're calling, right? We just looked at that. Do you want me to prep it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You tell her no. Don't tell him, right?
Well, I clearly thought there was a better chance that he would pick up if he didn't know that I was going to call.
Is that what you thought?
I think so. If she had said...
Right, let's keep it. That's okay. You answer the question, Mr. Marquardt.
Okay.
You tried to call Zachary Young, right?
I did.
Zach didn't answer, right?
Unfortunately.
Which is what you were expecting.
There was a good possibility of that. I really wanted to get him on the phone.
So let's go down to 6:36. It's 10 minutes later. You follow up to your email with your text message with Katie Bolillis. You say, okay, no answer. Shocker, right?
Yeah, it didn't look like he wanted to engage.
Yeah. You knew he wasn't going to pick up. He didn't pick up. You were like, duh.
I knew there was a good chance.
Right?
Yeah.
But we got the shot of him not answering, right?
And this speaks to good reporting.
Sure, right? That's what I said?
Yeah.
That's what you said? We got the shot of him not answering?
We got the shot of me trying to get to him.
That's what you wrote. But we got the shot of him not answering, correct?
That's correct. He didn't pick up the phone.
Now, before we look at the shot of you calling Mr. Young, I want to get a few facts straight, okay? Is that all right?
Yes, that's fine.
When you attempted to call Mr. Young, you did it through an encrypted messaging application called Signal, correct?
That's how we were speaking with him. That's correct.
That's not a regular phone call, correct?
It's like calling someone on FaceTime.
It's not a regular phone call, right?
What do you mean by regular phone call,
I
sir?
mean, if I pick up my phone and I dial your number and I press call, I'm using a regular phone line, right?
Right. It's like calling someone on FaceTime.
It's like WhatsApp, right?
Sure. Same thing.
So it's not a regular phone call, right?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know what you mean by regular phone call. It is a phone call. It absolutely is a phone call.
It's a VoIP phone call. Do you know what VoIP is?
Voice over IP.
Right.
Correct.
So it's a voice over internet protocol, right?
Yeah, I call that a phone call.
Okay. Uses the internet to place a phone call instead of the telephone wires, correct?
That's the distinction. I agree with you there.
Oh, it's not a regular phone call.
It's a phone call over via voice over IP is still a phone call.
Didn't say it's not a phone call, sir. I just said it's not a regular phone call. But it's okay. On November 3rd, you had not yet texted or called Zachary Young from your cell phone, correct?
That's right.
You would have no reason to recognize the number you were dialing on, correct?
I don't know if my name comes up when I call.
On Signal?
On Signal?
On VoIP?
On Signal.
Was he a contact, sir?
He was saved in my phone.
Was he saved in his phone?
I honestly don't know what comes
Sorry,
up.
that was a bad question.
Was I saved
Were
in his
you
phone?
saved in his phone?
I don't know what he saved.
Do you think he just randomly saved Alexander? Had you ever talked to him before?
No, I hadn't.
Have you ever reached out to him before?
No.
So why would he have you saved in his phone number?
He wouldn't.
Okay, so it wasn't in his phone. So his phone rings with a number he doesn't recognize, right? Maybe.
But Signal may put my name up.
Do you know if it does?
I don't.
I think you should check that. You told Katie Bolillis not to tell them that you would be calling, right?
I thought there was a better chance that I could get him on the phone if she didn't say that.
Mm-hmm. That's what you said today, right? That's your testimony today.
Yes.
So he, Mr. Young, was not expecting your call, correct?
That's correct.
All right, let's take a look at that clip, but before we get it into evidence, before we display it to the jury, I need to get it into evidence. So can we have a limited production of Exhibit 138, please? Let's mute the sound, Corey. Let's let it roll. Sir, is this the video of you attempting to call Mr. Young?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, plaintiffs offer Exhibit 138 into evidence.
No objection.
All right. Claims 138 will be admitted.
Corey, can we jump to minute 120 of this film? And let's put the sound on till 135. So 15 seconds, please.
Okay.
Is this 120? So you've got the shot set up and you place the signal call to Zachary Young, right?
That's right.
Let's watch it ring. Corey, can you let it play till 2:35?
Might get a shot just so you can see the name.
You make sure he gets the shot, right?
You turn it.
Yes, for editing purposes.
Okay. Keep going, please, Corey. Zoom's in. All right. So, sir, you make sure the cameraman has a clear view of Zachary Young, the contact, right?
Yeah, you can see his long Austrian number there.
We see a long Austrian number there, right?
But that's the one that Katie Bo Lillis was texting him on.
I don't see it up there. Can you zoom in on that? I can't read it. Can you?
No, but I know for a fact that it's the same number on my phone.
All right. The screen shows you calling a contact called Zachary Young, right?
That's right.
Mr. Markart, you've taken an oath to tell the truth today, haven't you?
Yes.
You remember that oath, right?
Yes.
Was that Mr. Young's actual phone number or just a friend's phone number you saved under Zachary Young's name?
That was the number I believed to be Mr. Young's that I had gotten from Katie Bo Lillis because she had been texting with him on that number.
Corey, can you put up a side-by-side of PX 129 and PX 135? Both are in evidence. So on the left side, we have your messages from your perspective with Mr. Young, correct?
That's right.
129.
Yes.
Corey, can we put up the other half of that? There we go. And on the right side, we have Mr. Young's messages with you, correct?
That's right.
Now, sir, Corey, can you put a red box where the missed calls should be? And can you put a red box where the outgoing calls should be? Now, Signal shows call messages in its chat history, right?
It does. Yes.
Now, November 10th is the first message, right? This is taking place on November 3rd, right?
That's correct.
There is no missed call in Mr. Young's chat history, correct?
I don't see it there.
There's no outgoing call in your message history with Mr. Young, correct?
That's correct.
Was that Zachary Young saved under that phone number, Mr. Markart?
Yes, it was. It was the same number that Katie Bo Lillis had given me and that he had been using.
All right, Corey, let's put up let's go back to 138. And let's play until 2:43 and pause.
Hey, can you just hold the phone in your hand for a second? Just like you're listening. And take a step back. There you go.
So the call ended and we saw no answer, right?
Yeah, you can. I let it ring quite a few times.
Your producer then tells you to hold the phone and pretend to be listening, right?
The cameraman told me that.
Okay. He even told you where to stand for the shot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's turn the video back on. Let's play till 3:09, please, and then let's pause it.
Doing the phone in the shot.
You're pretending to call Mr. Young, correct?
I don't know what I was doing at the time. It looks like I'm placing a call. Call was
Your
already-
ring?
I don't hear any ringing.
You were pretending to phone call him, weren't you?
I don't know.
Okay. Play a roll on that.
Now you saw your phone, confirmed it was a pretend phone call?
I'm sorry.
Now that you saw your phone screen not ringing or showing a missed call, are you confident that you were pretending to call Mr. Young?
I was holding my phone like I was making a phone call after having made the phone call. What you're getting at is very basic TV production.
Theater, right?
They're often, no, production. This is, oftentimes we will get shots that we know that we will need to edit into the piece. For example, if I'm interviewing you and I want reaction shots of me or question shots, me asking questions, we will often do that afterwards. It's part of TV news production. This is a very standard practice.
That very standard practice of a fake phone call makes it into the final production video, right?
You saw the very real phone call that I tried to place to Mr. Young, and I wish that he had picked up so that he could explain what he was doing. There was absolutely a call to Mr. Young made that day.
Sir, I saw you place a phone call to someone you named Zachary Young in your phone call. That's all I saw.
All I can tell you, Mr. Friedman, is I used the phone number that was given to me by my colleague who had been texting with Mr. Young. As far as I knew, that phone number was Mr. Young's because she had been successful at texting with him. The same phone number, mind you, that I then used a week later to text with him that he responded on. As far as I knew, that was his phone number. I called him. He did not pick up the phone. And what you're seeing here are what are called pickup shots so that we can then edit the story together later on. This is very standard production.
Sir, that shot of you pretending to call Mr. Young makes it into the final segment, correct?
Yes.
That theater makes it into the final segment, correct?
No, that shot did.
Corey, please play what happens next.
Oh, well.
Theater.
Yeah.
Sorry, Corey, can you play that one more time? 309 to 315.
Oh, well.
Theater.
Yeah.
Sir, that theater makes it into the final shot, correct?
The phone call did.
You can't even say it, can you?
The phone call to Mr. Young made it into the final shot. Mr. Friedman,
Theater. It made it into the final shot, right?
that did not.
Sir,
I appreciate-
the theater of you faking a phone call to Mr. Young made it into the final video segment, correct?
We didn't fake a phone call. We made the phone call.
Sir, you just admitted that you were holding your phone. It's standard procedure in CNN and TV news production to take other, I forgot the name you used, shots, right?
Pickup shots, yes.
Pickup shots.
Yeah.
You just said it was a pickup shot.
Yes.
That theater made it into the final video segment, correct?
The pickup shot did, yeah.
Can't say, Mr. Marquardt, can you?
I appreciate that you're trying to paint this as some kind of scandal. I can explain what's going on here. And
Sir, I didn't ask you. I'm not going to use my time for it, but I am sure Ms. Axelrod will ask you to explain it.
that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Friedman.
Sir, at the beginning of this cross-examination, you told me no part of the video segment was theatered. Do you recall that sworn testimony?
That's correct.
You lied to the jury, did you not?
I did not.
Before you signed off for the night, Mr. Marquardt, you texted your boss, Mr. Callahan, right?
Can you show it to me?
Sure. Can you put up Exhibit 121, please, Corey? You gave him an update on what was happening that day. Corey, let's take Mr. Marquardt to 8:46 p.m. And first you tell him that Katie Bolilis has been in touch with the main guy, Zachary Young, correct?
Yes.
He was the main guy of your story, correct?
Well, in other messages that you've shown, I called the other two the main characters as well. These were all characters in the piece.
All main characters. Mr. California, Mr. Kabul, Mr. Young, main characters, correct?
I believe they all got equal time in the piece.
They're your words, main characters. Just say it.
He was a main character.
Okay. Second, you tell him that you tried to call Mr. Young, but he didn't pick up, right?
And yes, which we just saw.
Then you tell him that the two interviews went great, both very strong, desperate, and sad. Do you see that?
Yes, that's correct.
And finally, you tell him there is nothing more we need to shoot, right?
That's correct.
And that's because you had set up a camera to film yourself allegedly calling Mr. Young, correct?
Yes.
And we watched as you claimed to have called Mr. Young, right?
I did call Mr.
We
Young.
watched as you then pretended to call Mr. Young for pickup shots, right?
That's correct.
And then we watched as you declared it all theater, right?
Well,
Right.
that didn't go into the piece.
Your admission that it was theater didn't go into the piece, right?
Mr. Friedman,
Sir, it didn't go into the piece, right?
that was a
Your Honor, objection not responsive.
Your Honor, I don't know that his answer is non-responsive, but
Sir, I'll ask.
go ahead and answer the question.
Sir, your declaration of theater did not make it into the final piece,
No.
correct?
No. What I was calling theater.
Your Honor, there's no further question pending, Mr. Marquardt.
Understood, Mr. Friedman.
Nothing more. Nothing more we needed to shoot. Right? Do you see that? Nothing more we needed to shoot?
That's correct.
Sir, right before you sign off for the night, Mr. Callahan follows up with some questions. Can we take him down there, Carrie? 8:52. Either of the two interviewers talk to Zachary Young? Do you see that?
Yes.
You tell him, no, there's no connection there. Young's MO is asking Afghans if they have a sponsor, and when they say no, he drops them. Do you see that?
Yes.
He knows they can't pay.
That's true. He told the same to Katie Bolilis.
Nonetheless, Mr. Marquardt, CNN still published a video talking about Mr. Young demanding exorbitant prices from desperate Afghans, correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, the first person at CNN to be in contact with Mr. Young was Katie Bolilis, right?
That's correct.
Now, you reviewed the November 3rd correspondence between Katie Bolilis and Mr. Young, have you not?
I have.
And so have this jury, so I'm not going to bother showing it again, okay? But she tells Zach that CNN is writing a story about, and that Mr. Young, sorry, let me rephrase that. She never tells Mr. Young that CNN is writing a story and that Mr. Young will be in it, correct?
She tells him we're writing a story. I don't recall whether she said that he'll be in it or not, but I eventually told him that he was going to be in it.
Sir, do you recall sitting for deposition in this case?
Yes.
And at that deposition, you swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
And I'm asking you to please go to page 160 of your deposition, volume 1. And once you're at page 160, please look at lines 4 through 9.
Okay, sir.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
No objection?
At that deposition, sir, I asked you the following questions, and you gave the following sworn answers. Question: Ms. Lillis never tells Mr. Young that there's a story about that CNN is going to be writing a story and that Mr. Young will be in it, correct?
That's correct.
Answer: that's correct.
Correct.
She never tells Mr. Young that the potential story involves black markets and exploitation, correct?
This was 8 days before publication. We didn't
Correct,
know what the
sir.
story was going to be. That's correct.
Let's get it clean, Mr. Young, Mr. Marquardt. She never tells Mr. Young that the potential story involves black markets and exploitation, correct?
That's correct.
So fast forward with me 7 days now from the Lillis conversation on November 3rd to November 10th, okay?
That's right.
It's 2:42 p.m. now. I want you to go to that time spot. And that's just over 24 hours from when you're scheduled to air at 5:38 p.m., correct?
That's right.
You send a message to Zachary Young, correct?
That's right.
Corey, can you pull up Exhibit 129? This is your opening message to Mr. Young, correct?
Yes.
This message is now the first time someone from CNN specifically states to Mr. Young that we're going to be running a piece in which we detail your interactions with people inquiring about your services and the prices to evacuate people from Afghanistan, correct?
That's right.
And there's some more back and forth between you and Mr. Young, and then that conversation goes on. You eventually give him some time to respond, correct?
Yes.
2 hours to respond, correct?
Well, no, I contacted him more than 24 hours before the story aired.
Yeah, and you don't say in this message that there's any time sensitivity, do you?
No, not right
You
there.
don't give him a deadline to respond to you, do you?
No.
And nonetheless, he responds in less than 24 hours. Isn't that true?
He responds the next day. That's correct.
Less than 24 hours later, right?
Yes, according to the timestamps.
Now, thank you, Corey, up until the last minute, you still had not told Mr. Young that the story would involve headlines and banners and statements about the exploitation of Afghans, correct?
I made clear at the last minute that he was going to be in the story.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Either re-ask the question, or if you remember the question, answer the question.
I'll ask it again.
Yes.
Up until the last minute, you still had not told Mr. Young that the story would involve headlines and banners and statements about the exploitation of Afghans, correct?
That's correct.
The same is true of black markets. You had not, up until the last moment, you still had not told Mr. Young that the story would involve headlines and banners and statements about the exploitation of about black markets, correct?
That's correct.
And as of 2 hours before you're scheduled to air, no one from CNN has told Mr. Young that the story would involve black markets, correct?
Can you say that again?
Yeah. No one ever told Mr. Young that the story would involve black markets, correct?
That's correct.
No one ever told Mr. Young that the story would involve the exploitation of Afghans, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Mr. Young did respond to your initial message, Mr. Marquardt, correct?
The next day.
And you were pissed off when he texted you back, weren't you?
No, I was very eager to hear what he had to say.
Corey, can we put Exhibit 129 at page 1 on the left side of the screen, and let's focus on Mr. Young's response to Mr. Marquardt. Can we shift that over to the left side? So this is Mr. Young's first response to you, Mr. Marquardt, correct?
Yes.
And in it, he says, at 11:53, hi, Alexander, please provide me a list of questions as well as facts and assertions about me intent to publish. I will need some time to review and provide comment, right?
Yes.
And you were eager to hear what he had to say, right?
I was.
Corey, can you please put up on the right side of the screen Exhibit 141 at 1, which is in evidence, and bring me down to 4:54 UTC time, which is 11:54 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. So 11:53, Mr. Young reaches out to you for the very first time, right?
Yes.
And 1 minute later, at 11:54, you say FFS. What does FFS stand for, Mr. Marquardt?
Would you like me to swear in court?
I think I need you to, Mr. Marquardt. I'm sorry, but that's what you wrote. What does FFS stand for?
Well, apologies. It stands for fuck's sake.
What's the line underneath it say, Mr. Marquardt?
Effing Young just texted.
It actually uses the cursor, but I think we've seen enough of that today, right, Mr. Marquardt?
Yes.
So you write, for F's sake, effing Young just texted, right?
Yes.
Eager to hear what he had to say, right?
Yes.
Thanks, Corey. Sir, in the final publication, I want to look at some of the word choices you used in your final publication, okay? CNN used in its final publication. Is that all right?
In the article?
In the video first.
Okay.
Corey, could you put up 170, Exhibit 170, which is the video, and just show us a still of 3 minutes and 55 seconds. We don't need to waste time watching it. That's Zach's face on the screen, Mr. Marquardt, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And the Chiron, that's this banner. This is called a Chiron in newspeak, right? This
Yes,
banner
sir.
at the bottom?
Yep.
The Chiron there, Mr. Marquardt, says, Afghans trying to flee Taliban face black markets, exorbitant fees, no guarantee of safety or success, right?
That's right.
Corey, can you please bring us to minute 323 of the video? We now have Zach's face and his name on the top of the screen, right?
Yes.
And underneath it, again, Afghans trying to flee face black markets, exorbitant fees, no guarantee of safety or success, right?
That's correct.
In this video, sir, CNN uses Zach as an example of a black market, correct?
As an example of someone who's operating in a black market.
Yes,
Yes.
better phrase. In this video, CNN uses Mr. Young as an example of someone operating in a black market, correct?
That's correct.
And in this video, CNN uses Mr. Young as an example of someone taking advantage of Afghans.
Taking advantage of the situation.
Of Afghans, sir.
That's correct.
In this video, CNN used Mr. Young as an example of someone engaging in this exploitation, correct?
That's correct.
Example of a black market, correct?
Example of someone in a black market.
CNN uses Zach as an example of someone operating in the black market, correct?
Correct.
As someone taking advantage of Afghans, correct?
Correct.
As someone engaging in exploitation of Afghans, correct?
Correct.
And you agree with me, sir, that a definition of black market is an illegal market, correct?
a definition. I believe there are other definitions.
But you agree it's a definition, correct?
It's a definition, correct?
As a journalist, sir, you have used dictionaries to understand the meaning of words, correct?
I have.
And the dictionary you use more often than not, sir, is the one Google would serve up. Is that true?
Yes, that's fair.
Let's take a look at Google, sir. Corey, can you bring up 308.1? Sir, Google defines black market to be an illegal traffic or trade in officially controlled or scarce commodities. You see that there?
I do. And that's from Oxford.
That is the sole definition in the dictionary you use more often than not, correct?
Yes.
Now, you believe, Mr. Markart, that a black market can also mean an unregulated market, correct?
That's true.
That definition does not appear in Google, does it?
Not right there, no.
Thank you, Corey. Sir, at this time in Afghanistan, the Taliban, a terrorist organization, had military control. Is that correct?
Complete control of the country.
It was extremely risky to be there, right?
It would have been for a lot of people, yes.
No one could guarantee the safety or success of an evacuation mission, correct?
It was hard to, yeah.
No one could guarantee the safety or success of an evacuation mission, correct?
I think it's fair to say it's hard. It's very, very hard to guarantee.
It's hard or it's impossible, sir?
I wouldn't say it's impossible. There were flights that were going out. Some people were being...
Guarantee someone they could get on that flight, sir?
Not anyone. Some people. The Taliban was letting some people out.
So the Taliban could guarantee safe passage outside, correct?
They would be best positioned to.
Is there anyone else that you know that could guarantee safe passage out of Afghanistan, sir?
No.
Corey, can you put up PX 170 at 354? CNN nonetheless chose to display a chyron over Zach's face and his name, saying that there is no guarantee of safety or success, correct?
That's right.
That is just the baseline true of anyone offering evacuation services, isn't it true?
That's true.
Sir, your video said, CNN's video said, that desperate Afghans are now being exploited, correct?
That's right.
You had no evidence that Zach exploited an Afghan, isn't that correct?
He was exploiting the situation.
You had no evidence that Zach exploited an Afghan, correct?
Afghan individuals, that's correct. He was trying to.
Corey, can you play the first 9 seconds of PX 350, which is in evidence?
They say they will help Afghans escape the country, but only for a price, a steep price. How desperate Afghans are being preyed upon. That's next.
This is a preview of the segment of the Lead with Jake Tapper, sir.
That's right.
Mr. Tapper says that after the commercial, the video will discuss how desperate Afghans are being preyed upon.
That's right.
You never found any evidence that Zach took any money from an Afghan citizen, correct?
That's correct.
As we covered earlier, you did not have any evidence that Zach took advantage of an Afghan, correct?
That's correct.
But CNN still broadcast that the story was about Mr. Young preying on desperate Afghans, correct?
He was attempting to.
Thank you, Corey. Sir, you still broadcast the story was about Mr. Young preying on desperate Afghans, correct?
He and others.
Correct?
Correct.
There came a point after the video that you wrote a digital story about the article, about the news piece, right?
An article, yes.
And can we have a limited production, please, of PX 205? There came a time where digital paused the story, correct?
Yes.
So you've got on your screen, sir, it's PX 205, and you're looking at Slack messages between yourself and an employee of CNN called Natasha Bertrand, correct?
Yes.
And you're discussing the digital write-up in this piece?
Yes.
Your Honor, plaintiffs offer exhibit 205 in evidence?
No objection. Plaintiffs 205 will be admitted.
Can we publish to the jury, Mr. Hagan? And let's zoom in on those messages at 144, please, Corey. That you tell Ms. Bertrand that effing digital turned down the ride after I banged out 900 words, right?
Yes, that's right.
She responds, why would digital, can we get her response, Corey? She says, why would digital turn anything down? Not like they have limited space, right?
Yes.
You write back in short, Tom Lumley felt blindsided yesterday when we told him the piece was airing and he hadn't known a digital was coming. So it turned into a bit of a pissing match between the desk and digital, and I was in the middle, right?
Yes.
The desk is like the TV side of CNN?
The desk is kind of the nerve center of the whole operation. They're the ones who sort of organize and control everything. So they're sitting at the middle of everything. That's where my manager, Mike Callahan, would be.
You thought CNN was behaving childishly, correct?
I thought some people were. Not the whole organization.
You said, why must we be so childish, right?
Yes.
Corey, can we get a limited production of PX221? This is an email communication between yourself and Matthew Phillips, a digital editor, correct?
Yes.
It's talking about the digital piece in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you, Your Honor, plaintiffs offer Exhibit 221 into evidence.
No.
Items 221 is admitted.
So Hagen, can we please publish the jury? And let's zoom in on Mr. Marquardt's communication at 10:47 a.m. You say to Mr. Phillips, happy to fill you in on this pissing contest. Do you see that?
I do.
It's fair to say the nerve center of CNN wanted this story to move forward and digital was pushing back, and it became a bit of a fight going on between them.
It's kind of a turf war.
Take that down, Corey. Thank you. Sir, when CNN published the video segment at issue in this case, your title was just Senior National Security Correspondent, correct?
That's right.
But your title has changed since the segment was published, has it not?
Yes.
Now you're CNN's Chief National Security Correspondent, aren't you?
Yes.
And that title change occurred in August of 2023?
I believe it was announced in September of 2023.
September of 2023. The piece aired in November of 2021, correct?
That's right.
Sir, you think Mr. Young was doing something bad by profiting off of people in a war zone, correct?
I didn't say he was profiting. I didn't say he was doing anything bad.
I'm asking what you thought, sir.
I certainly thought what he was doing was questionable. I just didn't know exactly what he was doing.
Sir, you're a hypocrite, aren't you?
Beg your pardon?
You're a hypocrite, aren't you?
I don't think so, no.
All right, well, Mr. Marquardt, you've been profiting off of war and refugees your whole career, haven't you?
No, I haven't.
Mr. Marquardt, you were a reporter in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and you reported on it in 2022, didn't you?
Yes.
And you were paid for that position, weren't you?
Yes.
Mr. Marquardt, you were a paid reporter, and you reported on the front lines of the uprising and the wars of the Middle East, weren't you?
Yes.
Sir, you were also a paid reporter on the front lines of the refugee and migrant crisis across Europe as a paid reporter, weren't you?
Yes.
Sir, you were also a paid reporter for the Cairo Revolution as it exploded, weren't you?
Yes.
And you were paid to go to Syria and report on the war there, weren't you?
I wasn't paid to go to Syria.
So you were paid to report on the war in Syria, correct?
Yes.
You were paid to be a reporter and go into Gaza and Israel in 2012 and 2014 during the wars there, correct?
Yes.
You were paid to go to Ukraine when Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, correct?
Yes.
Sir, there is no difference between you and Mr. Young, is there?
I couldn't disagree more.
You were both paid by corporations for operations in war zones. Isn't that true?
No.
Mr. Marquardt, you were paid by CNN, and Mr. Young was paid by Bloomberg and Audible. Both of you were paid to operate in war zones, correct?
Technically correct, yes.
Sir, do you recall that you were asked for help to evacuate an Afghan from Afghanistan hell?
Yes.
You said, there is nothing I can do myself except tell your story and show the world how important it is, right?
That's correct. That's what journalists do.
Nothing you could do, sir, except exploit his story, correct?
No, I disagree.
Sir, the only difference between you and my client is that he saved lives and you did not, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
You have been profiting off of war and refugees your entire career, Mr. Marquardt, haven't you?
No.
Sir, when CNN ran a partial correction to say it should not have used the term black market in the video, did you agree with that?
I did not.
Because you think the term black market is apt, correct?
I do.
Sir, Fuzz Hogan was on the stand earlier today, yes, on Friday. He called your reporting extraordinary and very brave. Do you agree with that characterization?
I'm flattered, and I think so.
Can we get a limited production of 205, please? Sorry, can we publish to the jury?
What's that?
Can we go to page 2, please, Corey? And can we zoom in? Sir, after the hit piece on Mr. Young aired,
Objection. Hit piece, argumentative.
sir, after the video segment on Mr. Young aired, you left and went to a concert, didn't you?
Yes.
It's a new day for you, right?
Yes.
It was the end of Mr. Young's career, wasn't it?
I don't know.
You celebrated.
I did not.
Corey, can you please bring up PX 203? And zoom into Mr. Marquardt's message on top. You sent the piece out to Edward Mager.
Mar.
I'm sorry, how do you pronounce it, sir?
Mar.
Edward Marr?
Yes.
You sent the piece to Edward Marr, and you said you were proud of this one, did you not?
Yes.
You still proud, Mr. Marquardt?
I am.
Would you do another piece like this, Mr. Marquardt?
I would.
Would you like to apologize to Mr. Young, Mr. Marquardt?
I don't feel I need to.
Because he deserved to be nailed?
No, because the story that we did
Sir, because
was...
he deserved to be nailed?
No, sir.
Because he was a mother effer?
No, sir.
Because he was an S-bag?
Is there a question?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
You don't want to apologize to him because you thought he was a SHIT bag, correct?
I don't feel the need to apologize to him. I didn't say that to him.
Correct or not?
Correct.
Because he is an a-hole?
I don't feel the need to apologize.
Because he has a punchable face?
I don't feel the need to apologize.
Because he's a parasite that needs to be exterminated, sir?
None of these things were said to Mr. Young.
Your Honor, we have no further questions.
I don't think the lunch is here yet. Take a lunch break. Is it? You want to start? Or
I can start. And, Your Honor, Juice, I'm going to grab my binder. Juice, want to signal me when food's here?
sure.
Got it.
Y'all doing all right?
Good morning, Mr. Marquardt.
Good morning, Mr. Ashcroft.
Do you stand by your reporting in this story?
I do.
Explain to the jury why.
I felt that this was an incredibly important moment in American history. The U.S. had just ended its longest war. It had come to a catastrophic end, and countless people, American citizens, people who had helped American forces, American diplomats, had been left behind. And so I started on a series of stories to highlight the efforts to try to get them out and get them to safety. This was a hugely important story in American history, and I felt that there were a lot of people's stories who had not been told. And it was heartbreaking to hear 2 months on from that extremely chaotic evacuation where, we all saw these scenes of people chasing planes down the runway, that there were still people in hiding being hunted by the Taliban. And so when I learned that they were they had not gotten out, and that they were instead being told, well, you can only get out if you pay thousands and thousands of dollars that they don't have, that it was something worth highlighting. And to this day, I still have people contacting me, asking me to help get them out, do what I can to help get them out. And I felt like this was a very important issue that was worth covering.
Let's just focus on what Mr. Friedman asked you about the questions about Mr. Young. Given every question that Mr. Friedman asked you about Mr. Young and the back and forth you had with him, do you stand by your reporting about Mr. Young?
I do.
Why?
Because throughout the course of the reporting, and when you look at the final story, this was always a story. These two stories, the video and the article, were always about this idea that these desperate Afghans were facing these extraordinary amounts of money, these exorbitant prices. And everything that we put in those stories was 100% factually true. There was no allegation of anything illegal. There was nothing in there about him being a war profiteer. We do now that we know that he made money off of these people. Everything in there was factual. It was all the facts. And when it came time to put his side of the story in there, we did. We included his own words. Everything that we included about him came from him. They were his own words, either on LinkedIn or on text message. And so we told his side of the story as well. And I thought it was very important to highlight his activities and others like him. And that's why I stand by the story, because all the facts were there.
Mr. Friedman was just comparing what you do as a reporter to what Mr. Young was doing, and you said you disagreed. Explain to the jury why you disagree with that characterization.
More than disagree. I take great offense to that. I think when correspondence reporters go into war zones, they're doing so because they feel a need to tell a very, very important story. That's something that I've tried to do for the past 2 decades of my career, is to highlight the situations of people going through war, what people are living through, what they're facing. I think war brings out the best and the worst in people, and that's why it makes it such an interesting subject to cover. And to insinuate that I was doing that to make money is not just incorrect, it's downright insulting. There are plenty of other ways for reporters to make money. I wasn't paid to go into a war zone. I could have done other kinds of journalism that would have also paid me, and I wouldn't have had to risk my life and getting shot at or had missiles, falling all around me. I think that the comparison could not be farther from the truth. To allege that war correspondents are war profiteers is just it's a very cynical way, I think, of looking at things. The goal that we have in covering war zones is really to highlight the plight of people who are at the darkest, most desperate, toughest times in their lives, and to try to tell that story to the world.
And why is it important to tell that story to the world?
So that people understand what's going on around the world. I mean, you look at the wars that are going on today in Ukraine, in the Middle East, back then the war that was going on in Afghanistan. I think it's critically important for, most of our audience is in the United States, but it's also around the world, to see what's going on in these countries. I mean, for American citizens, it's important to understand what the U.S. government is doing, or in the case of Afghanistan, not doing to help people or to fight these wars, where your tax dollars are going, who's making these decisions, why they're making these decisions. I think these are historic events that are really worth people understanding. Why is the Russian invasion of Ukraine important? Well, it could completely change the borders in Europe. It's the biggest war in Europe that we've seen since World War II. The war in Afghanistan was where thousands of American service members served, were injured, lost their lives. It's important for Americans to see and understand that. The same goes in Iraq, for example. I think these are critically important stories for our audience, both in the U.S. and around the world, to understand.
A couple more questions, and I think from my reading of body language at lunches here, but just a couple more questions. I think at one point, under questioning from Mr. Friedman, you said that Mr. Young exploited the situation. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And Mr. Friedman didn't want to hear your explanation, but I would like you to explain to the jury what you meant.
Exploiting, taking advantage of the situation. The situation was you had all these people who were hiding, who were in shelter, who were being hunted by a terrorist organization, people going door to door. And they couldn't get out. Many of these people had worked with American forces, they'd worked with American diplomats, they'd worked with American companies. They had a right to be evacuated and to get out of the country and to be saved and to give their children a better life, whether in the United States or elsewhere. And they couldn't get out. But there were a number of people, Mr. Young included, who saw this as an opportunity to go in, to exploit that situation, to take advantage of that situation and take advantage of those people, and to try to make some money. I didn't report at the end of the day that he was making money, but he was. And so when you see Mr. Young and others saying, well, it's going to cost you $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 to get you and your family out of Afghanistan, I would just put myself in the shoes of that father with 2 young kids saying, thinking I need to get out of this country, but I can only do so if I pay $50,000, which is not money that I could even begin to find, whether it's in my own pocket or track it down through a sponsor. So there were all these people who were trying to make a buck, who were profiting off of this situation, taking advantage of this situation, exploiting it, and I believe that Mr. Young was participating in that market, and that's what we ended up reporting. Again, we didn't say that he did anything illegal. We didn't even say that he made any money. We asked him for an understanding of what it was he was doing, and he never offered that.
Yeah, just a couple more questions. At one point, Mr. Friedman was asking you, saying, isn't it true that Mr. Young didn't exploit individual Afghans? Do you remember those questions?
I do.
And you responded, he was trying to exploit individual Afghans. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Well, in marketing his services to anybody, any and all who would listen, he was basically saying, I'm open for business. I'm ready to help get you out of the country, but for a cost. And so he was, I think, ready to take advantage of those people. Could they come up with the money? You saw repeatedly that when he realized that they didn't have a sponsor, he shut them down. When he realized that he wasn't going to get that money, he shut them down. He did entertain the possibility that maybe one of those people could come up with the money themselves. He said it's $14,500, and then the conversation ended. Example after example, time after time, he would speak with people, and when he realized that they couldn't pay, he would walk away. I believe that there's a possibility that he was doing corporate evacuations, but I also know at the same time that he was engaging with regular people and offering his services to anybody. We saw that in his interactions with my colleague, Katie Bo-Lillis, and with Jill Kornetsky, the person who showed me Mr. Young. His first interactions with them was about offering his services. He was out there marketing his services, and I think he was taking advantage of that situation and therefore taking advantage of the people who were so desperate to get out of that country, who just wanted to save themselves and save their lives. And I think he was taking advantage of that.
All of the documents that Mr. Friedman repeatedly asked you about, the ones where you interviewed sources, the ones where you were exchanging messages with your coworkers, all of those messages, were those your messages?
The interactions that I had with my other colleagues, yes, they were.
Okay. And did you produce those as part of this litigation?
Yes, I did.
You didn't delete them?
I did not.
Were you concerned about the jury seeing them?
I wanted the jury to see all these conversations because I think it showed how much research I was doing. I think you look at the number of conversations that I had from the middle of October until the middle of December when it was, middle of November, so basically 3 weeks. I think it just speaks to the fact that I was really just trying to understand what was going on, understand what the people were going through, understand what they were doing to try to get out, and understand who these people were who were saying, okay, you can get out if you pay me this money. And so I think if you take all these conversations together, it speaks to the vast research that we did to try to get this story right. And that was always the guiding principle here. Just get the facts, get it right, tell the story correctly and as fully as we could. And that's what I think we ended up doing.
Your Honor, I think this is probably a good breaking point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just take your notepads and put them in the folders and leave them on your chairs. We'll take a break for lunch. And we're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of any of the rules at all, please notify court personnel of the violation. And if you use your phones or electronic devices during lunch, make sure they're turned off before we come back in the courtroom. Just be there's lunch in the juror lounge there. You can eat in there. If you need to use the restroom or go make a phone call or whatever, just be back in the jury lounge by 12:30, and we'll get you back in here. All right? Anything else for plaintiff or defense?
No, Your Honor.
No. Thank you. All right. We'll see you in a little over a half hour. Jurors are out of the courtroom. Anything we need to address?
No.
All right. Then we'll be in recess till 12:30. We can go off the record. 6+ years later. All right, y'all grab a seat when you get back to them. Hope everybody had a good lunch.
Yes, sir.
You got some water now in there too.
Yes, thank you.
I'll give you a minute to settle in and get your notepads back out. And while they're doing that, Mr. Marquardt, I'll just remind you, you're still under oath from this morning.
Mr. Marquardt, do you have water?
I do, thank you.
All right, y'all ready? All right, Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Marquardt, when did you begin your career as a reporter?
19 years ago in 2006
And where did you start your career?
in Washington, D.C.
And at what organization?
It was a small place called Channel 1, which was a high school network. We were beamed into high school classrooms, homerooms, that kind of thing.
What comes next after Channel 1?
CNN for the first time. I covered politics. I covered the 2008 presidential race that Barack Obama ended up winning.
Okay. And after that, what's next?
Became a foreign correspondent, moved to Russia with ABC News, spent 8 years overseas, first in Russia, then in Israel, and then in Lebanon with a little bit of London at the end before I moved back to the U.S.
What does it mean to be a foreign correspondent?
It means that you are, covering stories around the world. At the time, I was working for ABC, and so, the ABC has one of the biggest broadcasts in the country, and so I was dispatched to different stories all around the world. A lot of it was conflicts and revolutions and wars and uprisings and terror attacks and that kind of thing. And I got to the Middle East when the Arab Spring was starting, all those uprisings.
What year was that?
That was in 2011, beginning of 2011.
And where did you live in the Middle East?
I lived in Tel Aviv at first, and then I lived in Beirut, the capital of Lebanon.
At some point, you come back to the U.S.?
I came back in 2017.
And where did you go?
First to New York and then to Washington, D.C.
And who were you working for?
I was working for CNN at the time. I'd switched from ABC News to back to CNN.
Okay. What was your first role at CNN?
My first role was, my title was Senior National Correspondent, which meant that I was basically covering the entire country. So I covered a lot of things like hurricanes and unfortunately some shootings, basically national issues that would crop up, a lot of natural disasters. And I did that for about 1.5 years before I moved to Washington.
Okay. And at some point, do you transition to covering national security?
In 2018, in September 2018.
And you've been doing that since?
Yes, I have.
Would you explain to the jury what it means to cover national security?
It's kind of the other side of what I was doing as a foreign correspondent. So national security is basically a term for American diplomacy, military issues, intelligence issues. And so while I was covering foreign events for years overseas, now I'm essentially covering the American government side of those foreign events. American policy towards different countries, the way that where the American military is deploying around the world. Treaties, negotiations. A lot of what I've been doing for the past few years is covering the war in Ukraine, which obviously the U.S. has been supporting quite a bit, and then the wars in the Middle East in Israel, Gaza, Lebanon, etc.
And I think you touched on this briefly, but have you gone to different conflict zones and covered those news stories?
Quite a few. I couldn't give you an exact number, but I've covered conflicts and wars since 20. Well, I would say around 2010. I've covered them for the past 15 years.
Have you won any awards for your reporting?
I have, yes.
And would you just briefly tell the jury what awards you've won?
I've won a few Emmy Awards. That's kind of the main award in television news. I won my first for our coverage of the war in Libya in 2011 when Muammar Gaddafi was kicked out of power. I won one in 2013. We investigated an American who was engaging in underage sex trafficking in the Philippines. And that was a very, very difficult story to do. We spent a lot of time out in the Philippines. Most recently, I was part of the broader CNN team that won for our coverage of the invasion of Ukraine. I was on the ground in Ukraine when Russia invaded back in 2022. And then I also have an Edward R. Morrow Award, which is just it's another award in our industry. That was also for the Philippines story.
So, what draws you to reporting on national security and conflict zones?
I was talking about it a little bit earlier. I think these are such critical and important issues, I think, for not just for our country, but for the entire world. On a very personal level, when you go to a war, it kind of just strips away everything about people in a country, and it kind of just lays people bare. And that's why I said I think it reveals the best and the worst in people. And you could say the same for natural disasters. We're seeing the same play out in California right now, people coming together to support victims there. But I really think, I was always drawn to sort of big historic events and trying to interpret those foreign events for our audience back here in the U.S. And that's what I did for 8 years with ABC. I had a great time, a really, really interesting time covering those conflicts, being at the center of these really, really important stories, and then coming back and essentially now seeing how the sausage is made. And so I spend a lot of time at the Pentagon, at the State Department, talking to the CIA, talking to the White House, and all the different players, whether it's the Trump administration or the Biden administration, to try to figure out why the U.S. does what it does. I mean, the U.S. is the most powerful country in the world, with the most powerful military in the world. Everyone looks to the U.S. for its leadership around the world. And so now I'm covering that from this side of things. And I think it's really interesting to see sort of how that power is projected around the world. And luckily CNN lets me go out and still cover things like the war in Ukraine and go out to the Middle East and cover those wars as well.
Yeah, so I want to kind of focus us now on Afghanistan in 2021. And so this jury has heard some things about what was going on the ground as the U.S. withdrew. So I don't want you to belabor the point.
Okay.
But just kind of, what was the situation on the ground as the U.S. withdrew in August of 2021?
In a word, it was chaos. It was...
Lay a foundation.
Okay. Were you involved in covering what was going on in Afghanistan in August of 2021?
I was.
Okay. Did you write stories on it?
I did.
Did you report on it?
Exhaustively.
Was CNN covering it?
Yes.
Okay. Would you explain to the jury, just on a very summary basis, what was going on in Afghanistan in August of 2021?
Overall.
It was expected, but it was complete pandemonium. I mean, we knew that the U.S. was going to pull out of Afghanistan. We knew that President Biden had made that decision, but we didn't know that we were going to see what we ended up seeing. And so that was really shocking. And I was at the State Department when the U.S. announced that it had pulled out of Afghanistan. That's when we started to see all those scenes of people desperately trying to get to the airport, desperately get on those planes and get out of the country as quickly as they could. There was that really horrible incident where there was a suicide bomber that killed 13 American service members and some 200 Afghans. And so there was a lot of fast-paced breaking news that we were covering in the early days of the withdrawal. And very quickly, the U.S. pulled out after 20 years of being in that country. And then there was this security vacuum. The Taliban took over, this terrorist force that the U.S. had been fighting for 20 years, took over power. And after covering that early breaking news, then we settled into, I would say, covering more of what I would call feature stories, more sort of research investigative stories. Because it was, even though the U.S. was gone, the U.S. still had a responsibility there and a responsibility to get people out. And so that was kind of the issue that I focused on and did a series of stories on.
Yeah, and did you write stories about evacuations from Afghanistan?
Several.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about those stories other than the one you're here about today?
Sure. The one that we are talking about today is the last one that I did in a series of about 6. I won't go through each one individually, but the first one, for example, was an American woman who had been working in Afghanistan. She was evacuated by the CIA, and she told me her quite dramatic, scary story about getting evacuated by the CIA. there were all kinds of Afghan interpreters and soldiers who had worked with our American troops. And I followed the trip of one of them, a young man named Mohammed Iqbal, who traveled, who got out of the country and got to the Middle East, and then he was the U.S. soldier who he'd worked with was waiting for him back in the U.S. at the airport in Washington. So we filmed that reunion, and it was, that was about these Americans trying to help get their previous interpreters out of Afghanistan. We did a couple stories about these very brave Afghan pilots who had flown their helicopters and planes across the border into neighboring countries and who were stuck there, and who were trying to get to Europe or try to get to the U.S. And many of them have eventually gotten to the U.S., but they were struggling to get their papers processed and get everything moving. And I think I know that our story helped do that. I've been thanked by a number of those pilots. And we did another story on a young American man whose Afghan family was stuck there, and he was, he's an American citizen, he's in the American military, and he was trying to get his family out. So we did a lot of these stories, and I'm really thankful that CNN had so much interest in doing these stories.
So now, focusing on the story that you heard about today, Mr. Friedman asked you some of those questions, but how did your reporting, or how did the idea to do this story start?
Well, it essentially started because it came out of that chaotic moment when all these people were desperate to leave, and so many people got left behind, not just American citizens, but all those people who had been working with Americans for years. And they were stuck, and they were being hunted. And, there was all this debate about whether the U.S. should be doing more to try to help get them out. And I think most people would agree, yes, they need to get out of there. They served the U.S. They helped American forces. And the government was unable to do that, was failing to do that. And so, I had done this series of stories, so I kept looking for more ideas and other stories that I could do, and that's why when someone approached me with this story, I thought it was an interesting one to focus on, and so I kind of built it out from there.
Do you recall the exhibit where Mr. Friedman introduces Ms. Kornetsky's text exchange with you, and where she first tells you about Mr. Young?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
I do.
And you responded, "That sounds extremely interesting. Let's talk Monday." Do you recall that?
I do.
Why were you saying that? Why was it interesting?
She had given me enough detail to sort of give me the broad strokes of what was going on there. She had mentioned this one person, Mr. Young, and what he was doing. Of course, she called him a mercenary, which is not a word that I used. And she quoted these huge amounts, and I thought that was, well, first of all, very interesting, but also knew right away that a regular person couldn't afford that. I mean, that's a lot of money for anybody. It's a lot of money for us here in the U.S., let alone a country like Afghanistan. I knew that was not something that they could afford. And so if this was something Mr. Young was doing, I knew that would be something that other people were doing. And I thought that would be worth highlighting, because I was still getting text messages from all kinds of people, many of whom you saw the people I was speaking with today. They would continue to text me to say, "Help me get out of the country. What can you do to help me get out?" And I would have to explain, I don't have resources to get them out. All I can do is tell their story and highlight what's going on. And so I just felt like, okay, this was something that was interesting that could turn into a broader story.
Mr. Meza, if you could put up Defense Exhibit 82, which is in evidence. Mr. Marquardt, this is an exhibit that the jury has seen before, but I can't recall if Mr. Friedman asked you about it. But would you explain to the jury what this is and when you saw it?
I saw this early on in my conversation with Jill Kornetsky. This is a screen grab of her conversation with Mr. Young. This is Mr. Young introducing himself, to Jill, in which he says that he is a former CIA officer with strong connections in Afghanistan. Essentially, he's offering his services to Jill Kornetsky, and this is one of the early things that she shared with me.
Okay. What did you think about this exchange when you saw it?
Well, I think it was interesting right off the bat, because he's claiming to be former CIA, and that's something that I cover quite often. And she had already said that he was asking for a lot of money. So here I thought, here's a guy who's a former CIA officer who is asking for a lot of money and clearly pitching her on the on his services. And so I assumed that if he was doing that with her, that he was doing that quite broadly.
And if we could go to page 4 of this document, Mr. DeMezza. Thank you. If you just highlight Mr. Young, yeah. You see where he says, our costs include legal status on UAE, legal status on arrival in UAE or Albania. Charter alone is over $1 million. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Was that interesting to you?
Well, he's starting to explain what he does, and this means getting these Afghans out to the United Arab Emirates, which was a pretty common first stop, or to Albania. He's engaging with Ms. Kornetsky and kind of explaining the costs, and obviously when you see a cost like $1 million, then yes, that's grabbing.
Why?
Because it's a huge amount of money, and it begs all kinds of questions about how he got to that figure.
Mr. Mez, if you can take that one down and put up DX77, which is in evidence. And Mr. Marquardt, this is another document that the jury's seen. Would you explain, when did you see this?
Again, early on in my conversation with Jill Kornetsky, she sent me a screen grab of this conversation that someone named David Lerner had with Mr. Young.
And if you could just blow up, Mr. Mezia, if you can just blow up that section, please. Yep. What did you think when you saw Mr. Young's advertisements of $75K for one vehicle, 5 to 6 passengers, Kabul to Peshawar?
Yeah, this really stood out. It was the highest number that I saw. And, knowing that a family of 5 or 6 couldn't afford $75,000, I was shocked. And it made me wonder how he could justify asking for that much money. Certainly how the families could come up with it, although I knew that it would be quite impossible. So that was just a staggering amount alongside the $1 million. I think that made me want to ask a lot more questions.
You touch on this at the very end of this message. Mr. Young writes, can provide recent corporate sponsors who have used us, including Audible and Bloomberg, for reference. And we'll get into Bloomberg first in a second. But what did you think when you saw Audible as a corporate sponsor?
Well, I thought it was very strange. I mean, Audible is not the kind of company that you would expect to work in Afghanistan. I mean, generally you hear about military contractors or media organizations like Bloomberg, which is why that wasn't a surprise. But Audible, I think we all know, is like an audiobooks company. I don't know too much about them, but it didn't really make much sense to me that they would be operating in Afghanistan.
And if we just keep going down, Mr. DeMezza, to like the last 3 messages, yeah. And you see Mr. Lerner says, I'm not corporate. What is this fee for? Just transportation. And Mr. Young writes, just transportation, you can't be serious. Good luck, David. Have them run for the border themselves and see how far they get. What did you think when you saw that?
It told me that when pushed, when questioned, that Mr. Young didn't like it, that he got aggressive, he got insulting. He obviously told Jill Kornetsky that she was a spiteful bee and told her to F off. And this was kind of the third example that I saw that he would go after people when they put the questions to him, and then when they asked him what his services were and what he was actually going to deliver on. And Lerner, as far as I understood it, was trying to get someone in Afghanistan out, and he says it's a serious question. And when you see Mr. Young saying have them run for the border themselves and see how far they get, that to me that's just like someone who doesn't really actually care about what happens to those people. I mean, obviously if they get out and run for the border, they're probably going to lose their lives. So to me, it just smacked of a business. This was someone who was trying to, carry out business and probably make money.
If you can take that down and put up Defense Exhibit 63, which is in evidence. And I'm showing you what the document that Mr. Friedman showed you pretty extensively with Jill Kornetsky. But Mr. DeMez, if you go to page 7, please. Thank you. I'm just focused on the very top of this document. So it's now 10:27, and you say, hi, Jill. I've spoken with a number of people who confirm this exploitation market is growing. What did you mean by that?
So Jill had obviously put the idea in my head, and so I then went out and spoke to a number of different people who confirmed to me that this market had been created because there was so much desperation that you had people like Mr. Young going in there and exploiting that situation and exploiting it to carry out business operations to probably to make money. This is early on in the reporting process, so I didn't really know what I was going to find, but what I had been told by others is that, yeah, there are a lot of people out there who are getting asked to pay these huge amounts of money. And so I had taken, the Mr. Young's activities and asked around about that and had confirmed that, he was not unique, that this was happening elsewhere. There were other people doing the same thing. And so at this point, I kind of knew that I was onto a story and started building it out from there.
The next sentence of your message says, and the people I know who are connected with Zachary have no idea who he is. Can you explain that?
Mr. Young and I had mutual connections on LinkedIn. So a lot of this came from LinkedIn originally, and we can see who the mutual connections are. He never accepted my request to connect with him, so I couldn't actually see more of his profile, but I could see people we had in common. And because he was claiming to be former CIA, and I know people on LinkedIn who are also former CIA or current CIA, I decided to start asking around to see if they knew anything about him. And there were 2 or 3 people in particular who I asked, and none of them actually knew who he was.
Do you recall Mr. Friedman asking you questions about your statement that you talked to a couple people and the story doesn't align with what I'm working on?
Yes.
Would you explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Well, the example that we were talking about then was someone who had gotten out through an NGO, through an aid organization. And there were a lot of these aid organizations who were coming in and saying, do you need help getting out? We will get you out. And they'll do it for free. And that's what that man was saying. He was saying, I got out through an NGO. I got out for free. And I knew that was happening. That was well known that was happening. It had been reported all over the place. And that's quite normal. That's what you expect to happen. The people who can't afford to get out, who don't really have any money, they shouldn't have to pay any money. And so that wasn't the story that I was doing. Instead, I wanted to do a story about people who were being told we have to pay lots of money. So the NGO side of things was not something that I was examining.
And by this point, had you seen communications between Mr. Young and seemingly people in Afghanistan where he was asking for lots of money to get out?
Numerous people, yes.
If you can take that down, Mr. DeMeza, and put up Defense Exhibit 70, which is in evidence. Okay. And I want to focus you first on the bottom half of this email, where it says pitches. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you sent this on October 28th to Mr. Levine, who's sitting right there, to Mr. Callahan, and to Mr. Phillips. Do you see that? Why are you sending this document to these people?
These are my immediate bosses and editors. These are the guys who are going to essentially say yes or no. It'll eventually get greenlit by folks who are a little bit more senior, but these are the colleagues who I work with most closely on a daily basis, who I send my pitches to, and who will say yes, no, or maybe, try and go and get a few more things, and we'll see where we are. So these are the first people that I send all my ideas to.
So let me get this straight. You just can't run with any story you find?
No, I can't.
Why not?
There are times that I would like to, obviously, but there are very rigorous systems in place where I can't publish anything I want. I can't put anything on CNN's website. I can't put anything on TV that I want. It has to go through layer after layer of management and editors to not only approve the story and to publish the story. I have no ability to hit a button and publish or hit a button and say play. There are so many more people involved. It's a whole, well-oiled system for the most part. And so the very first step in the process is I come up with an idea, and then I tell these guys what my idea is, and they say yes or no.
And so if you look at what you wrote, and did you write this?
I did.
You say there's a growing market taking advantage of desperate Afghans who are told they can be evacuated but for exorbitant sums. The chaotic withdrawal that left thousands trying to flee has created opportunities for profiteers to swoop in and demand amounts Afghans can't afford. These actors are filling the void where governments have failed. And just explain to the jury, what are you saying here?
If you take, for example, the second man in the piece who was in Afghanistan, Mr. Kabul, as we were calling him earlier, he had 2 young sons, and he had worked with the American government, and he was applying for what's called a special immigrant visa. And those were visas for the U.S. to give to these Afghans who had helped to bring them to the U.S., and they just were not being processed fast enough. There's still many people out there who have applied for these SIV visas who just haven't gotten them approved. And so the government was failing. The government wasn't moving fast enough. The government had basically left these people in the lurch, and so they were being tracked down and hunted by the Taliban. And so by the time October 28th came around, so I'd been talking to Jill Kornetsky for about 11 days at this point, and then from there, many others, I understood that there was this market. There were people out there like Mr. Young who were telling regular Afghans that they could be evacuated, but it was going to cost them money. And even if they had a sponsor, they were going to have to go out and find that sponsor, find someone else to pay that money. So I had discovered that this was happening. It looked like people were in there making money and making money off of these large amounts that frankly these regular people couldn't afford.
So as you move up the chain, Mr. Levine says, let's get these into the pitch pool. Both are good. And then, if we move up, you respond, terrific. Will you do that with VM? That's Virginia Mosley. Or do I need to do something?
Yes.
And then you say, just talking to another woman in Kabul who was in touch with a young guy who just stopped answering her once she said she didn't have a sponsor to pay the bills. Now, do you recall Mr. Friedman asked you a number of questions about Mr. Young only accepting money from sponsors? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. You just talked to a woman who Mr. Young didn't respond to when she said she didn't have a sponsor. Why did that matter?
Well, it mattered for a couple of reasons. First, that he was engaging with regular people. This wasn't just about corporate evacuations. He was willing to try to get regular folks out. I think most importantly, put the responsibility on someone like her, someone who is trying to save her own life, to go out and find that money. So whether she had the money in her own pocket or had to go out and find it, to me that was essentially the same thing. And once Mr. Young found out that she didn't have that money, didn't have it herself, didn't have a sponsor, he just dropped her and moved on. And this was part of a pattern that we saw with a number of different people. Once he figured out that they weren't good for business, he moved on.
Were you looking at that transaction from the standpoint of the Afghan? Is that what you were doing?
Yes.
If you can take that down, Mr. DeMeza, and put up Defense Exhibit 67, which I believe was stipulated to this morning. Just 1 second, Mr. DeMeza.
Seven?
67. Yep. No, it's not. Okay, so we'll just put it up for Mr. Marquardt first. Even though I think it came in through plaintiffs, but we'll just be careful. So, Mr. Marquardt, I put up for you Defense Exhibit 67, which says personal messages, Alex Marquardt and Michael Callahan. Do you see that?
I do.
And right below that black box, you write, continuing to dig in on the pitch I sent last night. Do you see that?
I do.
This is an exchange between you and your manager, Michael Callahan?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would move for admission of DX 67.
Objection, Your Honor.
And it's 67 admitted.
And just because I want to only do this once, you see where it says UTC up there at the top?
I do.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's a time zone, and I believe it's 5 hours ahead of Eastern time.
Okay. So the times, when we see the timestamps on these documents, those aren't the times on the East Coast. Those are the times in UTC.
Correct.
Which I think is in England.
Thereabouts, maybe, like
Okay.
GMT. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
All right, great. But something like that. So at the very top, you write, okay, continuing to dig in on the pitch I sent last night. And Mr. Callahan responds, it's a good one. I will remind Adam to bring up with VM in their meetings. Do you see that?
I do.
If you go down to the very bottom of this, the very last page on this, the very last message on this page. Yeah, if you could just highlight that, thank you. You write, got the name of another woman in Florida I want to look into. Do you see that?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you're talking about there.
I had spoken with a source from a previous story, and I had run this idea past her that I was hearing about this market, that people were asking a lot of money in, and she had said, yes, that's happening, and gave me the Facebook profile of someone else who was doing something similar, and I eventually got a lot more documents around that person and other people who at first glance looked like we're doing something similar. So this was the beginning of the reporting process, the beginning of all the research I was doing, and I had heard about Mr. Young, and then I heard about this other person in Florida who I was going to take a look at.
And Mr. Nemex, if you go to page 5 of this document. Thank you. And we're looking at a picture that's in this thread exchange. What is this, Mr. Marquardt?
This is the woman who I was referring to. This is her Facebook page. She was also alleging that she could get people out.
Okay. You go to the next page, Mr. Meza. Sorry, page 7. And were these text messages or an exchange with this woman and someone that somebody sent you?
Yes, that one of my previous sources had sent me.
And why were you interested in this?
This was early on in the process, and I was just exploring everything and just trying to get a sense of what was going on out there. And so I got sent all of these communications, and so, like Mr. Young, I was trying to understand what this woman was doing as well.
Okay. If we go to page 10 of this document, and if you blow up the Mr. Marquardt's messages, yeah, right there. Thank you. So this is now on 1027, and you write, right, so I just had one person in Kabul who didn't answer text or calls today. My woman in Denver I interviewed has one, but he doesn't speak English. I'm asking for the number and saying we'll find someone. What do you say there?
The woman in Denver is the first person who I profiled in my series of stories. She was the one who was evacuated by the CIA. And she's part Afghan, part American, and I knew that she had sources back in Afghanistan, and so she was one of my first calls to try to better understand what was going on here. She's saying that she knows someone in Afghanistan who doesn't speak English, but she's basically saying that she's going to try to help me out on this story.
Keep going down, and you say, the guy I just interviewed for the Afghan-American troops story, it's true. Talked to a friend from Governor Newsom's office. He's Afghan whose family is stranded in Afghanistan. He called the guy who asked him for $10K for each family member. Did that end up becoming part of your story?
It did. What I started, once I had the general idea of the story, I went back to previous sources, previous people I'd spoken with, and the Afghan-American troop story is the guy who's a young American lieutenant whose family was in Afghanistan, and he was desperately trying to get them out. So I was basically running my new idea past people I had already worked with. And he also confirmed that this is something that's going on. And he said that he talked to a friend in the California governor's office, a young Afghan man and he was trying to get his family out. And that's the guy who actually ended up in the story, Mr. California, as we've been calling him. Young guy working in California in Sacramento, and who had 10 family members, including his parents and his wife, who were being asked to pay $10,000 a head to $100,000. So basically, he would have been the sponsor for his family, but he didn't have $100,000 to pay to get his wife and his parents out. And his dad had already been beaten up by the Taliban. They put out a notice for the arrest of his parents. His mom had worked with a U.S. aid organization. They were truly being hunted by the Taliban in Western Afghanistan, and he was desperate to get them out. So thanks to these two previous sources, I knew that I was onto something and that the story was starting to take shape.
What are you doing when you're talking to all these people?
I'm doing research. I'm doing what we call reporting, and reporting at the end of the day is basically talking to as many people as possible to try to make sure that you understand the story fully. So once I had the idea in my head, I just started talking to anybody who would respond to me, whether on LinkedIn, whether by phone. Obviously, I'd done a couple of stories, so there were some people who I could call quite quickly, and they not only confirmed that this story was true, but they also suggested people to talk to, like the young man in California.
They take that down, put up Defense Exhibit 179, which I think is in evidence. It came in this morning, maybe with the plaintiff's number, but I think we still should. No? Just put up Defense Exhibit 179 for Mr. Marquardt. If you look at the screen. Mr. Marquardt, I think this is something you looked at this morning with Mr. Friedman. Do you recall this?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, remove for admission of DX 179. Objection.
And it's 179 is admitted.
So the first message I'm looking at is, I think Mr. Friedman asked you about this, it's at 14:15:13.
Yeah.
And you say yes, and the person you're talking to, and do you know why those black boxes are there?
This is someone who's still in Afghanistan. He was in the piece. He was the one with the two kids. And he's someone who's in hiding. And so we blocked out his name for his own safety. I didn't want people to see his face or see his name, because then it could help the Taliban try to find him.
So he writes, yes, I contacted Mr. Zachary Young, and he didn't respond to my message, but there are people outside asking for money, and they will make paperwork like recommendation letters and HR letters. You see that?
Yes.
You respond, that's the story I'm working on. How much are they asking for? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. He then says, from $8,000 to $70,000. Do you see that?
I do.
And so he's talking about somebody different than Mr. Young?
Yes.
And you write, oh my God, that's crazy. Is anyone paying that? And then he says to you, and they are taking the person that they never work with any international companies. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, this man and several of his relatives had worked with the U.S. They'd worked with U.S. agencies, and so he was one of the people I was talking about who's getting this special visa or applying for this special visa. And he was frustrated that he hadn't gotten his visa and that there were others out there, other Afghans who had not done any work with other countries like the U.S., and they were getting out. They were getting priority, or they were figuring out ways to get out. And he felt that because he'd done this work with the United States, that he should be given a kind of privilege or priority to get out. Instead, he was facing these extraordinary amounts, $8,000 to $70,000, which he would tell me that he couldn't pay.
You then say, is it just Zachary, or did you talk to others? Why are you asking that?
Well, because I was trying to get a sense of how many people there were out there who were doing something similar, and he told me that there were people outside of Afghanistan and inside of Afghanistan who were doing this, and basically to make sure that Mr. Young was not an isolated example, that this was happening more broadly.
Mr. Nemex, if you can go to the next page. You see the man responds to you, both Afghani outside and inside as foreigners. It's group, sirs. And you say, sorry, there's some breaking news that I need to deal with. But what is he telling you there?
That both Afghans and foreigners are doing this, charging large amounts of money to get people out.
Right down at 10:29:21, 15:07:58. Yeah, right there. You say, I don't want you to think that I have powers to help with evacuations. What I can do is share your story and how wrong it is for people to take advantage of you. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why are you writing that to him?
I didn't want to give people false hope. I didn't want to mislead anyone into thinking that I somehow had connections to the U.S. government and could, snap my fingers and get them out of Afghanistan. What I wanted to make sure they understood was I could tell their story, and maybe that would help. But that as a reporter, all I can really do is tell a story. And like I said, there are still people who are texting me to see if I can help them get out of Afghanistan, because there are people who are so desperate and believe that journalists can help them, and that's not necessarily the case. So here I'm just telling him basically that I want to tell his story, and that's what we did.
You then say, I want to expose the corruption. You see that?
I do.
You then say, can you share with me the communications you had with the foreign groups, text messages, etc.? You see that?
Yes.
Their names, addresses, etc. Are you asking about Mr. Young or about other people?
I'm asking about other people, in particular foreign groups who were leading many of these people to believe that they could get them out.
He then says to you, media have the highest power to help the people that have rights and the genuine documents for evacuation. So you see that?
Yes.
And then you eventually go down and say, we have the highest power to expose and draw attention, of course. We cannot organize evacuations. And what are you telling him?
essentially that I can't get him out myself. That's not what I can do. I'm not doing evacuations, but what I can do is tell his story. And I wanted to provide some kind of comfort that, you know, I'm offering the ability to tell his story, but I didn't want to tell him that I'm, you know, getting him out of Afghanistan.
If you go to page 6 of this document, Mr. de Meza. And so go to 11/12/21, 808/59. There you go. So now this is November 12th, so this is after the story was published?
Yes, the next day.
And you're saying, I also gave your information to someone who is helping with evacuations. I hope that is okay. And then you sent him the piece. Why'd you do that?
Well, I wanted him to see his contribution to the piece. I wanted him to see that his story had been told, that we had put it out there on international television in that link. But also because I'd been speaking to so many people for weeks and months, there were others who were working in the evacuation space who were getting people out, and so I wanted to help him, and I wanted to tell him that I had given his information to someone who might be able to help.
So we could take that down and put up PX 84, which is in evidence. And you'll see at the very top, Mr. Marquardt, this is a Slack between you and Kylie Atwood on October 10th of 2021. October 28th of 2021. Who's Kylie Atwood?
She's a colleague of mine who also covers American foreign policy.
And why were you reaching out to her?
Our managers, Mike Callahan, had heard that he knew that I was working on this story, and he had heard that Kylie was working on something, and that's pretty common when the bosses hear that reporters are working on different things that might overlap. They say, hey, why don't you get together and compare notes and see if it makes sense to work together on something. So Kylie's a close colleague of mine. We do a lot of work together, and so I was reaching out to her to see what she was hearing and if it was on the same page or if it aligned with what I was working on.
And so if you can go back to the main document, Mr. de Meza, and go to the 738 messages from Alex Marquardt. Yeah, thank you. And you write to her, so I've been talking to a lot of people who are being asked to pay $, to get out of Afghanistan. I've seen texts from people demanding a lot. Mike said you were hearing about people emptying their 401ks. Why are you asking that?
Kylie had been hearing that the story that she was working on was that Americans were emptying their savings accounts, emptying their retirement accounts to try to help Afghan citizens, basically taking their own money, donating it so that people could get out of Afghanistan and wouldn't have to pay anything, whether donating to charities or aid organizations or all kinds of groups. And so this is what I had heard she was working on, and then I'm also talking about sort of the story that I was working on, people were getting asked to pay a lot of money to get out of Afghanistan. So I'm basically asking her what she's working on.
Yeah, and she responds, yes, indeed. I'm collecting on Americans who are putting their life savings into these efforts. It's been slow moving, but chatting with one of them Monday. And if you can go down. You respond, as an Americans here sponsoring Afghans or Americans there. And she says, yeah, Americans here who are working on evac efforts. You see that?
Yes.
And as you go down, you say, okay, so it's a bit different. I'm focusing on this market that has been created where people are exploiting the desperation and charging a ton. What do you mean by that?
I was getting a better sense of what my story was going to look like, and in talking to Kylie here, I realized that what she was working on wasn't quite what I was doing. She was hearing about Americans who are pouring their life savings into these efforts, and I think that's a very important story to tell and a very interesting story to tell. I was glad that she was working on that, but it was different than what I was working on, which really was this market, this exploitation, where it was really quite the opposite. Instead of people giving their hard-earned money to help get Afghans out, it was Americans and others asking Afghans to pay their life savings if they had it, or ask others to pay for them to get out of Afghanistan. So it was really quite different.
Okay. We can take that down and put a PX 85, which is in evidence. And I think this is something you looked at with Mr. Friedman, Mustafa Kazemi.
Yes.
Why did you talk to Mustafa Kazemi?
I had Jill Kornetsky had put me in touch with him, someone who had gotten out of Afghanistan, and so I was wondering whether he had gone through the process that I was reporting on, which was paying a lot of money, and he said no, I actually got out essentially for free from an aid organization.
Okay. If you go down to the bottom of this page 1, at the bottom, he had told you that, so you said in the middle, up in the middle a little bit, you say, have you heard of Zachary Young? Do you see that?
Yes.
And he says, no, I have not.
Yes.
At the bottom, you say, I need to talk to people who have been through it. Why are you asking him that, or telling him that?
I was trying to find people who had not only faced these huge amounts, but had actually paid them somehow, come up with the money themselves, found sponsors to pay the money. And then even if they paid the money, were they able to get out of Afghanistan? Remember, there were no guarantees. I was told time and time again how dangerous it was, how there were all these checkpoints, how difficult it was to get out of the country. And so I wanted to see if there had been a successful mission of someone who was told to pay a lot of money, paid it somehow, and actually got out. And so I'm saying here that that's something I'm looking for.
If you go to page 2 of this document, Mr. DeMeza, right at the very end, you write, okay, well, the story I'm researching is this market that was created by the U.S. pulling out to evacuate people and the huge money they're being asked to pay. If you hear of anyone, please let me know. Do you see that?
I do.
Why'd you ask him this?
Because I'm trying to talk to as many people as I can, and really wanted to hear if there were any success stories. And he obviously knew other people, and I think this really just summarizes the story that I was working on, which was the U.S. pulls out of Afghanistan. It's completely chaotic. The Taliban takes over. The Taliban starts hunting people down, and the people who are left behind were having a really hard time getting out and asked to pay huge money. And so I'm giving him my story idea so that if he hears of anybody that it would be good to talk to, that he would then send me their numbers.
You heard Mr. Friedman asking a lot of questions. Like, you already knew about Mr. Young by this point, correct?
Yes.
Why are you asking about other people?
Because I really wanted to understand that what Mr. Young was doing was being done by others as well, that there was this market, that there were countless Afghans who were facing this, that there were that there were all kinds of players and operators in that environment. And it really just speaks to the fact that this story was about the concept, the whole idea, and everything that Afghans who are still trying to get out of the country were facing.
You can take that one down, Mr. DeMeza, and put up PX86, which is in evidence. Okay. Mr. Marquardt, what is this one?
This is someone else who was engaging with Mr. Young.
And if you go to the middle of the page at like 9:55 a.m., you say, I was also told about this person on Facebook. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this person says, oh, really? I didn't know this. And you say, it is impossible for me to approach them because they will know I am CNN. Do you see that?
Yes.
I think there are many of them. I think they need to be exposed. And then you say, would you be interested in writing to her? Why are you asking this?
This was in reference to the person whose profile we saw earlier, Jessica Kim. If I'm on Facebook, you can see my profile, and then I'm with CNN, and they might not be interested in talking to me. And so I wanted to see if this person would reach out to her to see what kind of services she was offering. Because if my suspicion was correct, that was something that I really wanted to highlight. But basically at this point, I'm looking around for all kinds of people who are involved in this process, the victims, the people who are facing it themselves, and also the people, the business people who are doing this both inside and outside Afghanistan.
You're collecting information.
As much as I could.
Why?
That's what reporting is. I mean, it's really to try to get as much information as possible. This is early on in the process. I think I know what's going on, but I want to make sure that I've got the full story and really just get all the facts. so that by the time the story is published, I'm publishing the most fully rounded, complete story that I possibly can. And you know, in conversation after conversation, I was asking the same questions to really make sure that what I was hearing and what I thought was true.
If you could take that down and put DX73, which is in evidence. Who is Katie Bo-Lillis? You talked a little bit about her before.
She's another colleague on my team. We also do a lot together. She usually covers intelligence, but we collaborate on all kinds of stories together.
Is she a friend of yours?
Yes.
Is she a good reporter?
She's a very good reporter.
Did you bring her in to help you with this piece?
She'd been having her own conversations, but I certainly enlisted her help on this story, and she was vital.
Okay. So you write to her, I'm bagging away on this Afghan piece. Do you see that? Banging away on this Afghan piece.
Yes.
And she writes, yeah, there's no rush. This is on 10/29. Philip suggested you might want some help finding a case study for the Afghan piece. I'm happy to call a couple of folks who are working evacs. What did you understand what you're saying?
Katie Bowe is someone who's covered the U.S. military for a long time. I know she had a lot of contacts in the U.S. military. And remember that a lot of the evacuations that were happening were U.S. veterans who were very eager to help Afghans they work with get out of the country. There were countless stories about American veterans in different groups who were trying to get their fellow team members out of the country. And I knew that she was involved with some of those people. And so Matthew Phillips, one of our editors, reached out to her saying I was working on this. And she's essentially volunteering her help to help me with this story. And happy to call a couple of folks who are working on evacuation. She was already in touch with some of these people.
Got it. And you then go on to say, I know this market exists. I know a bunch of Afghans have been told they need to pony up major money to get out. But what I don't have is someone who actually paid and got out. Just a lot of people who can't afford that and are stuck. Why were you asking for that?
I was trying to find someone who had actually done this, who had actually been told, you know, it cost this amount of money, but they got out of Afghanistan. I wanted to see if it was successful. I mean, I'd been told there were no guarantees. I knew that, but I didn't know whether it was successful or not. I didn't know whether it was a scam or not. And so here I'm kind of exploring this. And so what I tell her is that I've talked to a lot of people who are seeing these prices, but what I'd really like to find is someone who successfully got out to prove that this is not a scam, to prove that this business is something that is above board and delivers on what they promise, even if it's extraordinarily expensive.
Mr. Nemex, you can go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 86 again. I forgot to ask one thing. It's in evidence. Yeah, so if you could blow that up. And so, Mr. Marquardt, was this one of Mr. Young's posts that you received?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Does this mention sponsors anywhere?
Nowhere.
Was that significant to you?
It was, because it told me that he was not only looking for people with sponsors, but was willing to engage with people who didn't have them, just regular folks.
You see that looks like a little circle or a little globe under Zachary Young?
Yes.
Do you know what that means?
It means it's a public posting that anyone can see.
Can you take that down? And if you put up Defense Exhibit 69, which is in evidence. And if you could just blow this up. Mr. Friedman showed you this before, but who is this email from?
This was someone who engaged with Mr. Young who was emailing me.
And if you could go to the next page, Mr. Nemex. And the jury's seen this, so we won't go through this. You talked about this terrible story. And just keep going. And then you see Mr. Young, after that really horrible story, says, do you have a sponsor able to pay for evacuation costs? And the person says, not really, but can I pay them myself? And Mr. Young says, $14.5K per person.
Right.
How did this impact what you were looking at?
Well, to me, it indicated and it showed directly that he was willing to take money from from these people if they were actually able to afford it. So the guy says, I don't have a sponsor. Can I pay it myself? And Mr. Young saying, $14.5 per person. And obviously this person wasn't able to afford that, but this is Mr. Young entertaining the possibility of this person able to pay it themselves and probably willing to take that money.
If you can put that one down and put up Defense Exhibit 156, I think it's in evidence. And Mr. Marquardt, is this another exchange with Mr. Young that you looked at before publication?
Yes, it is.
And you see at the very top, Mr. Young writes to this person, do you have a sponsor able to pay for evac costs? And the person, do you know if that person's an Afghani? An Afghan?
Yes.
Says, yes, sir, I have, but I don't know how we can do. Mr. Young writes 14.5K each Abu Dhabi, which includes 4-month visa on arrival. We can also offer Abu Dhabi, Albania at 4K each, which includes refugee status already negotiated with the Albanian government. And then this person says, can you please help us, sir? Please help us. No problem, sir. I just want to save my life and my family. Any place is okay, but I just want to save my life. And you saw this before you before CNN published the stories?
I did.
How did this impact your reporting?
I mean, it breaks your heart because you see how desperate this guy is, saying any place is okay. I just want to save my life, save my family's life. And so that just speaks to their desperation. The figures from Mr. Young were numbers that we had seen before, so it was clear that he was marketing his services with these same figures all around, and essentially presenting them as a menu of options. It does not appear that this gentleman was able to pay for that either.
Can take that down and put up Defense Exhibit 75, which is in evidence. And I'd like to go to the second page. All right, so you can blow up the bottom email. We talked a little bit about Katie Bo-Lillis. And so this is an email on November 1st at 2021 to you, Matthew Phillips, and Michael Callahan. You see that?
Yes.
And Ms. Lillis says, see attached text from one of these guys who is charging. His name is Zach, and he's literally advertising on LinkedIn. I've got a few shared connections, so I can do a little digging on who he is. We can say we reviewed his texts, laying out pricing, but can't quote or say where we got them. I have a contact for this guy and can reach out. Let's chat before AM. At this point, had you told Ms. Lillis about Zachary Young?
I hadn't. She knew what I was working on, but I hadn't mentioned his name.
If you go up in this chain, Mr. Phillips says, damn, that's quite specific. If you keep going up, you respond on November 1st. I think this is the same guy I've been watching, Zachary Young. A number of folks have been in touch with him. I have a bunch of texts where he's tossing out big numbers like this. I've not yet reached out, but certainly plan to and need to strategize on that. Can you confirm it's Young and he's in Austria? What are you thinking when you get this exchange from Ms. Lillis?
Well, I think it was pretty remarkable. I mean, we just started working together on this story, and I had known about Mr. Young for a couple days, and I'd been working on finding out more about him. And she, separately, through her own research, had also come across him. So just the coincidence was surprising, but I think it really just spoke to the fact that he was a real player in this market, enough so that we would both separately find him. She found him through her sources, and I found him through mine.
Mr. Nemex, if you can take that down and put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 103, which Mr. Friedman asked Mr. Marquardt about already today. And so you may recall that this is your exchange with Matthew Phillips on November 1st of 2021. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And if you go down the chain to about 729, yeah, there you see. And you said, I think you testified before that you were asking Mr. Phillips with some help for some research.
Yes.
And he says, I'm messaging my contact, and then he gives you a link. Do you see that?
That's right.
You're right. Look at you. Awesome. Thanks. And then you say, we're going to nail this Zachary Young MFer. You see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Phillips responds, going to hold you to that one, cowboy. And then you say, or not. Maybe he just slips away. We shall see. Explain what's going on here.
Well, in my efforts to find out more about Mr. Young, we have, CNN has a research service. You can see it says library there. They can find out people's names, addresses, phone numbers, and so I was trying to figure out more. And this is a couple days after I've learned about Mr. Young. I've learned about his prices. I've learned about how he deals with people. I've seen how he swears at people he doesn't know. I've seen callousness about how he's telling people to run for the border and see how far they get. So I was really questioning his behavior and his approach to this. I knew that he had a weird story about the CIA that didn't quite add up, and I thought there was quite a bit of weirdness there to highlight. And so I'm telling Mr. Phillips, who's a close colleague of mine, and that's kind of why I'm speaking this way, that we're going to highlight what it is he's doing. But I also recognize that this is a whole process, and that I don't know what we're going to uncover. And allowing for the possibility that maybe he's not going to be part of the story. I mean, this was 10 days before the story actually got published. So either we're going to expose what he's doing or not. Maybe he just slips away and he's not part of the story. He ended up being part of the story, but again, we didn't accuse him of doing anything illegal or making any money or anything like that. So this was really the ongoing conversation with my editors about how I was figuring out the story.
Mr. Friedman repeatedly asked you or asserted that you hated his client, Zachary Young. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Did you hate Zachary Young?
Absolutely not. I didn't have any personal animus towards him.
Does hatred of people you're writing about come into your calculus when you're doing the story?
No. You're approaching this from as fair a place, as accurate a place as possible. At the end of the day, whatever you're feeling, you put to the side. I mean, this goes for covering politics. This goes for covering any story. You take your personal feelings, you put them aside, and you just stick to the facts. And that's what we did in this case. We only reported what we knew. We held back some of the stuff we knew that might have made him look even worse. We just stuck to what we knew in terms of this business, and that's what we ended up reporting in black and white, often with his own words. My personal feelings, I didn't feel anything towards him personally. I was certainly questioning of his motives, of the way that he treated other people, but that's not what was driving or influencing the piece. And none of what you see me say here or others say, you don't see that in the piece. You don't see that in the newsroom. Like, this is not something that makes its way into the reporting. So no, my personal feelings were completely put aside in this case.
And this is related to a question I asked you right before lunch. But this exchange where you said we're going to nail the Zachary MF, or did you try to delete this before it was produced in discovery in this case?
No, I did not.
You produced it, right?
I produced it, and here it is.
You can take that down, Mr. Meza. And put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 113, which is in evidence. All right, we talked about Bloomberg a little bit ago. And can you remind the jury how, this is on November 2nd, so remind the jury how you first learned about the Bloomberg connection to Mr. Young.
There were conversations between Mr. Young and someone else in which he says that he could get recommendations or references from Bloomberg and Audible, who he claimed to have worked with, to get some of their people out.
So you text message Sonia Mogi. Who is Sonia Mogi?
She's a colleague in New York. Bloomberg is obviously the former mayor of New York, and his media organization is based in New York, and I knew she had contacts within Bloomberg, so that's why I reached out to her.
Yeah. But why would you call someone in New York to try to reach people who knew Michael Bloomberg?
I didn't have any contacts with Michael Bloomberg or with his media group. She did. She had covered him, I think, while he was mayor. So I've been told that she knew people around him. And so this was to learn anything I could about Mr. Young's activities with Bloomberg, whether he'd actually been successful at getting people out, anything about his activities, really. And I knew that because Bloomberg is both a political and media group, that there was a decent chance that I might be able to find somebody who could talk to me about that.
Okay. So you text Sonia Mogi, you say, call in a couple of Bloom people, and we'll see if they know anything. Oh, she says this. Hi, Alex, it's Sonia Mogi.
I don't believe this is in evidence. We don't really have a projection, but I don't think it's in evidence.
I'm sorry, I thought it was stipulated too. Your Honor, brought it. It's PX 113. I apologize. I thought it had been moved in. Your Honor, I would move for the admission of PX 113.
No objection.
All right. PX 113 is admitted.
All right, so we're back at the top, and Sonia Mogi writes, hi, Alex, it's Sonia Mogi. Calling a couple of Bloom people, and we'll see if they know anything and can give you their info if that works for you. You respond, 1 sec, can I fill you in first? I'm on a call, and we'll call you right after. she writes, perfect. And then she writes, all right, Stu Lesser hasn't gotten back to me, likely because election day, but here is his cell. And then she gives you his cell number, and then you'll say you'll ping him. Do you see that?
Yes,
And did you reach out to Mr. Lesser?
I did, yes.
And were you able to get confirmation about Mr. Young?
I was not.
So now if you can take that down and put up Defense Exhibit 99, which is in evidence. All right, we're going to spend a little time with this. I think we talked about that Katie Bo Lillis, she's Williams here, had helped you report and was working on this with you, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Do you remember kind of having a prolonged conversation with her, a prolonged Slack conversation with her on November 3rd?
I do.
And what was she doing on November 3rd with respect to Mr. Young?
She had made the first contact with Mr. Young and was having a conversation with him over Signal.
Okay. So just to start this out, you write to her, morning, any word from our friend in Austria? And she writes, indeed. He reached out advertising his services, LOL. You see that?
Yes.
And you write, no, knowing you're a reporter. And she responds, I haven't responded, but I can. At 12:29, you go down a little bit. There you go. You say, I'd like to get him to a place where I can call him on camera. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why'd you write that?
Because I was planning on including him in the piece, and because this is a television piece, I knew that we had to get his part of this on camera, and I knew that eventually I was going to want to speak to him myself, but at this moment he was speaking with Katie Bo. So this was, my plan was to try to get him on camera at some point.
You're right. I'm going to try to connect with him as well. Do you see that?
Yes.
If you go down further, yep, at 1:26, Ms. Williams writes, hey, what's your deadline? He wants to chat tomorrow. And you knew this was in reference to Mr. Young?
Yes.
You respond, today would be better, but we can make tomorrow work. This won't run this week. What are you saying there?
This wasn't going to get published this week. This was probably going to be published as it was eventually the following week. So this would have been, I think, a Wednesday. Time is running out for that week, but at the same time, I wanted to get as much as I could done so that I could start putting the piece together so that it would be ready to run whenever it was ready. So I'm telling her that the piece is not going to be running this week, but at the same time, I'd like to record as much as I could if possible.
And so if you go to the next page, Mr. Nemex, just go down. Ms. Williams writes, oh yeah, he's real leery. I'm trying to talk him into talking off the record now. And you say, hold on, what does that get us? You see that?
Yes.
Would you explain to the jury what talking off the record versus talking on the record means?
Talking off the record, if I ask you if you're willing to speak off the record, it means whatever you tell me I can't use. It's just between us. It's all unreportable. And we often use that to convey to people what it is we want to talk about, just make them feel comfortable. And often it's used so that they can give us some context around what it is they're doing. So we have off-the-record conversations all the time, but if you're going to do something on camera, it's going to be on the record. So what I'm saying to Katie Bo is, she wants to get him to talk off the record just so she can explain, hey, we're doing this piece, we're trying to understand what it is you're doing. And I'm saying, well, hold on, if it's off the record, then we can't use it in the story.
And she says, in response to that, we got to start by getting him on the phone. Right now, he's refusing to talk entirely, correct?
Yes.
If you go down a little bit further, she says, I said what we talked about on the phone. I want to talk about your operation. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you talked to her about that?
Yes.
And then she goes down further and he says, now he knows it's for reporting. Right? And she's talking about Mr. Young?
Yes.
A little bit further down in this conversation, you respond, does he? Talking about the operation could mean we need people out. And she responds, yeah, he wouldn't get on the phone until I answered directly whether I had people that needed to get out. And I couldn't lie to him, obviously. And you write, no. Then you tell her, I've seen him shut people down immediately if they don't have sponsors for money. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Ms. Lewis responds, what an S-bag.
Yes.
And we'll ask her about what you meant by that later. But you say, can you just keep saying, can we talk on the phone? Why did you write that?
Because I wanted whatever he said on the phone to be included in the report. If there was a phone call that was off the record, then we wouldn't be able to use that information. I thought it was very important to use that information. But what the conversation that's happening here is basically Katie Bowe and I going back and forth about what the best approach would be. I could tell from other conversations I'd seen with Mr. Young that he was very jumpy, that he would get angry and aggressive when he got questioned. I really just wanted to understand what his operation was. And so we're basically going back and forth about what is the best approach to someone who, when questioned, either shuts down or gets angry or goes away. Like, I didn't want him to disappear. I wanted to be able to understand what he was doing. And so I'm asking her, can you just keep saying, can we get on the phone? Because I wanted to get him on the phone and be able to ask him some questions so that I had a better understanding of what it was he was doing in Afghanistan.
This may be an obvious question, but why did you want to have a better understanding of what he was doing in Afghanistan?
We were trying to gather all the facts. If he's throwing out these huge amounts, like $14,500, $18,500, he could have explained to us, hey, these are the costs. This is what it costs to get someone out of Afghanistan, to rent a car, to pay bribes to the Taliban, to get on a plane, to pay for visas. He could have said something like, I'm just covering my costs here. And I could have put that in my report and said, people are being charged a huge amount of money, but people like Mr. Young are just covering their costs. And he could have had an opportunity to explain what it was he was doing, but instead he chose not to. And so that further raised my suspicions that he was probably profiting off of this, which ended up being true.
So if you go to the top of the second page, Ms. Lewis says, but if I can't, the top of the third page, but if I can't earn some trust here, you should cold call. And what does that mean?
We could tell that he was getting pretty jittery, and she's trying to make him feel comfortable. I mean, I know that people get kind of nervous when reporters ask to talk to them. Like if someone's on a street corner and I want to interview them, I don't want to run up to them with a microphone and put a camera in their face and start asking them questions right away. That's too aggressive. People get nervous. I understand that they wouldn't want to respond to that or be a part of it. So you start with a conversation, you make people feel comfortable, you make them understand what story you're working on so that hopefully they want to participate in your story. So here she's talking about that side of things. She's trying to earn his trust. She's trying to get him to a place where he will speak, he'll be comfortable enough to speak. But she's saying, if I can't do that, then you should just call him cold. And that's what we ended up doing. He eventually stopped responding, and so I tried to call him.
We'll get to that in a little bit. But Ms. Williams writes, Ms. Lewis writes, he's still engaging, but doesn't want to even get on the phone until he understands exactly what we want. He reached out in the first place because he heard we were asking around also. So let's chat before I answer about how much we want to say. And then you go on to say, just got to the office. If the cover is blown, I say we approach it gently and say we've been doing stories on evacuations. We can point to all we've done and understand that he's working on them too, and we want to talk about the lay of the land. What are you saying there?
I was still trying to get him to a position where he would want to talk to us and want to engage with us and want to explain what he was doing. But if he thought that we were doing a story that was going to focus on him, then he might get nervous and just shut down altogether. Of course, he wasn't the story. He was just part of the story. And so what I'm saying here is if he thinks that we're doing a report on him, then I'm suggesting a different approach and just explain to him, hey, this is an ongoing series of stories that we're doing about all these different evacuations, all these different people. And, we have a track record of doing these stories and doing these stories well, and we just want to understand what the lay of the land is. Just understand what it is you're doing and how come you can justify these prices. And that was really the goal with him is, it's one thing to say, I'm charging $14,500, but just help us understand it. Like, why is the amount that big?
Katie Bell responds, alas, I think our cover was blown when he made the initial outreach. You see that?
I do.
Go down a little bit. And, yeah, at 311, you say, I'd say just hit him with it then. We understand you were asking for $75,000 for a vehicle to Pakistan and around $15,000 for a single person to the UAE. How can you justify those costs for people who clearly don't have that kind of money? Why did you write that?
It was clear from what Katie Bowe was sharing with me in terms of her communication with Mr. Young that he wasn't going to get on the phone, and he was basically shutting down. And so I'm suggesting to her, why don't you just ask this question? And this question goes to the very heart of what we were trying to figure out. You've been throwing these numbers around out there, 75 grand, $14,500, huge amounts for Americans, let alone for Afghans. So please explain to us why it is you're charging this money. That was the main question that I wanted answered. I was suggesting that Katie Bowe ask it of him. I tried to ask him that later on, and we were never able to get a good answer out of him.
And if you go to the next page, Mr. DeMezza, page 4, and the text at 315. Yep, there you go. And Ms. Williams says, LOL, he's trying to pull, I want you to promise you won't name me I want you to promise you won't name me in any article as a condition for talking. Sorry, my dude. And do you recall Mr. Friedman asked you about this, and he made the comparison to that other person you talked to who wasn't named in the story.
Right.
Can you explain the difference between that person and Mr. Young?
Very simply, the difference is one is a source and one is a subject. One person is offering the information, the former guy who got out of Afghanistan from the NGO, he was explaining the situation. He was a source who was giving me information to help me understand what was going on. Mr. Young, at this point, we were starting to understand that he was going to be the subject, or a subject of the piece. He was going to be in the piece, most likely. And so there's a very big difference. If he was going to be in the piece, and we were going to highlight some of his activities, we weren't going to agree to not name him.
Why not?
Because his were the activities that we were reporting on. I mean, in the story, we were talking about people facing these exorbitant amounts, these huge amounts of money. And who was asking for that money? It was Mr. Young and other people. And so Mr. Young was, an example of what was going on. And so he was exactly what we were trying to write about and to tell the story about. And so it was important that he be a part of that.
Mr. DeMezza, if you go down to 337. Ms. Williams says, yeah, I'm going to have to just text him hardball cues. And you respond, great, then I'll try to call him on cam. She writes, cool, and then you say, can you take screen grabs of his profile before he blocks you? I think I have what I need, but just in case. Why did you ask Ms. Willis that?
It was clear that he was blocking people and shutting down once he couldn't get what he needed out of them, or when people would press him. We saw that happen with Jill Kornetsky and David Lerner and others. He would just stop responding or disconnect from them on LinkedIn. And so I was saying, can you take screen grabs of your conversations so we have that information that we had just started to gather, that limited information. But also, I knew that eventually we were going to do a TV piece in which we would need pictures, we would need the quotes, and I just wanted a record of everything we had before it possibly disappeared.
And at the bottom, Ms. Williams writes, nah, he already did. And what do you understand her to be saying?
Yeah, so he clearly very quickly blocked her on LinkedIn.
Go to the next page, please. You respond, okay, I can get from elsewhere. She responds, this guy is so shady. You respond, he's connected to all these formers. What do you mean by that?
I meant former officials. I alluded to it earlier. On LinkedIn, I could tell that we had connections in common, and the people we had in common were also former CIA, as Mr. Young was claiming to be. And for a lot of my stories, what I do is I call former government officials of all kinds, including former CIA officials, and get their sense of things. And so here I wanted to see if any of these former CIA officials knew of Mr. Young.
Did they?
They did not.
Ms. Williams responds, yeah, but they don't seem to know him. And you're right, none of whom know him. You see that?
I do.
So she was doing the same thing you were?
Yeah, Katie Bowe does similar reporting to me in that she talks to former CIA people all the time, and we figured if there was a guy out there who was going around saying that he was a former clandestine officer or case officer, that there was a chance that someone we knew actually might know about him and know about his activities. So this was part of our efforts to really get an understanding of who he was. But all the former CIA people who we reached out to didn't know who he was.
Do you know CIA people?
I do.
Do you talk to them frequently?
Almost daily.
Go to the bottom of page 7. And by the way, the former CIA people that you know, do they say that they're former CIA?
Very open. I mean, if you're former CIA, you can say it. You can say I worked at the agency. You can say, generally what you did. What you can't say are sort of the specifics of where you worked and what exactly you worked on. But former CIA people, many of them are very open about what they did and very proud of what they did.
Okay. You text Katie Bowe. It's now 4:27, so you guys have been talking for a while. And you tell her, just texted another Bloomberg spokes on Young's claims. What does that mean?
Bloomberg spokesperson. That's a shorthand for spokesperson. So I was still trying to get in touch with people at Bloomberg to understand what Young had done. He had claimed, of course, that he'd worked with Bloomberg and gotten people out. So I was just trying to verify that with Bloomberg.
If you go to the next page, Mr. Nemeza. Yep. Katie Bowe responds, "Oh my God, I delayed responding, and this happened." And if you could go to the next page. Do you know what that's a picture of?
This is her conversation with Mr. Young on Signal.
Okay. And so the first text message of the new messages says, also, go down a little bit, thank you. Yeah, grab the last 3. Also, FYI, in the past 24 hours, former sponsors we have helped have come forward requesting me to sign NDAs referencing CNN. Like me, they prefer discretion. What do you understand Mr. Young to be saying there?
He was claiming that people he had worked with had asked him to sign a non-disclosure agreement so that he wouldn't be able to talk about his activities.
What do you think of that?
I thought it was suspicious. I thought it was a little too fast. I thought it was a little too convenient. I thought it was a way for him to politely say, I don't want to talk to you. I didn't know whether it was true or not, but it definitely, my eyebrows were raised.
Okay. He has a couple more texts here, which we'll skip over for now. If you go to page 10, Mr. Nemeza. Yep. Katie Bowe explains at 5:01. She writes, "This is interesting." He claims pricing always depends on resource availability at any given time in a highly unstable environment. No Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs. None would ever be able. Rather, we're focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have the resources to support with those Afghans most in need, the kill list variety. When we can ensure delivery for less, we do, but it always depends on the local environment, which is dynamic and incredibly challenging." And then you respond, "He's playing cleanup." What do you mean by that?
I thought he was trying to make his efforts sound better than they actually were, particularly when it comes to aligning corporate sponsors. I think it's interesting that he acknowledges here that no Afghan would ever be able to pay the costs that he was asking for, and that the people who are trying to get out are on the kill list. So he's acknowledging that these people are at the most desperate, vulnerable moment of their lives and might be killed by the Taliban, and these are the people who want to get out of the country. But I think what's most interesting here is he says we've focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have the resources with those people we've been talking about, with those Afghans. But as we've seen in countless conversations that I had with people, Afghans who spoke with Mr. Young, not once did he mention corporate sponsors. Not once did he say, "Hey, I've got a sponsor who can help you." Instead, he said, "Do you have a sponsor? Do you have someone who has the money to come forward and pay?" So what he's claiming here about aligning corporate sponsors, we never saw in any of the many conversations that we saw between Mr. Young and other Afghans. So he's putting a nicer sheen on what it is that he's been doing, and that's why I say he's been playing cleanup.
Then you say, looking for screen grabs, where he told Afghans how much they'd have to pay. Yeah. And then you write, focused on aligning corporate sponsors equals telling Afghans that unless they have money, he won't help. Katie Bo goes on to say, let me know when you find those screen grabs. Also, like, I'm not inclined to treat what he's telling me now is off rec. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand this Willis to be saying?
Well, there was the whole conversation about whether it was off the record or not. She had offered him an off-the-record phone call, and he had declined. And so she's saying because he declined the phone call, she was treating all their texts back and forth as on the record, which I think is fair.
If you could go to page 13, Mr. DeMeza. Yeah, I'm sorry. So was this one of the screen grabs that you sent Katie Bo Willis in this exchange?
Yes, once Mr. Young started engaging with Katie Bo Willis, I wanted her to get a sense of what I had been seeing and what I understood Mr. Young to be doing. So I sent her some of these screen grabs.
And if you go to the bottom one, it's one we've seen before, where Mr. Young gets in it with Ms. Kornetsky and says, waste someone else's time. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we go to the next page, Ms. Lillis responds, whoa. You see that? That was in response to the Jill Kornetsky exchange?
Yes.
If we go to the next page, was this another screen grab that you shared with Ms. Lillis?
From Jill Kornetsky to Ms. Yes.
And if we go to the bottom of this one, this was the one where Mr. Young told Ms. Kornetsky to F off?
That's correct.
And if we go to the next page, you write, a fair question is whether he's making money off of this. Why do you think that was a fair question?
I thought that was the question. I thought when you see staggering amounts of money like that, why is he doing this? Is he doing it because he just wants to help people get out? Is he doing it because he wants to make money? I mean, there has to be some explanation for these huge amounts of money that no one can pay, that are very hard to come up with. So the main question I was trying to answer was explain these costs, explain why the prices are so high, and are you making money? And that was really the question that I was asking Katie Bo to focus on and that I wanted to get an answer to as well.
And Katie Bo responded, just ask that, ha ha.
So we were on the same page.
If we go to the next page, and was this another screenshot that you shared with Katie Bo Willis?
It was, yes.
Had you shared these with her before this conversation?
Not with Katie Bo, no.
Okay. And if you could just go down a little bit, this was the one where Mr. Young told David Lerner, have them run for the border themselves and see how far they get.
Yes.
And if we go to the next page, you say, looks like he blocks people pretty quickly. And then there's that quote, have them run for the border themselves and see how far they get. And Ms. Lillis responds, wow, this guy is an a-hole. And so that was in response to you sharing the Lerner screenshot?
This was the first time that she had seen any of those. She didn't know how he'd been responding to people. I think she was a bit surprised that he would lash out like that and be so callous as to say, just run for the border and see how far they get. So this was the first time, so she's reacting to that.
She responds, also, you've done some amazing work on this, my dude. And you say, thank you, appreciate it, appreciate that. I haven't contacted them yet, but I can't imagine why Audible would be in Afghanistan. Can you explain that?
This was all just very confusing to me. I don't know why an audiobook company would be operating in Afghanistan. It didn't make any sense. I knew that there were all kinds of companies and groups that were working in Afghanistan, but Audible made no sense at all. And so that was really confusing. But it was one of the main things that he was claiming, one of the main companies that he was claiming he worked with.
You go on to say a little bit further down, did he answer whether he's making money? And Katie Bo Willis responded, nope. What do you think about that?
I think it's a very simple question. Either you are or you aren't. Either you're just covering your costs or you're making some money. And in not answering that, I think that was a red flag. To me, I thought that there was a very good chance that he was making some money off of these people who were fleeing for their lives, but I didn't know, and we didn't end up actually figuring that out. But the goal from the get-go with Mr. Young, from the very moment that Katie Bo started talking to him to the very last moment that I was talking to him over the course of 8 days, was to just figure out how this operation worked and why the prices were as high as they were. And he was never able to answer that, or never willing, I should say.
Mr. Nemex, if you can go to the next page, the bottom of the next page. We're almost done with this document. And this is at 624. Katie Bowe says to you, I'm starting to wonder if this guy has actually gotten anybody out. Do you know if he's been successful? Do you see that?
Yes.
You say, I do not, which is why I've been calling Bloomberg, and that's a cue for him. Can you show us if you've been successful? And she writes, I did. Then you say, I would take a Bloomberg contact. She writes, no answer to that one. I asked him the math cue, and he says, no, I can't explain the math because I'm not on the ground and don't understand the challenges. When I find an option that works, I try to find candidates. And now you respond in all caps. So how do you come up with the numbers? Explain that to the jury, Mr. Marquardt.
To me, this was the most staggering answer he gave. I mean, if I'm trying to figure out how he's coming up with these numbers, and he simply says, I don't know, because I'm not on the ground, I don't understand the challenges, it makes it sound like he's making up these numbers out of thin air, that he's just coming up with them willy-nilly, that it's not because a car costs something or a bribe costs something or, he's got all these costs. He's just sort of throwing out these numbers out there, these huge numbers, and hoping that someone will pay them. I thought it was just absolutely stunning that he couldn't give any kind of explanation for these numbers that he was spreading all across the internet to anybody who would engage with him. He was putting these massive figures out there and is admitting he doesn't know how he comes up with those numbers. He doesn't understand the challenges. He wasn't in Afghanistan. He was far away telling these people, hey, I know you're being hunted by the Taliban, but you got to pay this money, and I don't know why you've got to pay all this money because I don't really understand the challenges, but that's the amount.
So then Ms. Lillis responds, the whole convo has been like this, which is why I'm wondering if he's just kind of making it all up. And then you respond, it's your funeral, bucko. And Mr. Friedman didn't show you kind of the lead up to it's your funeral, bucko, but explain to the jury how that statement works in the context of what's going on in this exchange.
Katie Bowe I had been trying to understand what was behind these numbers. There was no explanation. He had just gotten done saying he can't explain the math because he's not on the ground, can't, offer any kind of explanation. And if he's not going to explain those numbers, I knew that there was a good chance that it wouldn't reflect well on him, that it would look like that he was profiting off of this, that he was a war profiteer. There was only an advantage to him to engaging with us and explaining these figures so that we could better understand his story. By not engaging with us, it looked a lot more suspicious. It looked like he was a lot more reluctant. It looked like he had something to hide. And so by not saying anything to us, I thought there was a possibility that it would reflect poorly on him, and that's what I'm saying there.
So then you say, think I should try to call him? He wouldn't pick up right. I've got 30 to kill. What are you saying there?
I'm wondering, based on her conversation with him, whether she thinks I should try to call him. He's being a bit evasive on text message. We had the whole discussion about the best way to approach him. Should I just give him a call and see if he picks up? I mean, that was our next best option because we'd basically gotten as far as we could on text messages, and I'm saying I've got half an hour, and so I could do it then.
Mr. Friedman was suggesting to you that you were hoping that he didn't pick up, correct?
That's correct.
What's your response to that suggestion?
I mean, that couldn't be farther from the truth, and I think you can see how hard we were trying to understand these numbers. How did he reach these numbers? Why was he charging as much as he would? That was the biggest goal when it came to Mr. Friedman, Mr. Young, was to just get that understanding. And so when he didn't, he not only wasn't offering transparency, but it seemed like he was being evasive. But there was nothing more that I wanted when it came to Mr. Young than getting him on the phone and getting that explanation. And so, having exhausted the text message route, we decided to try to call him, and he didn't pick up the phone. And you see that for day after day after day, we tried to get an explanation from him, and he didn't offer it. But I absolutely wanted to get him on the phone.
Your Honor, I'm at kind of an inflection point. Would you like me to go further or take a break now? Whatever you prefer.
How are you all doing? You want a break?
We can probably keep going. Yeah.
Got another 15, 20, 30 minutes, something like that.
15, 30, somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's keep rolling. So you just mentioned calling him on the phone, right?
Yes,
Okay. Did you call Mr. Young on the phone?
I did.
Do you have any doubt you called Mr. Young on the phone?
Do not have any doubt.
Your Honor, I would like to play for the jury a very short portion of Mr. Young's deposition. It's at 864-22 through 865-1 for Mr. Marquardt.
I don't understand the foundation about that.
It's Mr. Young's.
I'll have to use it, Your Honor. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
I may object to the questions that follow, but he can play it if you want.
you know what section it is?
No.
864-22 through 865-1. You don't have the definition.
You got electronically. Just give me simple. 860. What was the number?
It was 864-22 through 865-1.
864. 864-22, you said?
Yep.
To where?
865-1.
I'll check, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
The next line is, we got Young's number and called, but he didn't pick up. Do you have any reason to doubt that Mr. Marquardt called you?
No.
You just saw Mr. Young's testimony about that call. Do you have any reason to doubt that you called Mr. Young?
I don't.
Okay. You captured that phone call on camera, correct?
Yes.
Why?
Because we were doing a television package and I wanted to use not only the information that he was going to tell me on the phone, hopefully, but also record it so that we could use it in the piece. It was very important that we got it on camera.
Why?
Because this is a television piece. It's a visual piece. We wanted the recording of his voice so that he could explain what it was that he was doing. If we had gotten him on the phone, we would have used the recording of his explanation in that piece. Instead, we didn't get him on the phone, so we weren't able to use that.
Now, Mr. Friedman asked you a bunch of questions about the recording of you looking at your phone after that happened. Did you fake calling him?
No.
Okay. What is the description of what that's recording there? Or what's being done there?
You initially see me actually making the call. You can hear the phone ringing, and that's the close-up shot. And so when you're putting together a TV package, you need a bunch of different shots to be able to edit it all together to tell the whole story. And so I was trying to convey to the audience that I was making the call, dialing the number, which I did, place the call, which I did, and which you all heard. And so it's a part of production. It's so that later on we can splice all these different pieces together to actually show that we had made the call. It's very standard practice in production to get as many different shots as possible so that we have all these different things that we can splice together. But that was a very real call that I made to Mr. Young.
Was there something nefarious about filming you looking at your phone or filming that man in California walking away?
No, not at all. We do that kind of thing all the time. I did it in other other pieces about Afghans where I'm not in the same place as that person. I can't sit down with them across from them. I've got to call them on the phone, so you record the phone conversation.
Now, Mr. Friedman showed the jury the video of you calling and then saying theater. Would you explain to the jury what you meant?
Two things. The theater, with that slightly affected accent, I'm almost embarrassed to say, is a reference to SNL, to Saturday Night Live. I love Saturday Night Live. There was a character, John Lovitz, one of the actors, he used to have this character who would just announce theater. So that was...
But that's like going back to the 90s, right?
It's a little dated, but that's what that reference was. Secondly, because Mr. Young didn't pick up the phone, we had this whole setup. We had lights, we had the camera, we had the microphone, we had this whole thing ready to go. It was a real production that we had hoped would end up with a phone call that was recorded and that we would use in the piece. Instead, it turned into something that we could barely use. It just felt like theater. It felt like it was useless because he didn't actually end up picking up the phone. But I still want to show the audience that I tried to call him, that I still made an attempt, and that he didn't pick up the phone. So we still ended up using some of that video, but it didn't accomplish the goal that I set out to, which was actually to get him on the phone, actually ask him some questions. That was the goal.
So let's go, we're starting to move into the actual writing and publication now. We're past November 3rd. Did you think the story about Afghan evacuations was worth reporting?
Absolutely. I thought it was really important. We had done this series of stories, and I felt like this was a good addition to that series about people who now 2 months after the fall of Afghanistan to the Taliban were still trying to get out of the country. I thought it was a really important story to tell.
And about how long did you spend reporting, talking to people, researching the story before November 11th?
At least 3 weeks, if not longer.
What purpose did you think your reporting on this issue could serve?
I had a track record of doing these types of pieces. I could, lend some authority to the story because I covered America's withdrawal from Afghanistan. I covered the U.S. government and their efforts, or their failure in this case, to get people out of Afghanistan. I thought this was well within the kinds of stories that I do, covering American interests around the world. You know, we often talk about reporting as holding the powerful to account. So in this case, it was holding the U.S. government to account for not getting people like this out of the country. It was holding people like Mr. Young to account for asking them to pay, all kinds of money that they couldn't afford. And so this was absolutely the kind of story that I thought we should be doing, and I was really glad that my editors agreed that we should do it.
You're aware that Mr. Young told Katie Bowe that he didn't want to be in the story?
I am.
Okay. Why did you include Mr. Young in the story?
I thought it was very important to show that aspect of the story, that there were people like him, and him included, who were doing this, who were asking Afghans to pay exorbitant amounts of money. I thought it was very important to include that. In addition, to highlighting the desperation of the people who were trying to get out and the family members who were trying to get them out.
But you didn't need to name Mr. Young. Why did you name him?
I thought it was very important to highlight an example of one of these people. And I cover American foreign policy. I cover, if there's an American who is claiming to be former CIA, who is engaged in these activities, I thought that was very worth highlighting. And we've done all these stories about American veterans getting people out, or the CIA getting people out. And here was yet another example of an American, but he wasn't quite doing that. He was charging people to get out. And I thought that was important to highlight. I knew that it was happening because I talked to all kinds of people who told me, yes, this absolutely is happening. Both Afghans are doing it, foreigners are doing it, and here I had a very strong example of an American who was doing it as well, and I thought that would be important to show to our viewers.
We're going to get to kind of the more nitty-gritty, but did you think that the stories that you worked on that CNN ultimately published, were they fair?
I thought they were extremely fair, and because they were entirely based on the facts that we had discovered, I thought they were very fair.
Do you think they were fair as to Mr. Young?
Yes, absolutely, because everything that we said about Mr. Young was essentially what he had said, and what he had were his own words, what he had put online, and what he had said to us.
Mr. Meza, if you could put up Defense Exhibit 102, is that the stipulated joke?
That's it.
Okay, that's in evidence. Yes, thank you. I got the thumbs up on the bench, Joe.
Okay.
But
That's a good thumbs up.
okay. So if you could put up Defense Exhibit 102. Thank you, Mr. De Meza. All right, so just moving forward in the timeline, Mr. Marquardt, what is this exhibit?
This is my manager telling my producer, Mike, and myself that the piece has been scheduled to run on the air. It's been scheduled for Thursday.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of DX 102,
No objection.
and may we publish?
That was already in.
Me too, but it's just not published.
Okay, yeah.
I was just being
It's in
careful.
evidence, yes.
Thank you. All right. So Afghan story scheduled for Thursday. So this is 11/4, and we know the 11/11 was a Thursday, right?
Correct.
So this would be the next Thursday?
So a week prior.
Okay. And so what are you doing between 11/4 and 11/10 and 11/11?
More reporting, and we're putting it together. We had filmed elements. I had to write the piece. That's when I take everything that I've got, all the information that I know, all the pictures, all the quotes, and I start the writing process. And I sit down and I write a script for the TV package. That was the first priority, and then after that, I moved on to writing the article for the website.
Okay. If we take that down, is DX 109 stipulated to this? It is. All right. Could you put up Defense Exhibit 109, which is in evidence? All right. And if you could blow up the bottom. Yeah, thank you very much. All right. So I'm looking at your email, which is the oldest one, which is draft Afghan story, Wednesday, November 10th. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you're sending this to Mr. Levine, sitting right back here, Mr. Callahan, and Mr. Conti. And you say, I'm still buttoning up some things, but this is in pretty good shape. What I have not included, and I'm weighing, is the scam aspect. My Denver interviewee sent me docs from her Afghan colleague showing he'd pay money to people who sent him clearly fake passports, fake company letter, looked really scammy. The colleague doesn't speak English, which is why I didn't interview him, but wonder if we can squeeze that in here. What are you saying there?
So most of the script was done. I was sending it to the editors to get them to weigh in before we moved on from that. And I'm basically saying there's still some things I'm figuring out. And most of the script below is what it ended up being, which we've all seen multiple times. But what I was also considering was the scam aspect. And I had been sent this trove of documents that showed that there were some people who were carrying out what really looked like scams, just taking money and not doing anything, not offering any services. And so what I'm asking my managers, my editors is, do you think I should include that in this story as well? But if not, here's the story that I've written that is focused just on the Afghans who are facing this market and these huge prices to get out, including, and it starts, as you can see there, with the young man in California.
Okay. And did you include that scam aspect in the final story?
I did not.
Okay. I just want to have you explain to the jury what all this notation is just once so they understand it. So it can go down. We'll try to do this quickly. You don't have to explain every word, but what are we looking at here?
This is a TV script. This is how I write. It's just my personal style. I write in all caps. You can see the stuff in bold. That's a soundbite. Above the soundbite, the first soundbite, it says SOT. That's sound on tape, which means a soundbite. And generally, my producer and I will put everything in bold that is sound, and everything that you see that is not bolded but is in caps, that's my voiceover, what we call track.
Okay. And is this pretty standard?
Very standard.
Why were you sending this to Mr. Levine, Mr. Callahan, and Mr. Conti?
They were the ones who were closest to the story, I would say, and I just wanted them to give it a first pass. After that, we then sent it on to other editors as well as to the show that was actually airing it. But I wanted these guys who had been across the story since the beginning to get a first look at it.
So if we can go up a little bit in this email. Mr. Callahan responds, this is good. I think you leave scam out and maybe just tick at it and tag. Did you tick at it and tag?
I did not.
What does that mean?
This is TV lingo. Tick at means just reference it, just mention it. And tag is after a recorded piece runs, you then see the reporter live talking. And that's what happened here. So after my piece ran, I was live on set. I spoke to the anchor. That was my tag. So what Mike Callahan here is suggesting is maybe you can just don't put the scam part in the piece, but you can mention something about it when you are live on set with the anchor at the end of the piece.
Mr. Callahan then says, I'd like standards and legal to look at this too. He says, Adam, any thoughts before I send to them? And then Mike says, Adam, any notes? I will send to show telling them we will send to Triad and AM. What does that mean, send to show tonight?
So this is 5 p.m. The day's almost over. We knew that that this was going to air on the show the next day, and we need the show to approve the script, and we also need our editing system called Triad to look at the script as well. So Mike is telling Adam, our boss, that he's going to send it to the show so they can get a quick look at it. They can also send in some changes if they want any changes, but then the real editing with Triad is going to start in the morning, the day that it was meant to be published.
So let me make sure I understand. Mr. Levine, sitting here, just can't approve a story and it gets on TV?
Sometimes, not all the time. A story like this, we send it through the Triad system.
Okay, so this was going to be reviewed by other people who had no role in the reporting?
Yes.
Okay. If you just keep going up a little bit. Mr. Levine responds, I think it's really good. Somewhere tag, you need to explain that this is different than the ones U.S. is helping directly get out. And then he says, obviously Triad. And I'm really just focused on the obviously Triad. What does that mean?
Mr. Levine is recognizing that this was a story with a lot of different parts, a lot of sensitivities and questions, and he wants to make sure that other editors ask the right questions and put their eyes on it to make sure that it's as tight and as correct as possible. Adam has a very discerning eye. He had looked at it and said that he was happy with it. But he wanted other editors to look at it as well.
In sensitivity, what do you mean there?
I mean, just look at the first characters the first people who are in the piece. The young man in California, the man in Afghanistan. I mean, there were obvious sensitivities about their security. We had questions about whether to blur them, whether to not use their real voices. Do we tell people where they are? There are all kinds of concerns about their security. In mentioning Mr. Young, there are obviously concerns about how we talk about him. So we wanted to make sure that there were a lot of different editors, different aspects of the company, including lawyers and others, who would approve this and put their stamp on it, and raise questions, and maybe there would be changes, and there were indeed changes at the end. But this was the beginning of the editing process.
Okay. The approval process?
Yes.
Okay. If you can take that down and put up, is 105 stipulated to? It is. Put up Defense Exhibit 105, which is in evidence. I really just care about the top third. So now we're still on November 10th, and Mr. Callahan sends this to CNN Lead Seniors. What is that?
That's the show. The show is called The Lead. He's sending it to the senior producers at The Lead the night before it airs, so that if they're still around, they could take a look at the script. They could tell us if they wanted to change anything. So he was sending it to the show, the program.
He says, sharing this tonight because we need to send it to Triad in the AM. If someone could give it a read later tonight, after show, of course, or first thing in the AM, we'd appreciate it. You see that?
Yes.
So he's just queuing in the show?
Yeah, the show runs from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern time. He knows that it's in the middle of the show. What he's saying is once you guys are done at 6 o'clock, if anyone could take a look at this before you go home, or maybe when you're at home later tonight, we're going to start with the Triad process, the editing process in the morning. So Mike's trying to make sure that the script is as in good shape as possible before the real editing gets underway.
And is 106 in evidence? It is. So if you put up, Mr. Nemex, could you put up Defense Exhibit 106, which is in evidence? And go to page 2. Yep, and just blow up that. It's getting a little small. Yeah, there you go. All right, so now we're still on November 10th, and it's now 6:04 p.m., and this is an email from Michael Callahan to, the first person is Emma Lacey Bordeaux. Could you explain to the jury who that is?
This is the beginning of what you're going to hear a lot of, which is this triad process. And each one of these individuals has a different part of the triad. As the name indicates, there are 3 parts. The first is standards and practices, which essentially is here. In this case, it's someone named Emma Lacey Bordeaux who is making sure that the way we are telling the story is in line with CNN's standards. And so Mike Callahan has put the different people from each of these different departments on this email, and Emma is in charge of standards.
What about Fuzz Hogan?
Fuzz Hogan is on what's called the row, which essentially is fact-checking. So he's making sure that everything I say in the piece is correct.
And what about Drew Schenkman?
Drew Schenkman is a lawyer on our legal team, so he would look at all the legal aspects.
Okay. And so going down then, Mr. Callahan says, I wanted to send this Marquardt script that is for the lead on Thursday. It can be dealt with first thing at AM, but figured couldn't hurt to send it now. The show has approved it. What does that mean, the show has approved it?
We saw a moment ago Mike sending the email to the show at 5:40 something. And so they very quickly in the last 5 minutes have come back saying, yep, we're good. Script looks good. It's ready to get edited. So Mike's basically handing it all off to the triad saying, all right, you guys have at it and let us know your thoughts.
So moving to the first page, there's an email. We skipped the one from Fuzz, but there's an email from Emma Lacey Bordeaux. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's 7:06. And she says, hi, tell us about Young. He didn't deny doing this, right? Do we have a photo of him or just online postings? Do we think that's his real name? And you know, what did you understand Miss Lacey Bordeaux to be doing here?
Her job, for starters. I mean, she's making sure that we are adhering to CNN's standards. She responded very quickly, so she read the script very quickly and dug right in. And so this is the first time she has seen anything to do with the story. She didn't know anything about anything to do with the story. So she's asking about, she wants more details about Mr. Young, asking whether he denied this, which he did not. And she wants to make sure that the way that we portray him with photos and the online postings were correct and doing it right.
So then you respond to Miss Lacey Bordeaux and say, we'll reply to Fuzz in the next email and attach all the relevant screen grabs that will also answer some of Emma's cues. Well, this just got more interesting. I was on Young's LinkedIn profile earlier today. I texted him and told him we were running a piece and I had more questions for him, and now his profile is gone. Poof, fear not, I have receipts. Why did you think that was interesting?
Well, one moment I could see it and the next moment I couldn't. And so it looked like he was blocking me, like blocking others. It looked like he was being evasive and didn't want us to see what he was doing and essentially trying to hide.
And so this was after you texted him and let him know that CNN was running the story?
Correct. This was about 5 hours after I texted him that afternoon saying that we were working on this. He appears to have deleted his profile.
We'll skip the next paragraph, and then you say, until today, he was very open advertising his services, and lots of people called him out. I've spoken to a number of them. Separately, Katie Bowe got his number and started texting with him on an Austrian number. He asked that a phone call be OTR, but then just kept texting her, in parentheses, we have. I tried calling, but he didn't answer. Finally, I texted again today and got no answer. Let me know if you have any more questions about him. He's now clearly trying to hide. You see that?
Yes.
Why were you explaining that all to the people on that chain?
They didn't know what my interactions and our interactions with Mr. Young had been so far. So I'm just trying to give them a quick synopsis of the fact that he had been out there, he was actively advertising his services, and all the conversations that I had. And I wanted them to really understand that there had been significant outreach, that we really had tried to get in touch with him to hear his side of the story, that we tried repeatedly. Katie Bowe was texting, I tried calling, and then eventually I texted him at the end, which at this point he had not yet responded to. And in deleting his LinkedIn profile, not long after I texted him, it looked like he was trying to hide.
If you can take that down, we'll do one more document before taking a break, which I don't think will take long. It is DX10H, which is in evidence. And Mr. DeMeza, if you can go to page 2 into 3. Yeah. Okay. So we're starting again. This is the email from Mike Callahan at 6:04 that we looked at. And now, if we could just go down a little bit, Mr. DeMeza, show Mr. Marquardt kind of, now there's highlighting in it. So there's some green, there's some blue, there's some cross off. And keep going down. To the part about Young at the very end. See, there's notes. The first one says, 1, can I see these? Did we ask him specifically about these? I see below he texted us, but in response to what questions? I guess it will be clear when I see these, but sure we're talking US dollars. Then it goes to the next sentence which references the F off. And it says, she says, why aren't we naming her? Same, did we get a chance to ask him about this claim too? And so just to tell the jury, what are they looking at here?
This is, well, obviously the part in caps is still my script, but here's where the editors are coming back asking questions to make sure that we have what we have, that we ask the right questions. They're asking for more information. They're asking me to include things in the script and make changes to the script. So this is their first pass of them trying to say, okay, we need more of A, B, and C, and asking other questions to make sure that I'm writing about this as accurately as possible.
This is the triad review process?
This is the triad review process.
So if we can go forward, Mr. DeMeza, into the middle of page 2. Yeah, just keep going. We'll see Fuzz Hogan in a minute. Yeah, and so you see there, this is 713, so it looks like he jumped on this pretty quickly. And he says, row notes in blue below from Elizabeth and me. And so would you explain to the jury what that means in context of what we just saw?
So everything, all that blue that you just saw with more questions, asking for more information, asking whether we have certain things, that came from Fuzz Hogan on the row, the fact checker. So his blue highlights were his notes that I had to answer. He was working with someone named Elizabeth. And then, throughout the course of the editing, other colors get added, and it looks like this kaleidoscope of different colors. But basically, the different editors weighing in, asking me more questions to try to refine my script.
And if we can just go up to page 1 to 2. Yeah, right there. So, Mr. Marquardt, it looks like you respond pretty quickly. It's now 8 o'clock at night. And you say, in order, I can ask if he uses his real name on Facebook. Why? And that's, I guess, is that in response to one of Mr. Hogan's questions?
Yes.
Attached are docs for redacted man in Kabul showing his SIV application and some of his documentation that attests to work for USAID with recommendations. I found blank because he responded to one of Young's LinkedIn posts. I did not ask State Department yet about doing anything. I will Thursday morning. Katie Bowe had direct contact with Young. She asked him about his prices in operation. She sent me screen grabs of his responses. Have not attached, but can send large files. I do not think she asked about F-off comment. See Young screen grabs attached, including with unnamed activist Jill. I didn't feel it added anything to name her. He was very quick to block people when they questioned him. So what are you doing there?
I'm answering the questions that were asked of me and telling them that I'm going to go out and get some of the answers if I didn't have them. This was just a response to Fuzz and what more he had asked of me.
So this is the back and forth with the fact checker who's reviewing the article?
Yeah, this is very much, we're now in the process of editing the story, and this is what I'm answering some of his questions, and I'm telling him what I'm going to go to do to try to answer some of his other questions.
I think this is a good time to take a break, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, just put your notepads in your folders there and then on your chairs. Take our afternoon recess. Remember all the rules I've given apply even when we're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rules. Do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you, and if you become aware of any violation of the rules at all, please notify court personnel. If you do use your phones during the break, just make sure they're off before we come back into the courtroom. And won't you be in the juror lounge at 3 o'clock? We'll get you back in here. Okay. All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. All right, we shooting to get done at I-5?
Oh, I think I would be done in about 30 to 40 minutes after the break.
We'll be ready to go.
All right. And I guess if he's done before 5, maybe with some of those videos you play,
Yeah.
we'll go, well, but I mean, I guess the question is we're going to go just to about 5, right?
I think that's right.
That's what we're shooting for. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything else?
Nope.
All right, I'll see you back in about 15. this morning. So all we have in our break room is like shot glass size. And y'all can be seated. And while y'all are settling in, I wanted to let you know, I should have said this before the break, but in talking with lawyers on scheduling, we're planning on getting out of here right around 5 today. So.
Your Honor, we want to thank you. We don't know what you said to anybody, but that's that, Lars. And we appreciate it.
I didn't say anything. I think you said it all. All right, y'all ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nemex, if we could put up Defense Exhibit 103. So, Mr. Marquardt, I think that on examination for Mr. Friedman, you talked about this. You texted Mr. Young on November 10th?
I did, yes.
Of 2021?
Yes.
And there's your text right there. Why did you text him?
I had not spoken with him yet, and at this point, the day before the piece was about to air, I knew that we were going to be publishing the piece, and here I wanted to tell him that and to give him one more opportunity to explain his activities so that we had a better sense of what he was doing, and if he had answered with answers that were that would help our reporting, we would have put those in the piece, despite the fact that here we were at the very final stages.
But why did you want more information?
We'd been trying to get information from him for quite some time, and we hadn't gotten it. I wanted to give him one last chance. And it's in journalism, if you're going to be talking about someone in a piece, you give them a chance to respond. And here I was giving him one more chance to respond. I mean, we had obviously Katie Bowe had spoken to him on text. I had tried to call him. I'd tried to connect with him on LinkedIn. We'd made all these efforts. But now that the piece was finally going to air, I wanted to give him one more chance to weigh in and give a fuller explanation of his activities.
So the first text is at 2:42. Is that DC time?
Yeah, that's Eastern time.
Okay, so this is Eastern time on November 10th. The piece is going to run the next day, right?
This is just about 24 hours ahead of, a little bit more than 24 hours before the piece ran.
Okay, so at 11:53 the next day, Mr. Young texts you and says, "Hi, Alexander, please provide a list of questions as well as the facts and assertions about me you intend to publish. I need some time to review and provide comment." You see that?
I do.
Mr. Friedman showed you, I think it was a Slack exchange. You said, FFS, effing Young just texted. What did you mean by that?
Well, we had put the piece together. It was done. We'd gone through this really rigorous triad process. We'd made all the changes. We had, edited the piece. It was ready to go. And then he responded. So what I was basically reacting to was the possibility that we were going to have to blow up the piece, change it, possibly air it another day, and all things that I was willing and ready to do. What I wanted from him was the explanation and the answers, but I was reacting to the fact that we might have to really quickly rejigger everything in the final moments before the show.
So despite saying FFS, you text him back 3 minutes later.
Not only did I text him back 3 minutes later, but I continued to try to text him essentially right up until the last minute. I was happy that he was finally engaging with me, and here I saw this opportunity to finally get some of the answers that we've been trying to get all along.
So you say, thank you for responding. The piece is running this afternoon, DC time. That's why I reached out yesterday. I will send you my cues and deadline ASAP. Cues or questions?
Cues or questions.
He responds 5 minutes later. That's not a realistic deadline. I will need a few days to review and provide comment. What do you think about that response?
Well, he didn't know what the deadline was. I hadn't told him what it was yet. And he didn't know what the questions were. So he wouldn't be able to say whether he needed days to review and provide comment. And I knew that the questions that I was going to ask him were relatively simple questions that he could ask, or that he could answer quite quickly. And now that he was answering his text messages, I'd hoped that he would answer those.
So you respond, the next text, I'm sorry, I tried to reach out last week on LinkedIn. Had you tried?
I did.
You did not accept my request. I called you last week, did you?
I did.
And I texted you yesterday, did you?
I did.
All to no avail. I will let you know what the deadline is. You then say, you provided some answers to my colleague, which we may use as well. Is that a reference to Katie Bowe?
That's a reference to Katie Bowe.
And so if we go to the next page, you respond, I need your answers at the latest by 2 p.m. ET. So a little less than 2 hours, right?
That's right.
Okay. The first question you asked is, can you please break down the extremely high prices for evacuations you were asking him? I've seen your conversations with others, charging $75K for Pechuar, $14.5K for a flight to UAE, another $4K. Others involved in evacuations have said your prices are too high. What were you saying there?
This was the main question that we were trying to answer. I had asked Katie Bowe to put it to him before. We were just trying to understand his activities, quoting him the very same numbers that he had put to other people, $75,000 for a car, $14,500 for a person, and just asking him to explain those numbers. That was the first and most important question that he had been evasive on this entire time.
Okay. Did you think that this was a hard question to answer?
Very simple to answer.
Question number 2, are you making money off this? If so, how do you justify profiting from Afghans desperate to get out? What do you mean by that?
Well, it's a yes-no question. Are you making money off of these desperate Afghans? Yes or no? If you're not, and hopefully he answered in the first question what his different expenses were. And then, how do you explain being a war profiteer? How do you explain taking advantage of some of the most vulnerable people on earth who are terrified? How do you explain turning a profit on people who are just trying to save themselves and their family? That was another answer that I was hoping to hear.
Why? Why did you want to hear that?
I wanted to hear some explanation on how you can justify that, how you can speak to people who are at the scariest and lowest points of their lives, who are just trying to escape a murderous terrorist organization who's coming after them simply for working with the United States or working with Americans? How can you justify speaking to them and saying, okay, I can help you, but I'm going to make money off of you? And having spent a lot of time in war zones, covering a lot of wars, seeing, as I said, the best and the worst in people, profiting off of war is something that I don't think is right. And if he was doing that at a time when other people were, other Afghans were not being asked to pay this money, how could he explain that? And I really wanted to get to the root of how he could justify making money on these people.
And if Mr. Young had provided you an answer to that question or any of your questions, would you have included that in your reporting?
Without question, we would have reworked the piece up until the final moments to include what he had to say. And if it had taken longer than that, we could have aired the piece another day or published it the following week. All we wanted to do was to get the answers from Mr. Young that we've been trying to get from him from the beginning. And I didn't think that these were very difficult questions to answer.
The next question is, we intend to show a conversation with Jill Kornetsky in which you tell her to F off after calling her a spiteful bee. Would you like to comment on that exchange? Did that exchange end up making it into your final piece?
It didn't end up in either the video piece or the written article.
Why did you want to ask him about that?
I wanted to understand why he was reacting so angrily and aggressively towards someone who was simply questioning his business practices. I mean, this was someone who had also dedicated her life to helping women and girls in Afghanistan, who I think continues to live and work in Afghanistan to this day. And the moment he was questioned by her, he turned and started insulting someone, someone who he had never met. And I think it spoke to his character, and so I considered putting it in the piece, but at the end of the day, that wasn't the story we were telling, and we decided not to include it.
The next question was, what is your relationship with the CIA? You told one person you were a former case officer. You told another you were a current NOC. Why'd you ask that?
His relationship with the CIA was also something that I thought was interesting. Again, if there was a current or a former CIA officer who was undertaking these activities, I thought that might have been something that was important to note, but he gave these conflicting stories about what his history with the CIA was. He told Jill Kornetsky that he was a previous officer, then he told someone in Vienna that he was a current NOC, which is kind of the deepest cover spy that you can possibly be, and someone who's actually a NOC would never actually go out there and say they are or admit it. And so he had this shifting story on the CIA, so I wanted him to clean that up as well. That, too, is something that we did not end up including in the story.
The final one is, we intend to use this quote. And Mr. Gomez, I think you have to blow that up. It's right up there. We intend to use this quote from you. You are welcome to add any other context. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs, which he says are highly volatile and based on environmental realities. So you were going to use that quote in the story?
Yes.
And did you use that quote in the story?
We did.
And that quote came from Mr. Young?
It came from Mr. Young and his text messages to Katie Bowe.
And why were you asking him, or why were you telling him that you were going to use that quote and asking him to comment?
This was the closest thing to an explanation I had seen or heard from Mr. Young, and so we wanted to include his side of the story. We wanted to be fair. We were highlighting his activities and what he'd been telling people, and this was his explanation, or the closest explanation that we could get. So we had that in the piece, and I wanted him to know that we were offering that as his explanation, and giving him the opportunity to add to it, to add more context. And so I just wanted to show him we are using your words, your own words, in the piece.
Mr. Young responds, that's definitely not a realistic deadline. In any case, I can tell you for sure some of your facts assertions are not accurate, and if they are published, I will seek legal damages. Do you see that?
I do.
And you immediately respond. So he sends that, actually I'm trying to find the time. So he sends that at 12:53. I can't exactly tell what time you send this, but you respond, can you clarify which ones? Which facts and assertions? Here are the figures as represented by you. And you sent him some screenshots, correct?
Yes.
You say, here's where you told Jill to F off. That's the first one. You go down. You say, here's where you said your former CIA.
And you can see there at 12:58, that's 5 minutes after he'd answered.
You say, so which facts assertions are not accurate? Why'd you write that?
Because he very quickly said that what I was asserting was not true, and I wanted him to tell me what was not true, because everything that I thought was going into the piece was factually accurate. And so here I was showing him the proof of what I had, which, again, were his own words, his own posts on LinkedIn, his own interactions with other people. So I was basically saying, okay, well, what's not true about this? Tell me what's not true.
And if he'd come back and he said, hey, you got fact A, B, C, D wrong, what would you have done?
We would have reworked the piece. We would have considered what he was denying. We would have given his side and his denial. There are countless examples in reporting when you report on something and then you say, well, that person denies it. We would have included his denial. He didn't deny it.
You then said, I'm not accusing you of scamming. I'm simply pointing out that the prices are very high, and I'm providing your explanation that sponsors are expected and the environment is volatile. Why'd you write that?
To make sure that he understood what it was we were reporting. We weren't reporting that he was doing anything illegal. We weren't reporting that he was carrying out some kind of scam. We were simply reporting that the prices that he was asking of people were very high. And I wanted to make sure that he understood that we were including his explanation, was that he asks for sponsors, even though we've seen examples where he doesn't always ask for sponsors. And I was telling him that the quote that he had given us prior was going into that piece. So I was giving him as comprehensive a look of what was about to be reported as I could.
You sent that at 2:27.
Yes.
And so that was already past the 2-hour deadline you had given him?
Yes, that's correct.
You then write, Zachary, any thoughts? Question mark. And what time did you send that?
That was at 3:32. That's 28 minutes before the show goes on the air. I gave him a deadline of 2 hours, 2 p.m. I thought that was very reasonable because these were very simple questions to answer. But I knew, and I had spoken to my editors about this, that we would give him more time if he needed it. And so right up until 28 minutes before the show goes on the air, I'm still asking him for an explanation. And I can tell you that had he responded with seconds, minutes, seconds before I went live on TV, I would have included what he had to say. We can change things on the fly very, very quickly. And right up until the last minute, past the deadline, I was still asking him to answer these important questions, and he never responded.
So you saw earlier in this exchange, Mr. Young said that's not a realistic deadline. Why not just give him more time? Why not say, okay, we'll run the story tomorrow, the next day, next week? Why not do that?
He had shown no inclination, or indication rather, I should say. He had shown no indication that he was going to answer these questions. He'd been evasive from the beginning. He hadn't answered Jill's questions from the beginning. He hadn't explained himself to David Lerner. He hadn't explained to Katie Bowe. He hadn't responded to my phone call. He hadn't responded to my LinkedIn request. There was no indication that he was actually going to answer these things. I just thought he was trying to buy time and, in fact, try to threaten me. So I thought, given how simple the questions were, 2 hours was plenty. We obviously gave him more, like we were willing to consider up until the last minute. But he just didn't answer, and I didn't have any faith that he was going to come back with those answers. But without question, had he answered the questions, we would have included the answers.
Mr. Nemex, if you can put up PX 150, which I'm not sure is in evidence. Sorry about that. PX 150. It's in, Mr. Bailey says. Thank you. And so, Mr. Marquardt, I'm showing you another triad exchange, which there are a number of. If we could go to page 2 to 3, Mr. Demeza. All right, yeah, this is exactly where I want to be. So we're now at 11:54 a.m. on November 11th. You're emailing the triad folks, and you said there were tweaks sent earlier that we did not discuss that I've added below. What are you talking about, tweaks?
Some last minute changes that we hadn't discussed that I put in the email, and I wanted to make sure they saw them.
Right, and so if we page down, we're not going to, but you can look at this later. There are additional tweaks to the story?
Yep.
And you're just telling the triad to make sure you take a look at these?
Correct, just making sure they saw those last minute changes.
And you say, and Young, this is in capital letters, and Young just texted me now. Why do you put it in capital letters?
Wanted to make absolutely clear to the triad, to the editors, that they knew that Mr. Young was finally engaging with us, and that there was a chance that he was going to answer the questions, and more importantly, that there was a chance that we were going to have to change the piece, either rework it or possibly delay it. So this was a big flag from me that basically stopped the presses. We might have something new here, we might have to change some things. And that was minutes or seconds after he got back to me. So I was now in the mode of, okay, we might have to fix things here.
But why were you telling the triad that Mr. Young had texted you back?
Because if he gave responses that changed the story or that added a fuller explanation of his story, that we would have included them in the piece, and then we would have had to send the entire piece back through the editing process. And as we've seen, it can take some time. A lot of people need to weigh in, and so we might have to restart that process all over again. So this was basically an initial alert to say, heads up, there might be changes coming while I engage with Mr. Young.
And so just to finish out that sentence, you said, and Young just texted me now, asking for questions as well as the facts and assertions about me you intend to publish, and you put that in quotes.
Yes.
I will send him a list of questions and give him a deadline of, say, 2 p.m. ET. And you were sharing that with the triad, right?
I was proposing that to my editors. This is a collaborative process. I'm obviously not the only one involved here, and I wanted them to make sure, not only know that he was responding to me, but make sure they were okay with the deadline that I'd given.
So let's page up, Mr. DeMeza. And so you can see Mike Callahan emails you back pretty quickly, about 10 minutes later, and he says, yes, 2 p.m., so we can revisit with triad. What does that mean?
So he's saying 2 p.m. is a good deadline. That means that he's got 2 hours, 2 full hours to answer the questions that I'd sent, but also we would then have enough time to rework the script and get it back through triad so that we could still get it on the show that day. That would if we were done by 2, or if we got his answers by 2, we would still have about 2.5 hours to rework everything, and we were getting ready to do that.
Let's page up. Mr. Levine then responds 2 minutes later. Please share what you intend to send him before you send it. That's Mr. Levine is one of your bosses?
Yes.
Okay, did you wait to share?
I jumped the gun a little bit, and I sent the questions rather quickly.
Okay. Do you want to apologize to Mr. Levine? That's a bad joke. Let's move on. You then respond, I just sent it. Can you please break down in your what are you sharing here?
These are the questions that I sent to Mr. Young. I wanted to make sure that the editors, including Mr. Levine, knew what questions I had sent, so that if they thought I hadn't covered all the bases and they had additional questions, that they could relay those to me and I could ask them.
And just going up. Ms. Lacey Bordeaux weighs in, would suggest cutting the extremely in red, which we saw that extremely down below. But by this point, 12:15, you had already sent it, correct?
I'd already sent it.
Why did you jump the gun and send it so quickly?
I was really surprised that he decided to respond, and really hoping that we could get some responses. And so I immediately, before he shut me down or left or stopped answering, while he was still online, I wanted to make sure that I got those questions to him with the hope that he would answer those questions.
She also says, not sure we need the cue about profiting, since we're not getting into that. Ditto the thing about the CIA. And then she says, 2 hours is a pretty sharp turnaround. I think we should say, that's when we'd like it, but we can be flexible. And so we just page up. And so you responded 5 minutes later and said, sorry, had already sent, which you had. You say, he has had a long time to respond. Remember, he already spoke with Katie Bowe, and he deflected. I called last week. I tried to connect on LinkedIn last week. I texted 24 hours ago. And so what are you saying there?
That I thought the two-hour deadline was appropriate, given the questions that I was asking and given the number of opportunities that he'd had to answer those questions. I was pushing back on what Emma said about it being a tight turnaround time. I thought it was enough. Mike Callahan thought it was enough, and we knew that if he came back after 2 p.m., that we would still have enough time, a little bit of cushion to actually get those answers in.
And then you say, and for the digital piece, I have yet to start on the profiting and CIA questions would help. What are you saying there?
Well, I thought the question of whether he was profiting was a really important one, and here I disagree with Emma. I mean, if he had said, for example, yes, I'm making a profit off of this, that's probably something that I would have tried to include, not just in the article, but also in the TV piece. The question of his role in the CIA, I was a bit less. I felt less strongly about whether we needed to include it or not, but I was curious about how he was going to explain the differences in the story that he'd been telling different people.
We can take that one down. And Mr. DeMeza put up DX 114, which is in evidence. And this is another triad communication. And if we could go to page 3. All right. Yeah, so at the very first email at the bottom, you see this is something we've seen before. This is from Mr. Levine. No, stop right there. Go up a little bit. Thanks. Mr. Levine, we saw this before. He says, please share what you intend to send before you send it. And then it looks like if you go up, you responded to a different question. You say, person who met him in Vienna in September confirms the picture of him is of him. When I saw him in Vienna, we recognized each other immediately from our pictures. Let's use the profile pic. What are you saying there?
I was responding to someone who had questioned whether the picture we were using was actually of him, and someone I had spoken with who had met with Mr. Young confirmed that the picture we had was indeed of him.
So you're actually answering a different question.
Yes, yes.
From the triad.
Correct.
Mr. DeMeza, if we can page up. So now we're getting a little bit later in the day. It's 1:26 p.m. And you talk about, on breaking down the costs, I had on October 27th with Hazami Barmada, that's somebody we talked about before, who organized flights out of Mazar-i-Sharif with, sorry, I won't even try to say that. I quoted $20K a head price to her. Someone had told me that and asked if this was price gouging, if people were making a lot of money off this. What are you explaining here?
I was also explaining that I was quoting at least one of the experts I'd spoken with, someone who knew evacuations intimately. Mazar-i-Sharif is another place in Afghanistan that has an airport, and she was working with a group called Sarai International working on evacuation. So she really knew what she was talking about. And so I wanted to demonstrate to the triad that what we were saying in the piece about these extremely high prices was correct. Certainly according to someone who knows evacuations very well.
And then at the bottom of this email, just right there, you say, I suggest for this section, assuming he doesn't come back with further explanation. Who are you talking about?
Mr. Young.
So at 1:26, were you still thinking that maybe Mr. Young was going to come back?
He had responded about an hour and a half prior, and so I thought there was a decent chance that he might actually ask the questions or answer the questions. He'd said that he needed more time, but since he was engaging, there was always a chance that he was going to say something. So I'm allowing for the possibility that he's going to actually come back to me, but if he doesn't, then this is what I'm proposing.
Yeah, and you say price is well beyond the reach of most Afghans, so that's a change to the story?
It's a new line.
Yep. We got Young's number and called, but he didn't pick up. In a text message, he told CNN, those trying to leave are expected to have sponsors pay for them, and there's that quote. Why are you providing this to the triad?
Because I want them to see that we are quoting Mr. Young in his own words, that we're not just describing his activities, but we're describing them in his own words, based on things that he has told other people, based on things that he has told us. So he has been given an opportunity to comment. We're using one of his comments, but we're just asking him to comment further and clarify further.
And then again in green below, it says, he declined to break down the cost or say if he's making money. Repeatedly challenged by an American activist online, he eventually told her to F off. And I think I already asked you that, but that came up, that didn't end up staying in the story, correct?
That eventually came out, yes.
And if we page up, Mr. Callahan responds, works for me. Then he says, triad, question mark. If we go up, Mr. Hogan says, this is fine by me. Keep going up. And Emma Lacey Bordeaux says, good with those tweets. See that?
Yes.
Take that one down and put up Defense Exhibit 115. I'm now showing you, if we can go to page 2, Mr. DeMeza, the very top. Yep. So now it's 2:51. Mr. Callahan is emailing Lindsay O'Shaughnessy, which I'm not sure if that's a name we've seen before. Malia, Mike Malia, Joe Von Cannell, and then a bunch of people at the lead. What's going on here?
So the triad is happy with the script. We finalized the script. It's been approved. And now we're going back to the show saying, all right, guys, everything's been done. Here's the final script. This is what we plan to put on your show.
And right below that, Mr. Callahan writes, please see another tweak in yellow per triad. Fair warning, our Zachary Young guy has reemerged on text with Alex, so we may need to tweak if he addresses our questions. See that?
Yes.
And that's at 2:51 p.m.?
Correct.
And so what does that mean, we may need to tweak if he addresses our questions?
So Mr. Callahan's giving a heads up to the show that things may be changing. Your show is about to start in an hour, and but if he answers these questions, then we may have to change the script. We might have to re-edit the piece, and that there's a possibility that things will change. So he's just giving them that heads up.
And so go to page 3, Mr. DeMeza, to the highlighting. Not your highlighting, but the highlighting actually in the document. Yeah, just right there. Yep. If you blow that part up. And so you see, I'm looking at the cross out. Repeatedly challenged by an American activist online, he eventually told her to F off. So what does that mean? The cross out.
We took out the part where he was telling Jill Kornetsky to F off.
Now if we can jump to the first page. And at the bottom, Miss O'Shaughnessy responds, that looks fine. Is the Young response something we could strike from the piece and do as a tag if it comes to that? What's she saying?
So she's allowing for the fact that this might change at the last minute. I might have to change it on the fly. So what she's wondering is, if he comes back with an answer, do we cut out the quote that we planned on using, his quote that I had already told him we were going to use, and then whatever he tells me, I'll just do it live. And this speaks to the fact that we're willing to do things up until the last minute. If he had texted me in the final minutes before I went live on the air with an explanation, I would have read that live on the air. So she's asking whether I can put it in my tag, which is my live appearance on set with the anchor.
And so let's just go up to the next one. You respond, just think it would be in addition to, important to have in the piece, and I don't expect more from him. Why did you think that his quote was important to have in the piece?
Because it was his explanation of what he was doing. And I thought that there was a decent chance that he wouldn't respond, and so I wanted to make sure that that stayed in the piece, and that anything he added to it would be in addition to. And if he had responded, I could say, and I was live on TV, I would say something like, and we just heard from Mr. Young, and he told me X, Y, and Z. It would be in addition to what was already in the piece, which I had sent to Mr. Young.
Okay. Mr. Meza, if you can go up to Mr. Marquardt's email at 3:25. Yep. You ask, what time is the hit? What does that mean?
It means, what time am I going live? A hit is a live appearance. If I get a request tomorrow to be live on TV, someone will say, hey, you've got a hit at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. That's what we just call a live appearance on TV.
That doesn't mean it's a hit piece about Mr. Young?
It has nothing to do with hit piece. It's just TV lingo for going live.
Okay. And then you say, we'll send tag in a bit. What are you talking about there?
The tag is, again, the part when I'm live. I'm asking, when am I going to be live? And I'm going to tell them what I plan to say in that live. The tag, of course, as I've mentioned, is at the end of the piece. And I wanted to let them know what I was going to be saying.
Why?
Everything in this process had been edited by all parts of the triad. I knew that the triad wanted to see everything, that Mr. Levine, Mr. Callahan wanted to see everything, and so it was going to be a very scripted live shot. And so I was going to write that out. I was going to script it. I was going to share it with all of them to make sure that they were okay with it, because everything up until that moment had been gone through by the editors, and I saw no reason that this shouldn't either.
Mr. Remez, if we could put up PX 165, which I don't know, why don't we just do that for the witness, because I'm not sure. It's in. Thank you. All right, so going on to the bottom of the first page, we're now at 4:28 in the afternoon. So what time does the lead start?
At 4 p.m.
Okay, so you're still working.
Still working, even though the show's already started.
Okay, and so you write to the triad with the subject tag, and you say, "Everyone cool with this? I'm using another online quote from Young. See original attached." And so what's going on here, Mr. Marquardt?
So this is what I'm going to say live on set. The script is already done, and here I'm sharing with everybody what I'm planning to say, and in particular, an additional line from what Mr. Young has said in the past. I just wanted to make sure that they saw that I was adding something.
Why are you sharing with the triad what's going to be in your tag?
Because the triad had been over the script with me throughout this entire process, and I knew that it was important for them to see this part of it. I wanted to make sure that they were okay that I was also using this additional quote from Mr. Young as a further explanation for his activities.
Okay, and so if you go up, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux says, "Okay, here." And if you go up, Mr. Hogan says, "Same."
Everyone signs off.
All right, so we finally get, the process is done. Triad reviews and approves the piece?
They do.
Okay. And what time does the story air on the lead?
Just after 5:30 p.m.
And Mr. Vance, if you could play DX 111, I'm just going to stop it right off the bat.
In our worldly today, the U.S. government, the Biden administration, says that as of...
Okay. Now, looking at the banner at the bottom third, do you see that there?
I do.
It says, "Afghans trying to flee Taliban face black markets." Now, you heard Mr. Friedman ask you about the definition of black market, and you said something like, that doesn't apply here, it doesn't work here. Do you think black market was a fair way to talk about this market in Afghanistan?
I think when you look at what was going on in Afghanistan, it was not only fair, but accurate. I mean, you look at the context of the time where there was this security vacuum after the U.S. had left amid this chaos. There were no more U.S. troops there. The Taliban had taken over the government and all the provinces around Kabul. There was the chaos. There was the lawlessness. It was a very dangerous, fragile time for a lot of people in which those who had been working with the government were certainly under a lot of danger. Couldn't have been farther from a normal time. There was nothing normal about what was going on even 2 months after the fall of the government. It was not like any of the people I spoke with or their family members could drive down to the airport and buy a ticket and get out of the country on a flight. There was nothing was normal, nothing was regulated. There was barely any law. The Taliban, was obviously in control. So I thought black market was an accurate description of the situation at the time.
In the context of this story, do you think that the word black market implies criminality?
No, it doesn't.
Does it imply illegality?
It doesn't imply either of those things because there was no real law at the time. I mean, what law are we talking about? Is it Taliban law? Is it American law? It was lawlessness. So there was pretty much only a black market. So when these people were trying to find ways to get out of the country, ways to evade the Taliban, it was going to be on a black market. I think that's certainly an accurate description for what was going on at the time.
Was it accurate to write that Afghans face exorbitant fees?
Yes, it was.
Could you explain that to the jury?
Exorbitant, meaning very high, out of reach of normal Afghans, knowing full well that no Afghan, even if they've worked with the United States and gotten decent salaries, could afford anything like $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. These were exorbitant prices for they would be for regular Americans, let alone Afghans. And so when I saw these numbers, I knew that they were well out of the reach of Afghans. And then I spoke to actual people who were facing these fees. The first young man, he was asked to pay $100,000. The second man, he was asked to pay $50,000. I knew that they couldn't pay that, and so that's why we use the word exorbitant.
Do you think writing no guarantee of safety or success is fair and accurate?
I think that underscores the fact that even if they are able to pay that, and even if there is some kind of operation, that this was a very, very dangerous and unstable environment, and that there was no guarantee that they would actually get out of the country.
At any point during the segment, did you report that Mr. Young was a criminal?
Never.
At any point during the segment, did you imply that Mr. Young was a criminal?
No, not at all.
At any point did the segment state or imply that Mr. Young was doing anything illegal?
No, in neither the TV nor the print article.
So we talked about this a little bit, but did this segment leave out certain things about Mr. Young that you had learned during your reporting?
Several.
Like what?
There were things that he had said to people that we ended up not including. You saw me strike out the line where he tells Jill Kornetsky to F off when he calls her a spiteful bee. We didn't include either of those things. We didn't include him telling someone to let them run for the border themselves and see how far they get. We didn't publish anything about him just dropping people as soon as they tell him that they can't pay for this. So we didn't include several things because we were focused on the story of the Afghans themselves facing these prices, dealing with people like Mr. Young, and I didn't necessarily feel it was crucial to include those things, though we certainly could have.
Do you stand by this reporting?
I do.
Are you proud of this reporting?
I am.
So Mr. Friedman asked you about the article. I know sometimes it's referred to as the digital. I'm just going to call it the article because I think it's cleaner. Makes more sense. When did you start working on the article?
Moments after, or the same day that the TV piece was published in the afternoon.
Was the intent always to do a written article in conjunction with the TV show?
That's normally how it goes. I like to do both. Some people prefer to read articles versus watch TV pieces, so I wanted to make sure that there were two versions on the website.
What was your process for turning the TV segment into an article?
Generally, you take your TV script and expand it. I mean, in print, in an article, you've got more space, you can add more detail. And so I took the facts that I knew, the people that I had been talking about, I put those in. I put it more in print form than in TV language. I added some stuff in the very beginning about the Secretary of State and Americans and Afghans trying to get out of the country. I added a bit more context. It was largely similar, but there were some additional details in the article.
Mr. Nemex, if you could put up DX 120, which is in, and go to page 5. And so on page 5, Mr. Marquardt, at 3:30 p.m., you write digital right so far, and you send it to Tom Lumley and Mike Callahan. Do you see that?
I do.
What does digital right so far mean?
It means the article so far. This is what I've written so far.
And why are you sending it to Mr. Lumley and Mr. Callahan?
Well, Mr. Callahan, I'd send everything I do to Mr. Callahan. He's my manager, but I also included Mr. Lumley because he's a digital editor, and if I was writing an article for the website, then he was going to have to be, he was likely going to be the editor on the piece.
Had he had any involvement with the TV segment?
He hadn't. He didn't really know about what I was working on until this day.
And so if you go to page 4 and go up towards the top. Yeah. Mr. Lumley writes at 352, the second line, apologies, I have zero orientation with this story. Do you see that?
That's right.
And then up at the top, you respond, I understand your frustration, but this is what I was asked to do for digital, and here I've done it. Would have been much easier just to focus on the TV piece. What are you saying?
Well, I think Mr. Lumley was a little bit frustrated that I just dumped this on him and he hadn't had any visibility into what I'd been working on. And I understand that frustration. He, I'd been doing this for several weeks and he just wasn't aware that this was being worked on, and then suddenly he was being asked to edit it basically the same day that the TV piece was running. So I was responding to his frustration.
And so if you go to page 1, first page, and Mr. Lumley emails at the bottom, and he writes, one major thing not clear to me, do any people who pay these guys actually get out of the country? I think we need a graph to explain, is this totally hopeless? And is that something you would explore?
It was. I asked a couple people, many people, whether even if these prices were really high, were they actually effective? Were these operations actually effective? Was this business a scam? Was it above board? Was it legitimate? I was never able to find anybody who actually paid these prices and used these services. So in the end, all we reported was that these prices were being asked of people. But whether I was asking Mr. Young or asking others, I wasn't able to actually find people who were able to get out of the country like this.
And so if you go up on this response, you say stand by. That's at 4:58, I assume. Are you about to go on TV?
This is about half an hour. I was probably getting ready to do my live shot on the show.
Mr. Lumley responds, I watched the TV piece, was gripped. I spoke to Allison H. about this. Who's Allison H.?
Alison Hoffman's our head of digital in Washington.
We both agree we should pause on this and not go into triad tonight. So please don't work into the evening on this, Alex. Do you see that?
That's right.
And you respond, understood. What were you saying there?
They were saying, let's just take a beat. We need to figure out what we're going to do for the digital article. This had been primarily a TV piece that I was then trying to turn into an article print piece. They were just catching up on everything. They have the right to say, hey, we're not interested. We'll just keep it as a TV piece. I was trying to make an argument that, no, I'd like there to be an accompanying article. And they were trying to figure out what that might look like. And here they're telling me, hey, good job on the TV piece. You don't need to work your butt off tonight and stay late in order to finish this. We're going to figure out tomorrow how we're actually going to approach this.
And so this was on November 11th?
Yes, this was the same day the TV piece went on the air.
Did the article get published on November 11th?
It did not.
Did the article get published on November 12th?
No, it didn't.
What day did it actually get published?
Saturday the 13th.
Okay, so like 2 days later?
Yes.
And with respect to the article, what was going on between November 11th and November 13th?
More writing. I finished the piece. They eventually saw it. Tom Lumley came back with edits and questions. We reworked the piece. I didn't get any further answers from Mr. Young, so there was nothing more to include from that perspective. So we were just finalizing the piece, and then that had to go through Triad as well in order to get approved before publication.
Is it common for a digital editor to have questions, edits, comments on a piece?
Very common.
And Mr. Lumley did, right?
He does, and he's an editor I work with on an almost daily basis. He's the editor for the national security team. He's someone who I work with closely.
And so it wasn't uncommon to go back and forth and have edits on something with him?
Not at all. In fact, oftentimes when you go back and forth with an editor, it makes the piece better. They will ask questions that you answer, and hopefully it turns into a better piece.
Yeah. I mean, is CNN a place in your understanding where editors can say, we need to redo something or we need to change something?
I think every editor at every news organization often says those things. And that's what an editor does, is we need to suggest that we might need to change some things, we need to ask some questions. It's a collaborative process between the reporter and the editor.
So, Mr. DeMezza, if we could take that down and put up Defense Exhibit 134, which is the article. All right, Mr. Marquardt, are you familiar with this?
I am.
And was this digital article, was this approved by the Triad?
It was.
How is this article different than the segment in any material way?
It's very similar to the TV segment. It adds a little bit more about the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, in the beginning. But on balance, I would say that it tracks very carefully with what ended up on television.
Does it, like the segment, use Mr. Young's words?
It does.
Does it use the quote that he gave Katie Bowe?
It does.
This article, in this article, did you report that Mr. Young was a criminal?
I did not.
Did you report that he was doing anything illegal?
Never.
Did you intend to suggest that Mr. Young was doing anything illegal?
Absolutely not.
Do you stand by this article?
I do.
You can take that down. So, Mr. Marquardt, you've been on the stand most of the day. I'm almost done. But could you just tell the jury, do you take your job seriously?
I do. Very.
Why?
It's a job I've been doing for almost 20 years. It's a job that I love. I love getting to tell people stories. I love getting to highlight things, not just here in the United States, but all around the world. I like to shine a light on issues that aren't getting enough attention. I love to find different aspects of stories that are well known, like the withdrawal from Afghanistan, but hey, here's a story that you might not have heard of. It's a chance to travel the country, travel the world, meet really interesting people, and tell stories that I think need to be told. It's something that I feel immensely privileged to get to do, something that I've enjoyed doing for almost 2 decades, and that I do take very seriously.
Do you take the truth seriously?
Of course.
Explain that to the jury.
Journalists are nothing without the truth. The cornerstone of any kind of reporting are just the facts and telling the truth. And if there's some kind of insinuation or sense that we are not telling the truth, then a lot of that is lost. And so, the truth is your credibility. What the audience sees in you, them deeming you credible, is only going to be based on whether they think that you are telling the truth. And so in every piece that I do, whether it's written or on TV, everything I do is just sticking to the facts that I have and to make sure that I understand the story as fully as possible. Giving people a chance to respond. Talking to as many people as possible so that I understand it, so that I'm boiling all that stuff down into the best summary possible to make sure that all the facts are there, and to make sure that it is a truthful story. If we're not telling a story accurately, if we're not telling a story fairly, if we're not basing all that on facts, then we're not doing our jobs. And that has to be the biggest priority, and it continues to be the North Star for everything that I do as a reporter, and I believe that what my organization does as well.
Do you take the concept of fairness seriously?
Incredibly.
Did you intend to, in either the segment or the article, did you intend to write or imply anything false about Mr. Young?
I did not.
What did you intend to do with your reporting?
I intended to highlight what was going on in Afghanistan, what these people were facing at a time when many of them had helped the United States for years, at a time when they were being sought and killed possibly by members of the Taliban. I wanted to tell their story and tell the story of their efforts to save themselves after being left behind following this chaotic withdrawal. I wanted to continue my reporting on Afghanistan and really shine a light on these people, shine a light on others like them, so that people here in the United States and around the world understood what they were going through, really to tell their stories. And I think we managed to do that with that young man in California who told us about his family in Western Afghanistan that was being chased by the Taliban and by that man in Kabul who was the same. I think we told the story quite effectively.
Thank you, Mr. Marquardt.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Marquardt. Before we do that, I'd like to look at some documents with you very quickly. Can we get a limited production of PX 166? And, sir, is this an email that was sent by you internally to CNN and you received that relates to the story?
Yes, this was right before we went on the air.
Your Honor, plans to offer PX 166 in evidence?
No objection.
Plaintiff's 166 is admitted.
And can we bring up PX 182? Same thing, sir, an email relates to the story sent by you internally to CNN?
Yes.
Your Honor, plans to offer 182 in evidence?
No objection.
Plaintiff's 182 is admitted.
Can we bring up 188, please? And, sir, again, another email by you relating to the story?
That's correct.
Your Honor, plans to offer PX 188 into evidence?
No objection.
Plaintiff's 188 is admitted.
Can we bring up PX 191, please? This is a text message change between you and Hazami Barmada.
Yes, that's correct.
Relates to the story.
It does.
Your Honor, plans to offer PX 191 into evidence.
No objection.
Plaintiff's 191 is admitted.
Can we bring up PX 345, please? This is a Slack communication by you, Mr. Marquardt.
No, this is iMessage.
iMessage. Okay, that's right. iMessage relates to the situation in Afghanistan, sir.
Yes, this is the young man in California.
Okay, so this is a text communication between you and Mr. California, as we've been referring to him, right?
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, plans to offer PX 345 into evidence.
Can you just go to are there other pages?
Sure, can we bring them through?
That's fine.
All right, plaintiff's 345 is admitted.
And finally, Plaintiff's Exhibit 346. So this is a LinkedIn communication from you, correct?
It is.
Relates to the story.
Yes.
Your Honor, we offer Plaintiff's Exhibit 346 in evidence.
And is there another page behind this? That's fine.
All right, plaintiff's 346 is admitted.
Sir, do you recall Mr. Axelrod asking you about the fact that Mr. Young was trying to exploit individual Afghans, in your words?
Yes.
And you premised that conclusion on the fact that you saw two posts that didn't say the word sponsor or funding on it, correct?
And his general participation in the market.
Well, let's go through, I want to go through the things. One of the things was that two posts that didn't say sponsor or funding, right?
Yes.
One communication between Mr. Young and a man where Mr. Young gave him a price of $14,500, and then the man told you he blocked him after the price, right?
Yes.
And then time and time again, you saw his interactions where he dropped people if they didn't have a sponsor.
Yes.
And this, to you, meant he was trying to exploit individual Afghans, correct?
Yes.
Sir, we heard a lot about Mr. California today. The interview was heartbreaking, was it not?
It was very tough, yes.
Now, sir, as of your deposition 2 years after that took place, did you even bother to find out what happened to him?
It was my understanding that during these legal proceedings that I shouldn't reach out to people I had engaged with.
I'm sorry, you thought you weren't allowed to talk to Mr. California?
Yeah.
So you hadn't bothered to find out what happened to him?
I'm very, very curious about what happened to him and his family. I thought that during the course of legal proceedings that I shouldn't speak with people who had been involved in the reporting process.
Did you talk to Katie Bo-Lillis in the last 3 years?
I have talked to Katie Bo, yes.
Talked to Adam Levine in the last 3 years?
Yes.
You've spoken to Jake Tapper the last 3 years.
I have.
Spoken to Mr. Callahan the last 3 years?
Yes.
Virginia Mosley in the last 3 years?
Yes.
Michael Bass in the last 3 years?
Yes.
But not Mr. California.
No.
He was forbidden.
Well, they weren't in the story. He was.
Sir, do you recall PX 310? Can we bring up PX 310? And it's in evidence. Can we publish it to the jury? On direct, you were asked about this, and I believe you testified, if I have it right, that this was the highest number you had ever seen, right? $75,000, right?
I believe that's correct. There was a 70,000 figure, but I think 75 was. Oh no, Mr. California told me 100,000
For 10 people.
for 10 people.
That's 10K a pop.
Yeah.
This is $75,000 for 5 to 6 people, right?
Right.
Can you divide 75,000 by 6? If you can, I'll do it for you. It's not a math test. It just
The 10.
12 and a half.
It would be 15 for 5, 12 and a half for 6.
Okay. So 6 people is at 12,500, right?
Yeah.
Or 5 people is at 15,000, right?
Yes.
And we heard Ms. Barmata tell you that Raven was charging $20,000 a person, right?
I heard I put the 20,000 figure to her.
I think she gave you the 20,000.
Okay. I take your word for it.
Regardless, you heard 20,000, right?
I did.
This is not the highest price you had ever seen. How was it?
If it's lower than 20,000, if that's what you're getting at.
And therefore, it's not the highest price you've ever seen, right?
Correct.
Thank you, Corey. So you couldn't do this reporting on your own. You needed to go through multiple levels of triad before it was published, correct?
That's right.
Went through layers and layers of review, correct?
It did.
So all of CNN was in on this story, right?
More than just me, not all of CNN, but there were more individuals involved.
All the way up to the top brass.
The top brass approved it.
And we talked about Audible a little bit. I think before you said it didn't make any sense to you that Audible would be operating in Afghanistan, correct?
Yes.
And therefore you decided not to investigate it at all.
That's correct.
Sir, do you recall we looked at a communications between you and another individual at CNN, and you were passing on a trove of documents, and one of the people you talked about was Jessica Kim, right?
Yes.
You said she was doing a scam of some kind, right?
There were documents indicating that she might be. Yeah, some really fishy stuff that I saw relating to her and others.
You did not report on her, did you?
No, unfortunately, we did not end up doing that story.
Corey, can you bring up PX85, please? And in this communication, you said, I need to talk to people who have been through it. Do you recall saying that?
Could you show me where?
Yeah. I'd have to find it. I didn't write down where. Let's see.
There we go.
Thank you, Corey. I need to talk to people who have been through it. You see that?
That's right.
Did you ever talk to an Afghan who had been through it?
No, I wasn't able to find one.
You went to press anyways, right?
Yes, we did.
Thank you, Corey. On direct reader cross, whatever it was, Mr. Axelrod was up here. Let's call it that, okay? You said that Mr. Young's prices were unreasonably high, right?
I said they were exorbitant.
Oh. Were they unreasonably high?
They were. It was unreasonable to expect an Afghan to be able to pay that. I didn't say they were unreasonably high.
So you agree that he was charging market prices?
I don't know. That's the question I asked him repeatedly.
Did you do anything to see whether or not it was market price?
I knew that what he was charging was generally market price because the Mr. California, use your phrasing, was getting asked 10 grand a head. Mr. Cobble was similarly about 10 grand a head. Both of them told me this was more than they could afford. Mr. Young was charging more than that, and I would just remind everyone that 14.5 was on the lower end. His prices were actually going up to about 18.5, 19.5. And so I knew that there were actors like Mr. Young in charging these exorbitant amounts.
So exorbitant, but market.
Exorbitant for Afghans in that market, yes.
Didn't occur to you that Mr. Young was actually only charging corporations and NGOs, right?
No, because I saw him reaching out to regular people.
The one he blocked, right?
He was speaking with several normal people.
And his MO was to drop them after they didn't have a sponsor, right?
Yes, I mean, it seemed like momentarily he was willing to engage someone who might be able to afford it, but
So your testimony is that Mr. Young was trying to charge Afghans money, but immediately blocked somebody after giving them a price?
there's little difference, I
Is
think.
that your testimony?
Restate the question?
Yeah. Is it your testimony that you believe Mr. Young was actively trying to take money from an Afghan and therefore blocked him immediately after giving him a price?
Once he figured out that they couldn't afford it or didn't have a sponsor, he would drop them.
He told you Afghans can't afford it, didn't he?
Yes.
You said he knew that, right?
Yes.
But he was still trying to take money from him?
Yes.
Corey, can you put up PX 86 on this on the it's in evidence, Your Honor. Can we put it, share it with everybody? And can we go to the message at 9:56? You say, I think there are many of them. I think they need to be exposed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you expose anyone but Mr. Young?
We exposed the market, but Mr. Young was the only person in the piece.
So you only exposed Mr. Young.
Yes.
Can we go to page 4, Corey? This is the post. He didn't say sponsor, right?
Correct.
And there's a globe up here. You said it means it's publicly available, right?
That's right.
Do you understand how LinkedIn works?
Generally, not specifically, but yes, generally that I understand that to mean public.
Meaning anybody can see it if they search for it, right?
Anybody, yeah.
LinkedIn still prioritizes its distribution to your network, though, right?
I don't know.
Oh. So you don't know whether if I post something on LinkedIn, the people that automatically see it are those that I'm connected with already?
I believe if you post something, the people you are connected with will see it. But if you post something publicly, I don't know where LinkedIn places that. I don't know how their algorithm works, is what I'm saying.
Meaning, Mr. Marquardt, that globe means that Mr. Young hasn't restricted the world from seeing his posts and only allowing his friends or his connections to see his posts, correct?
That's right. And if you were to search, say, hashtag Afghanistan or any one of these hashtags at the bottom or clicked on those, you would see posts like that. If someone looked up Afghanistan, for example, they might find Zachary Young's post.
So if you were Audible and you were trying to find somebody to help you get out of Afghanistan and you went on LinkedIn and you typed in hashtag Afghanistan, you might find this post, right?
That's correct.
Even if you weren't connected to Mr. Young.
Correct.
Thank you, Corey. You can take that down. Sir, you interviewed a lot of desperate people, didn't you?
I spoke to a lot of people who were desperate.
You felt bad, didn't you?
I did.
I think you testified earlier that it broke your heart.
It was heartbreaking.
You took out that heartbreak and that anger and you channeled it at Mr. Young, did you not?
That's not true.
I think you testified a moment ago that you boil facts down to give the best summary possible. Is that right?
Yes,
Do you believe this story was the best summary possible?
I do.
Sir, do you recall Mr. Axelrod got up here? He repeatedly asked you if you produced documents or you had deleted them, right?
Yes.
Did you have a massive defamatory story published about you on an international scale?
Objection.
What's the basis of the objection?
Relevance?
Come up.
I know, I didn't know if that was potential.
Oh, wow.
We had to get one sidebar in today.
Hey, that's okay. You're excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm ready.
All right, and just for the record, I'm going to overrule the objection, but Mr. Freeman re-asked the question.
I will. Let me just back up one step. We were talking about whether you, Mr. Axelrod asked you if you deleted information, right?
Yes.
All right. Did you have a massive defamatory story published about you on international television?
Objection form.
Overruled. Not that I can think of.
Did you get diagnosed with major depressive disorder?
Objection. This states the testimony. It's a forensic expert.
I'll overrule it.
No, I didn't.
Did you lose your career?
No.
Were you labeled a criminal, a black market criminal, on international TV while living abroad?
No.
Were you scared the police might show up?
No.
Testified at length about how Mr. Young could have explained the breakdown of his costs to you. Do you recall that?
I do.
Could have explained to you what he was making and what his profits margins were, right?
If indeed he had profit margins.
You thought his refusal made him shady, right?
It certainly raised a lot more questions.
Believe it's odd that people don't want to publicly talk about how much money they make?
I wanted to know whether he was making any money at all. I thought it was perfectly reasonable to ask those questions of someone who was asking Afghans to pay all that kind of money.
Sir, you asked him for specific breakdowns of how he got to his numbers, right?
That's right.
That's not, are you doing this for profit or for charity?
I asked him, are you doing this for profit?
Sir, you also asked him to break down his exact numbers and then wrote in all caps, how do you get your numbers?
Well,
Right?
I said that.
You wanted to know his profit margins, right? How much money he was making.
I didn't assume that he made a profit. I didn't report that he made a profit. We now know that he made a profit. I wanted to understand generally how it was he got to those numbers that were extremely high certainly after he admitted, I don't know, I'm not on the ground, I don't know the conditions. And it seemed like he was just making the numbers up.
So I'm going to ask you again, do you think it's odd that people don't want to talk about exactly how much money they're making?
In this case, yes.
Would you feel comfortable telling everybody how much money you're making?
Objection. MIL order. MIL order.
In the context of that, I mean, that was I'll sustain the objection.
Sir, you testified that when you reach out to sources, you like to make them feel comfortable, right?
Yes,
And you told Katie Bolilis to tell him, we're just looking at the lay of the land. Do you recall that?
that's true.
And you testified in direct a moment ago that if he had known, meaning if Mr. Young had known that you were doing a report on him, he'd shut down, right?
There was a possibility of that.
So therefore you misled him
No, I was trying to make him feel comfortable.
by misleading him.
No,
That you were just doing a report on, just trying to find out generally about the lay of the land.
which is true.
Sir, by that time you had already zeroed in on American.
On November 3rd, you very clearly saw me say, or maybe not, maybe he'll just slip away. I didn't know.
It was November 1st, sir. And if you recall, sir, you also ended that message saying that you hoped you would be able to nail him.
I don't think I said I hoped we would be able to nail him.
Can you bring it up, Corey? Get you a PX number. It is PX 103. You bring up this one right here, Corey. And can you highlight "I hope" so Mr. Marquardt doesn't miss it this time? Recall now?
I see that I hope that this is going to be good. I see Mr. Phillips talking about, I hope that
Let's go through
the
it.
story is going to be good.
Scroll up for me, Corey. A little bit more. We're going to nail this Zachary Young MFer. We're going to hold you to that one, cowboy, or not. Maybe he just slips away. We shall see. We shall. I have faith. This is going to be good. I hope. I have faith. This is going to be good. I hope. You see that?
I do.
You hoped it was going to be good, and you'd nail him.
No, Mr. Phillips was on the emails since the very beginning, since October 29th or 28th, whenever he saw the pitch. He's saying, this story is going to be good. And I'm saying, I hope so as well.
Meaning you hoped it was going to be good, and you'd nail him.
No, I hoped that the story generally was going to be good.
You hoped it was going to be good and that you wouldn't nail him.
I didn't know whether on November 1st he would even be part of that, and I admit that right there, or maybe not. 10 days before the story gets published, I don't know what the story is going to look like. I have the broad strokes of it, but I hope it's going to be good.
Sir, you were on... You talked about reaching out to people from the CIA to confirm whether or not they knew Mr. Young. Do you recall that testimony?
Former officials from the CIA and one current official.
Yeah. How many?
All told, I think 5.
Where are those communications?
Well, you have the one about Tammy.
I didn't see a communication with Tammy. You called Tammy on the phone.
Right.
Oh.
So these are the communications.
Were they all on the phone, sir?
2 were on LinkedIn, Tammy, and then yesterday I reached out to another one. So that's 4.
And sir, can you bring up PX-18, please? While we're doing that, did you reach out to an individual named Matt Gunning? Don't worry about that. Corey, take it down for a minute. Did you reach out to an individual named Matt Gunning?
Not that I recall.
Did you reach out to an individual named Bill Purdy?
Not that I recall.
Did you reach out to an individual named John Keeley?
Not to my recollection.
Can you put Exhibit 18 on the screen for me, Corey? And let's go to page 20, turning to 21. To reach out to the Honorable Leon Panetta.
Not for this story, but I have spoken with him before.
Did you reach out to Michael Morrell?
Not for this story, but I've spoken with him before.
Did you reach out to Jeremy Bash?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He didn't know Mr. Young.
And when did you reach out to Mr. Bash?
Yesterday.
That was on the phone, right?
That was by signal text message.
A text message you haven't produced in this case?
I wasn't asked to.
Sure. Martin Peterson, did you reach out to him?
No, I did not.
Paul Nevin, you reach out to him?
I did not.
Lance Hamilton, you reach out to him?
These are the first times I've seen this. This is the first
Daniel
time I've seen
Ennis, did you reach out to him?
this. No.
David Terry, did you reach out to him?
Don't know him.
Take it down. Thank you, Corey. Sir, you said that part of your opinion on Mr. Young was based on the fact that he told Jill Kornetsky, he used harsh language with Jill Kornetsky and David Lerner, right?
Yes, 2 people he'd never met.
And did you read the entire chain communication between Mr. Young and Ms. Kornetsky? Or did you just look at one message?
No, there were several messages.
Did you read the whole thing from start to finish?
I read what was shown today. What was shown today is everything that I have, which was her questioning his model and David Lerner questioning his model.
Let's start with Kornetsky. Did you read the whole thing from start to finish? The thing that was shown today on the screen. Did you read it?
I'm not trying to be difficult. I don't know what you mean by the whole thing. I don't know if I have their entire communication from start to finish, but what I read was their communication that was given to me.
That was shown on the screen today?
Yes.
And you read the entire chain of what was put on the screen today, right?
Yes.
Do you believe she was being spiteful?
No.
Okay. What about David Lerner? Did you read the full message?
Yes.
Did you see that he lied to Zach and Mr. Young, right, about having a sponsor?
No, I don't recall that.
We bring up PX 310. Is there a sponsor able to pay David Lerner? Answer, yes. And he gets a breakdown of prices, right?
Mm-hmm.
Scroll down for me, please. I'm not corporate. What is this fee for? Lied to him, right? Told him he had a sponsor. And then he told him, no, I'm not. You don't have a sponsor. Did you notice that before, Mr. Marquardt?
I don't see that as a lie. I see that as him saying he's not a corporation.
Okay, sir. David Lerner's American, right?
Yes. I think he's saying he could be a sponsor, he himself. He's willing to help this person get out.
Sir, you mentioned John Lovitz before. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You said his famous line was theater. Do you remember that?
One of them, yeah.
Wasn't it really acting? He used to say acting, not theater, sir.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then I misremembered it. I thought it was theater.
So your testimony here today, sir, is that you invoked a fictional character of a comedy show played by an actor to explain why you faked a call and killed a man's career and reputation with lies and slander.
No, that's incorrect on multiple counts.
Sir, you explained that the reason you use the words, for F's sake, effing Young just texted, is because you might now have to make all kinds of changes, right?
Which I was ready to do.
So you were ready to do it, no problem, but for F's sake, effing Young just texted. Those are consistent to you.
Yeah, it was going to be a lot more work, but I was ready to do it.
Okay. And then you said, in the end, he told us if he... You said you would have given him more time if he needed it. Do you recall testifying to that when Mr. Axelrod was up here?
If we had needed it.
Oh, if you had needed it, you'd give him more time.
If we had needed more time to change the piece.
But if he needed more time, you wouldn't have given it.
We didn't think he needed more time.
He told you he needed more time, but you decided he didn't, right?
That's correct. We disagreed.
So you went to press.
Correct. There were simple questions he could have answered quickly.
Sir, we saw that the story went through triad. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that stories that allege wrongdoing require triad approval?
As a general rule, I would say that's true.
Recall at the end of the video, sir, you say that person offering those evacuations, Zachary Young. Would you like to see it?
Yes, please.
Sure. Corey, can you bring up the end of the very end of, I think it's PS 170. I go to Mr. Marquardt at the end.
And just moments ago, that young man told me that the Taliban has now issued summons for his family in hiding, indicating his father believes that the Taliban really is after them. Now, the Biden administration continues to work on evacuating people, but as you can see there are just so many more Afghans who want to get out of the country, and that just drives prices higher and higher. In another message, that person offering those evacuations, Zachary Young, he wrote, available...
Pause it. That person offering those evacuations, Zachary Young. Do you recall that now?
I do.
Those evacuations, sir, black market evacuations?
Evacuations that, yes, that he was operating, yes, on the black market.
Now, you said black market was an apt term to describe this market, right?
That's true.
Because it was chaotic in Afghanistan.
And lawless, yes.
It had been a problem to write Afghan trying to flee Taliban face chaotic markets?
I don't know what a chaotic market is.
No. How about Afghans trying to face Taliban face unregulated markets?
That would be fair as well.
No, but you didn't choose it, did you?
I didn't write that.
Oh, CNN did, right?
Someone did at CNN. But it's still accurate.
It's still accurate. I know this. Can you take it down, please, Corey? You said you never implied illegality, you never implied criminality, despite the use of the term black market, correct?
Yes,
Despite the fact it's the sole dictionary definition, correct?
correct.
CNN apologized.
Yes,
Why?
they felt they needed to.
Because it implies criminality?
I don't know.
Because it implies illegality?
I don't know.
Just wanted to try to protect themselves from this lawsuit?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in that process.
Sir, by covering war throughout your career, you provided a necessary service. Do you agree with that statement?
I believe that covering wars is necessary.
And by evacuating people from a war zone, Mr. Young provided a necessary service. Do you agree with that statement?
If indeed he did.
You still don't know to this day if he actually evacuated people.
I don't.
Sir, only one of you went out and defamed the other, right?
I don't believe that's what happened.
You don't report in war zones for free, do you?
Whether I go to a war zone or not, I'm still going to get my salary. I could do all kinds of different journalism that would not risk my life, and I would still make a salary.
Sir, you go to war zones and report, and you are paid for that service, correct?
I haven't been to a war zone in
Correct,
over a
sir?
year. Not always correct.
Oh, so you go to war zones for free? You report on war zones for free?
When was the last time I was in a war zone, sir?
Mr. Marquardt, I'm asking you a very simple question. I don't know why you can't give a simple answer. You go to war zones on behalf of CNN and other news organizations, and you are paid for that service, correct?
I don't go there to get paid. I go there to cover the story.
Why can't you just admit it, sir?
Because
it's so easy to admit. You're paid as a journalist, correct?
Correct.
And you go to war zones and you report, correct?
Sometimes.
Sir, you go to war zones and you report, correct?
Not in over a year.
Okay, I'll say it like you. Sir, you sometimes go to war zones and report, correct?
That is correct.
And when those sometimes you're in a war zone, you're paid for that time, aren't you?
Yes.
So you're paid for your time in war zones, but God forbid he should be, right?
There's a very big difference.
Sure. Sir, did you exploit the situation of war to report?
No.
Did CNN exploit the situation of war by running ads while it reports on war?
No.
But Mr. Young, well, let me ask it this way. Did Mr. Young exploit the situation of war by evacuating people from it?
If he was making money, yes.
Only CNN's allowed to make money off of war?
I don't believe
Only
CNN's making
journalists
money.
are allowed to make money off of war?
Journalists don't make money off of war.
Sir, do you believe that someone who evacuates 22 women and a baby from Afghanistan is a hero? Even if they are paid to do it? Yes or no?
I would need to know more about the circumstances.
So let me get this right. You didn't write a story about corporate evacuations, correct?
I did not.
You wanted to write a big story, correct?
Yes.
Scandal sells, correct?
That's not what we were doing.
You chased scandal.
No.
Scandal needs a bad guy.
There was nothing scandalous about the piece.
You were pitched a story about Zachary Young, correct?
Yes.
You pitched a story about Zachary Young, correct?
No.
CNN's brass told you to pursue Zachary Young, correct?
No.
You all hated him, correct?
No.
You ignored other leads for other stories, correct?
No.
You justified it because anyone making $15,000 is a scam, correct?
No.
So you orchestrated theater to say it, correct?
There was nothing theatrical about it.
You knew he did nothing illegal, correct?
I did not know that.
You knew he did nothing criminal.
We did not report he did anything criminal.
You published your story anyways, Mr. Marquardt, didn't you?
And it was completely factual.
And you're proud of it,
I am.
and you're not sorry.
I'm not.
No further questions.
We have Mr. Marquardt step down. Oh, yeah. Stay there, Mr. Marquardt. We got a new week. All right, go ahead and tear a page out of your notepad. Any questions you have, jot them down. Hold your paper over. If you don't have questions, hold them over. And Madam Court Reporter, why don't you come around because we'll discuss any questions. Sidebar. All right, Mr. Marquardt, there's a few questions from the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, did anyone question the black market banner?
I believe there's, in an email, there was a consideration that maybe that should go through Triad. I think that was the only questioning of it that I was aware of.
Why, after several examples of hearing that Mr. Young cut off communication with people without funds, did you still feel as if he was exploiting Afghans?
Because it wasn't just he who was exploiting Afghans, it was others who were exploiting the situation, and I believe that he was attempting to exploit Afghans, and of course I didn't see all of the conversations that he had with other people. I believe that he was attempting to exploit the situation, take advantage of their desperation to get them to pay the amounts of money that he was asking for. I think that was pretty clear from the conversations that he was having with the people that were shared with me, and including that one where the one man said, "Well, can't I pay myself?" And he said $14,500, and the conversation ended there. It was pretty clear to me that even if Mr. Young had been working on corporate evacuations, that he was willing to engage with regular people as well. And so given the number of people I spoke with, the number of people who I saw him speak with, I felt comfortable saying that he was part of this broader exploitation effort and market.
Do you and your colleagues believe that Mr. Young should have evacuated anyone who requested help without charging?
No, not necessarily. I think it's fully acceptable to, for example, have gotten people out, and I was certainly allowing for the possibility that it could cost a lot of money. I didn't understand how he got to those numbers, and he admitted himself he didn't know how he got to those numbers. So to me, that indicated that he might have been making a profit. Another thing that we didn't discuss today was one thing that he also said was that the prices are so high because the spaces are limited and demand is very high. That's how economics works, unfortunately. And that line to me told me that he was making a profit. Now, that was not something that I could say clearly. That's not something that we put in the piece. But I was asking him time and time again, and not just me, but Jill Kornetsky and Katie Bo-Lillis to ask him genuinely, how do you get to these numbers? How do you get to $14,500? And he could very easily have said, the car costs this, the flight costs this, the visa costs this, the bribes cost this. And when he didn't, that told me that there was a decent possibility that he was doing this for profit. And again, that was not something that I was able to fully report out. But I did think that there was something suspicious there. He very could easily have said, I'm just covering my costs. And we would have included that in the story. And the story still would have been true, that Afghans were facing astronomical amounts to get out of the country. But I also would have been able to say, and we spoke to one of those people who was charging that, Mr. Young, and he told us that he's just covering his costs. But that's not what happened. He didn't give us any kind of explanation. And in fact, what he told us was, I don't know how I get to those numbers. So that's why we felt comfortable reporting what we did about the market in general and about Mr. Young in particular.
All right. Did you ever get concrete proof one way or another as to whether Mr. Young was or was not in the CIA?
The closest that I got was from someone who currently works at the CIA, who I spoke to off the record, so that means I can't use it, who told me that he did have some affiliation with the CIA. Given how secretive they are about what people do, and even what people have done in the past, I knew that I wasn't going to get any more information, so The information that I got off the record was that he had some affiliation with the CIA. To this day, I don't know what that was. I know what he's told other people, and it's been different stories. And again, just yesterday, I spoke to someone who was once upon a time very senior at the CIA who didn't know who Mr. Young was. So I don't know what he did with the CIA. And also, we didn't include that in our piece.
All right. How do you feel knowing that Mr. Young can no longer work in the space he is trained on as a result of your piece?
When I approach these pieces and I report them, I do so with some humility and a recognition that what we report can have an impact on people. Journalism, fair journalism, accurate journalism is going to be tough. War journalism is tough. Sometimes what is reported about people is not necessarily going to make them feel good. What the impact is on a person is definitely something that I consider, but it can't be the biggest priority. The biggest priority is going to be telling the story as accurately as possible with all of the facts that we have. I don't know what the fallout has been, what the consequences have been for Mr. Young. I think he's got a lot of different talents, which he showed in his efforts to get people out of Afghanistan. I'm sure that there are places that he can put those talents to use. I have no doubt that there are certainly jobs that he can do. But at the end of the day, what I felt was very important in this case was to highlight the fact that these people who were on the verge of being killed by the Taliban were being told by Mr. Young and others, you've got to come up with this money. That was the story that I was doing, and I felt that was one that was very important to do. And given the fact that we knew Mr. Young was very active in that space, I felt like it was also important to highlight the activities that he had been undertaking as well.
All right. Were any other individuals or companies researched in the course of this story?
I researched we've gone over all of the research that I did with countless people. I spoke to the two young men who were included in the story about their families. I was researching them, for example. I spoke to that woman about her efforts, and she mentioned the $20,000. So I was researching all these different efforts and all the different aspects of this market and of what was going on in Afghanistan. And I thought that through all the conversations that I had, whether it was with Westerners, foreigners, Americans, whether it was with the Afghans themselves, I spoke to people at all different parts of what was going on. And so that's why I felt I had a good understanding of what was going on. I spoke to numerous people who we talked about today who were facing the same kinds of things, $10,000, $20,000. So yes, I did a lot of research to get to this story and to get to the understanding of what we ended up publishing. I think the research was very extensive, and it's one of the parts that I'm proudest of was the number of people that we spoke to figure all this out.
The second part of that question was, if so, why were they not mentioned or pictured in the story?
For example, if we look at the men who were featured in the story, Mr. California, Mr. Kabul, they spoke to the fact that this existed, that this was going on. So I knew this was going on, and I knew that this was a market, a black market that was happening, that these people were being exploited. And one of the first people I came across was Mr. Young, and you'll recall that's how this story began. And I thought that he was the best example of what was going on. He was an American guy who claimed to have this history in the CIA, and I had all of these conversations that he had with other people with his prices. So I thought that he was the best example that we had of someone who could illustrate what was going on. When you're doing a story like this, so for example, this story was 3 minutes long. We obviously have limited time. You know, we're not going to do a 10 or 15 minute piece where you could have multiple examples. So I had one example of someone who was trying to get their family out. I had one example of someone who was trying to get himself out with his family. And I had one example of someone who was operating this market. And so broadly, I was able to tell the story about what was going on, and I had examples for each part. So that's why I felt comfortable using Mr. Young as the only example of that part. And I would just highlight the fact that if you look at the entire segment on the show, it was 5 minutes long. Mr. Young was just a minute. He was just over 20% of the entire piece. If you look at the article that I wrote, it was 29 paragraphs long. Mr. Young was only 6 paragraphs. Again, just 20%. So he was only a small part of this story. And what I used him for in the piece was to illustrate what was going on. And I thought that he was the best example to illustrate that.
How many times did you actually place a call to Mr. Young prior to your story?
Once.
Why didn't you text him prior to November 10th?
Because he had already been in touch with my colleague Katie Bolilis, and I didn't feel like we both needed to be texting him. She had quite a conversation with him on November 3rd. I did try to continue the conversation myself with him by trying to connect with him on LinkedIn, and that didn't happen. So it looked like he was done talking to us, essentially. So when it came time to actually publish the piece, I knew that we were going to try to reach out again. That's when I texted. And I skipped over the fact that I called. And I can't emphasize enough, I wanted him to pick up the phone. And we tried calling. I tried connecting with him on LinkedIn. And then I tried texting with him on November 10th. And then we had that back and forth. And I didn't get the impression that he was going to be offering up the kinds of answers that I was looking for. So that's when I felt comfortable going to publication. But I really did try to get him on the phone. I really did want to talk to him.
All right. And one last question, which sort of has two parts. And I think I need to read it together instead of, normally we wouldn't do a compound question, but I think I need to read it together to make sense. Post-apology, did CNN speak with you about your error before the apology? That's the second part, is before the apology.
CNN issued the apology about 4 months after the piece ran. I was given a heads up that it was coming just before that happened. I wasn't consulted or told I hadn't been consulted on the language of the apology. I hadn't been asked whether I thought that CNN should issue the apology. So I was just told that it was happening. I didn't think that CNN needed to do it. The correction that CNN was making was about the words black market, which we used, as you know, in the banners, but which I did not use in my reporting. I still think that they're accurate. I don't think that CNN had to issue that apology. I think CNN had reasons for issuing that apology. I was fine that they did it, but I don't think that it was a correction for the reporting that I had done. It was a correction for the banners that were put up during the piece that I do think accurately reflect what was going on in Afghanistan at the time. And it's really, really important to emphasize the context of what was happening in Afghanistan at the time, the chaos, the lawlessness. So there essentially was only a black market in which to operate. I just want to say one more time, we didn't accuse Mr. Young of doing anything illegal or criminal, but he was operating in this black market, which reflected the lawlessness of Afghanistan at the time.
All right. And again, if there was, I appreciate the questions. If I did not ask one of your questions, it was based on our rules of evidence or pretrial ruling in the case that would exclude the question. But thank you for submitting those. Any follow-up on those, Mr. Friedman?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Axelrod?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Now, Mr. Marquardt, you can step down.
Your Honor, I know there's only 7 minutes left, but the good news is we have a 3-minute video we can play, maximize our time, and get out of here early.
All right. So what, if you would like to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Adam Cohn from CNN.
If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. Tomorrow morning when we get back here, just make sure your phones are turned off before we come back in the courtroom. And we'll do like we've done since Tuesday of last week, gather 8:15 down in the reception area on the first floor, and we'll get a bailiff to bring you up to the jury lounge and get you in here at 8:30 and proceed with the trial from that point. Any other instructions or anything else from the plaintiff?
Not for plaintiff, no.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, y'all have a good evening. I'm glad it stopped raining, so a little cold probably, but y'all have a good evening. Safe travel back home.
Thank you, you too.
You too.
All right, you all be seated. Jurors are out of the courtroom. I guess you've got a few more videos, but what else the plaintiff's got on tap for tomorrow morning?
Your Honor, we have a few more videos and one more live witness, Mr. Thomas Lumley, I believe, and then the plaintiff will rest.
All right. Will that get done before lunch tomorrow?
Well, I don't know how long, I don't know the answer to that. I need to talk with my team to determine how long the videos are and how long Mr. Lumley's examination will be. But I can have an answer for you tomorrow.
All right. And then I know we had the issue with Mr. Otto, but he was coming tomorrow. Can he be tomorrow afternoon if they're getting wrapped up by somewhere around lunchtime?
I think so.
Okay. All right, so we don't need to address calling him out of turn?
Yeah, I think that works. Yeah. Assuming that we can work out the other issue.
The other issue?
The photograph issue that we filed the motion last night.
Oh, about his identity. All right, yeah.
Your Honor, we filed an opposition, but my partner who was going to argue that is not here. We didn't know.
Oh, good. We have a short argument in opposition.
I would ask we could argue that tomorrow morning, Your Honor, or by lunch.
It's a pretty straightforward argument, Your Honor.
When did I saw the motion, but when did the opposition get filed?
I think we filed the opposition this morning around 7 o'clock or 7:30. I don't know if we emailed it to Judge Bank. We were obviously trying to get ready for trial.
Do you need an answer on that tonight, Mr. Axford? Right.
I don't think so. I think it'd be preferable to have it, but
Yeah, there was, I had the staff attorney pull some of the cases that were cited. I hadn't even had a chance to look at them that were cited in the motion. And I guess one of my questions, and just looking at the general citations in there, is I think there's the entire identity of the individual was being withheld or whatever, and I wanted to see if there was a difference between, obviously his name's being used, we've used it, we've talked about it on the record, and you're just looking for his image. So I wanted to see if there was a distinction in that. So I wanted to get a chance to look at some of those cases. So why don't we do? I'll be here at 8:50. I'll be on the bench by 8:15, and we can argue it real quick. We'll give you 5 minutes each.
yeah. Just as a practical matter, I think I said this morning, but both media entities have consented to doing this. And I just want to make sure that if you do hear it tomorrow, that we will have enough time, that we don't waste court time working out the tech to make sure that we can, if Your Honor does grant the motion, that we can actually facilitate it in a timely manner.
From a technical standpoint, if he's on the stand and his image is not being broadcast, is there a way that you can not have that? Well, I mean, we can move that camera where it's not looking at the witness. Is that from an IT technical standpoint? Yeah, I think we can take care of doing that.
Okay, great.
I don't know that would cause a problem for tomorrow afternoon if we needed it. Okay. All right. Is there anything else before we go?
And one thing is extraordinarily quick. It is simply, Your Honor, you previously upheld an objection to Jake Tapper's deposition lines, page 1118 to 1122.
Sounded like a good ruling.
Your Honor, we'd ask if you'd reconsider that that ruling. I think it was the basis of it was relevance, and now that some of the evidence has come in, we're hoping you will reconsider that.
What were the pages?
Page 11, lines 18 through 22.
I'll sustain that objection still.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Quick enough?
Look it up.
Anything else? Mr. Friedman?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, y'all have a good evening.
You as well.
I'll see y'all. Why don't we plan on being ready to roll about 8:10 so that we can address that issue, and if there's any technical parts we can.
Just so you understand the logistics, the courthouse opens at 8.
All right, 8:15.
Yeah.
All right, 8:15 then. That's fine.
Sometimes there's a crush at the.
I don't have a problem getting in.